So, I am gonna do MoP Classic today. Now, I had initially planned to, really try to set up at least an initial, like, fun test speedrun. But basically, I'm just really tired right now. I kind of mentioned on the, like, Fresh Account Europe run yesterday that I had been basically awake for 24 hours at that point, because I had been raiding, working on a video, raiding, working on a video. Then I started streaming. I got like a 2-hour nap. And then, yeah, it turns out basically the moment I ended that 8-hour stream, I made food and then passed out for like 13 hours. So, I just woke up like basically an hour ago. And I definitely didn't really want to go ahead and set up, what's it called, like a thumbnail and stuff, and do anything super fancy today, because I don't have the energy to try and do like a super fast speedrun. And I think maybe that works out well, because the first leveling run's always going to have some mistakes, right? So we're just going to do like a chill, casual leveling run from 85 to 90. And honestly, there's a chance that I won't even finish it if I'm like really tired and it's taking forever. Then we'll just finish it up another time. But that's kind of the reason I'm streaming it on the second YouTube channel. The entire point is just, we're going to get testing done, but it may not be a full complete speedrun. That's okay. Hey, we lose 50/50s? Yeah, finally on MoP Classic. I cannot... Like, it's difficult for me to express how excited I am because I'm still very tired. But I'm genuinely, like, so fucking happy that I finally get to play this. I've been waiting for this moment for such a fucking long time. But I got, like, all my characters here. At some point, I think it would be kind of funny to do a Panda Warrior 1 to 85 speedrun. I'm not going to do that today, but I do think the idea would be interesting of, like, I'd basically be making the same character that we just leveled on retail the other day, but doing it in MoP Classic. I don't know if I'm going to do that on the PTR. I might not, because here's the thing. No matter what happens, I am going to create this character when, the MoP pre-patch goes live and level it up to 85, because obviously I want to have, like, the retail version of my Prot Warrior that I played for years and years on Classic as well. So I'm going to do that eventually, no matter what. And, probably won't do that, like, for testing, but I do think it would be fun. So I just, made it here. It's on the character list. And I think if I look at my list of characters, I don't really have any big warriors that I've played. There's my original warrior. This was what I played back in 2019 Classic. I can even copy it over, I guess. Also, I don't think I hit copy account data, so I should probably do that for, like, heirlooms and stuff. Yeah, I leveled this up in TBC, and then you can see I leveled it to, I think, 71.5. I'm pretty sure I streamed that at some point. But I never finished it. I just didn't really feel like finishing the warrior. And then, of course, later on in Cata Classic, we did the warrior speedrun. So now I technically have an 80 warrior, but I'm going to be honest, if I play a warrior again, I'm not going to touch the one from the speedrun. I have, like, no sentimental attachment to that. And while, I might go back and level my 2019 Classic warrior again, it's more likely that I would just make Anji again and level that up. That to me is my warrior, the one that, like, I actually play. And then for Paladin, I have the one that I played for Wrath Classic. So if I were to play Paladin, I would just level this one up again. And so yeah, then we have my Death Knights. Death Knight, so it's kind of funny. For Death Knight, I'm actually in a pretty interesting position at the moment. I haven't made many duplicates on Classic. By and large, I've only made like 1 or 2, and the ones that I've made that are duplicates, like the Warrior, I did because it was like for a speedrun. But I'm in a position now where I effectively have 2 carbon copies of my Blood DK. Because, for context around what happened here, this was the main Blood DK that I leveled. Yeah, this one. So this was the main Blood DK that I leveled at first when Cata Classic came out. That's what I spent all my time gearing, and I did like 2/3 of I forget the tier name, but Blackwing Descent, Bastion of Twilight, that tier, you know what I'm talking about. I did like 2/3 of that on this character, and then that's when my main account got wrongly banned. So, although, like, for anybody who remembers back at the time, it kind of really fucked me over, because although I did kind of get screwed in the sense that on retail, I had to re-level and get all my characters prepped for launch, it was actually kind of nice on retail because I got wrongly banned the week that my retail guild had decided to stop raiding until the next expansion. We had fully cleared all of the faded raids, we got all of our fire act mounts, we were done with that, and literally the week before, we said, okay, we're just going to take like a month break from raiding until War Within, and then obviously we're going to resume. So I obviously was still pissed that I had to get all my characters prepped again, but the one nice thing was that I wasn't screwing over my retail raid team. Unfortunately, my Cataclassic raid team was still in the middle of Prague. We had just started Nefarian Prague, and we still had, I don't think we had killed Sinestra yet. It was either we were starting Sinestra Prague and whatever, I forget exactly. But we definitely still had multiple heroic bosses left to do. Nefarian was the big one. And I just lost my super geared Blood DK that they were kind of relying on for Prague. Like, I was the main tank. So I then went ahead and geared up a brand new Blood DK from scratch, leveled it up to 85, geared it in the span of like 3 days. I barely slept. I got this character prepped because I obviously wanted to raid. And even then, I still missed a week of raiding because I was under the impression that Blizzard would fix their mistake. And of course, we all know now they never did. But then after missing 1 week of raiding, I just said, fuck it, and I spent the weekend getting another Blood DK. But now I basically have 2 virtually identical Blood DKs that I played for Cataclysm Classic. So, I don't know. On one hand, the one with the Larice name is the one that is further along, because this was the second one that I geared up. So this has, like, a mix of Firelands gear and full best in slot Blackwing Descent stuff. This one doesn't have amazing gear, but Rossiliana is like the name that I always use for my Death Knights. So bare minimum, I would have to race change this because Larice is what I always use for my monk's name. And obviously monks aren't a thing in Cataclassic, so I didn't care. But now, well, I need it back for my monk. So it's a testing server, so this doesn't matter now. But these are the things that I'm going to have to figure out for going forward in like actual live servers of Cata and MoP Classic. You wish you had signed up for the beta sooner? A lot of times, I don't know exactly how they do the invite waves, but definitely signing up later will lower your chances of getting in for sure. But there have been times where I sign up right at the start and I never get in. And there have also been times where I sign up late and then I get into the very next wave. So I don't think it's 100% consistent. I think as long as you sign up now, there's still a perfectly good chance that you will get in eventually. But you do need to do it... Oh, okay. I assume... I think I've been sitting here for like 30 minutes, so it probably just timed me out. Which makes sense. Where do the names of them come from? These names literally just... Asspull came from, nothing. I just, you know, I came up with them on my own. Anji, I explained yesterday the backstory for that name. I still came up with the name Anji, but there was, like, some backstory of, like, my original character was named Middens, and then Anji was the roleplay name, and then when I transferred, I used the roleplay name because Middens was taken, and now it's just stuck, and now the warrior's named Anji. I still use Middens as my Pandarian priest's name, just to kind of, like, homage that's what it used to be. Takasa, again, was just a random name that I thought of. This was just a, you know, whatever. And I actually still use Takasa for my, can I pull up the spreadsheet? Yeah. Takasa is still, like, my Resto Shaman on retail. It's an Orc Resto Shaman, so. That being said, it first came from the classic version of the character. Basically, when I was playing 2019 Classic, obviously, everybody wanted warrior tanks, so Although I've been playing Feral Tank in like recent versions of Classic, like on the anniversary, I played Feral Tank just because I wanted to do something different. In original 2019, obviously I picked a Warrior Tank because everybody told me that that was like the only viable tank. And honestly, I didn't mind it. I don't hate Classic Warrior Tank. I think it's fine. It's just kind of like I played 2019 Classic a lot. I already did all that back then. So for anniversary servers and hardcore and stuff like that, I just think Druid is way more fun to level with. I really like classic Druid leveling. It's such a vibe. So I played that, and I actually really like at least dungeon tanking on a classic Feral tank. I'm going to be honest, taking Molten Core and Onyxia as a Feral, not that fun. I managed it, right? I really didn't enjoy it that much. And the thing is, I think that I would have been fine if I was in a guild that, like, met my expectations, but obviously, without diving into all of that, I don't even think I really talked about the drama, you know, kind of overstating it, but extensively when it happened, like, a few months ago. But TLDRs, for Anniversary, I was in a position where I made it very clear to all of my friends at the time that I wasn't trying to take Classic Anniversary very seriously. I was playing it completely for fun in my free time. I got my Feral Druid up to 60, I was doing my Priebus stuff, I was like, yeah, I'll come to Molten Core and as an off-tank for fun. But they were going for, like, hyper serious, like, get every single little world buff consumable thing, try to get, like, speedrun times, and I've made it very clear, like, I'm not interested in that. Like, I don't want to do that. And then they just kept kind of bullying me into trying to do all of that stuff. And I'm like, look, and the thing is, early on, that was not the case. Early on, when I said that, they're like, oh yeah, that same thing here. So I was like, okay, I want to play with you guys if you just want to, you know, vibe and do Molten Core and stuff. But then I guess their hunger to get these fast speedrun times and parses just took over them. And suddenly, once I started getting bullying for not getting, like, all the fancy Feral Druid consumables and farming, like, a bajillion crowd pummelers to use on trash, I'm like, I'm fucking out of here, right? Like, I'll get crowd pummelers to get, like, the bosses, right? So, getting Snap Threat on a raid boss? Sure, yeah, I had pummelers for that. But the fact that I'm not farming non-stop pummelers to use on, like, trash for speedruns and getting, like, every single consumable and farming gold in my free time, it's like, dude, I play retail, I play regular classic, I play anniversary. Like, the amount of time I'd have to invest in just one version of World of Warcraft to do that, fuck that. I don't want to do that. So I got into, like, a little fight with them about that, and then I just stopped playing. Which is a shame, because I wouldn't mind playing Anniversary just, like, for fun every now and then, but I really just, at that point, I didn't feel like finding a brand new guild, and especially as a druid, if you're not going to heal, it's difficult to get a raid spot, so I just figured, fuck it. I will definitely come back to it when TBC is close, but I probably won't seriously play my druid. At least I have it, right? So I'll level it at some point, because I know that for Sunwell, by that point, if I wanted to tank that, druid's, like, really, really strong. I played the first version of TBC Classic, and I played druid then, which is kind of the main reason I don't want to play it again, because I've already played TBC era tank druid, and it was fun. But one of the main draws of Classic to me is trying out, like, lots of different iterations of tanks over the years. So I didn't get to play Paladin tank in TBC Classic. I just never got around to it. So whenever this comes back around, I'm going to play Blood Elf Paladin tank. Maybe not original, but it's what I want to try this time. So I will do, like, a leveling run for TBC Classic whenever that happens, and that's the character that I'm going to do 60 to 70 on. And I will probably try to raid at least, you know, the first tier. Because I didn't get to prog Serpent Shrine and Tempest. I went back and did it later, during Black Temple tier, but I never progged it. So, it would be cool to do that. But I progged Black Temple, I killed Illidan. I didn't finish Sunwell, so maybe I'd want to go back and do that. I guess we'll see what my schedule looks like whenever that happens. I don't know when TBC Classic is exactly. But yeah, it's, unfortunate. Yeah, the MoP login music is so fucking good. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so Takasa was just, again, a name that I picked up for my original, Classic Warrior. And then since then, like I said, I like the name. I'm, like, attached to this character, but I already have so many warriors in retail. So I used it for Shaman instead, which I think it actually works pretty well. And for Season of Discovery, I think I use this name for my Shaman tank as well. Classic Druid really is a vibe. Yeah, it's really fun. You like how Vanilla Classic showed us that the game wasn't actually that hard, yet people still made it hard? Yeah. That's the thing that really fucking annoyed me. It's like, we were not struggling to clear Molten Core or Onyxia at all, but they were saying things like I was holding back the team, and I was being, like, arrogant and lazy and all this stuff, and I'm like, so, because I'm not willing to spend, like, 4 hours farming consumables, just so that we could save, like, 5 minutes tops in our Molten Core runs, like, I'm the problem? Like, fuck off. I'm still showing up, I'm still doing my job, and it's not like I came with no consumables. I got all the big world buffs, I got all the really important consumes. I had pummelers for when it mattered. But, you know, the fact that they weren't able to get, like, 99 rank 1 parses in a fucking Molten Core run, it's insane shit to me, dude. Still, I still can't believe that that is what they chose to burn the bridge with me over. Like, I did not start that fight. They are the ones who started attacking me over that. That is what they chose to burn a bridge over. The fact that I was not helping them get rank 1 parses in Classic. Still fucking crazy to me. Can't believe it. They, like, to be clear, this is why I say it's technically drama, but it's so dumb. It's the dumbest, quote-unquote, drama I've ever been involved in, because I think it's incredibly stupid. But they got, like, I really am serious. They got nasty over that shit. Really fucking nasty. I've had, you know, disagreements with friends over things that are, like, infinitely more serious, where it was, like, you know, way tamer. They got so fucking angry and said, like, the worst shit to me. To give you an idea of, like, how nasty they started getting, one of them literally started threatening to go and report my videos on YouTube to try and get me, like, demonetized. That, like, someone who is supposed to be my friend, mind you, that is how mad they got about fucking Molten Core parses. Insane, deranged bullshit, dude. Which, you know, just to be clear, those people are fucking cut off for good. I do not speak to any of them anymore. With the exception of Sponsored, obviously. And I think I did briefly mention this back in the day. It's a shame because that was, like, the friend group that I joined through my former co-tank Sponsored. But Sponsored, the entire time, actually stuck up for me and was basically like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, you're overreacting for nothing. So Sponsored, really, really, really good friend through all of that. Still talk to him to this day, even though I'm not raiding with him anymore. But it's just a shame that, you know, I probably won't be able to play MoP Classic with him because I know that he's still friends with all of them. And, you know, I get it. I'm never one of those, like, how dare you still be friends with people? Everybody has their own, like, friendships and whatever, so I understand that he's been friends with them for a long time. He will probably want to play Classic with them. Unlucky, but is what it is. I need to make the choices that are best for my personal mental health, and not interacting with those people anymore for the rest of my life is probably going to be a net positive. So I think I'll probably just do something different when it comes to where I raid in MoP Classic. We'll figure it out. And yeah, other names, Rosliana is just, again, a name that I just randomly came up with way back in the day. I made that character, I think I made that Blood DK in Wrath, like, way back when Death Knights first came out. But I never really leveled it, and the first time I ever hit max level with it is I got it to 85 in Original Cataclysm. The only, I think I've said before, the character I used to play all the time when I was a kid was Hunter, because as a little kid, you know, the idea of being able to tame pets I always thought was really cool. So I always used to play Hunter, and then I made a Death Knight in Wrath, and finally leveled that Death Knight up to 85 in Kata, and that was the only other 85 I ever got when it was current content. And I started playing it a bunch, and it was obviously a lot different than playing Hunter, and that's kind of when I realized, like, oh, you know, I kind of like playing Melee. I started to enjoy that way more, so I started playing my Hunter in MoP Classic, or MoP, like, the original, because that had been my main for years and years and years. And I played it for most of launch, but I kind of got bored with it, and I ended up... I took, like, an extended break from MoP from... It was, like, right before patch 5.1 came out, like, the Landfall stuff. I never played that patch current content. And I came back in Throne of Thunder. I played Throne of Thunder a lot, but not like the raid. I still wasn't raiding. And it was around that point when I got my Death Knight leveled up. But I never, like, geared it. I just had it leveled. And then I kind of stopped playing my Hunter as much. And then I took another break for Escalation, which, what was that, 5.3? So I also never got to play that stuff, current content. And then when Siege of Orgrimmar came out, I came back to MoP again. And that time I played almost exclusively my Death Knight, because that's when I was like, I want to really try to get into endgame raiding, but I wasn't really vibing with, like, you know, endgame Hunter. It was fun enough, but I felt like Death Knight was more in line with what I was having fun with. And I started playing that, and I was mostly playing Frost at the time, just because I'd never tanked in my life, so I didn't really know if it was something I would like. And I got my character geared up. I started doing Siege of Orgrimmar. I had kind of known my friend Paul for a while around that point, and he was playing Balance Druid in, like, some top 50 world raiding guild. So he started dragging me into, like, endgame content, like, harder and harder stuff, challenge modes, and, like, you know, more difficult raids. And then eventually, he started teaching me Blood DK. And I dabbled in Blood DK a little bit in MoP, and I was kind of enjoying it. But when I decided that I wanted to play it in WoD, I guess we're kind of going through, like, the whole history. I'll just say, I mentioned it before, I ended up playing it for WoD, and then there was, like, some, you know, stupid guild drama in Heimal where they wanted somebody else to tank, and then I left, and I think Paul eventually felt bad, and then after I leveled up, I had, like, leveled monks a little bit, but I never really played them. I don't think I ever reached max level on a monk in MoP. But I then finished leveling up one of my monks at, like, the start of WoD, and then I started playing Brewmaster in Blackrock Foundry for the first time. Fell in love with Brewmaster. I mean, that era of Brew is so good. And then I played that a lot, and then Paul taught me how to play Blood DK for challenge modes, and then I started maining tank again for Blackrock Foundry, and then for Hellfire Citadel, and then onwards, and then, like, the first tier when I kind of independently started playing, like, all the different tanks and trying to, like, push Mythic Prog in them was Emerald Nightmare, and then same again for Nighthold, and then I got close to Cutting Edge in Nighthold, but then my first Cutting Edge was Tomb of Sargeras. And obviously the rest is history. I've been actively maining tank for Mythic Prog ever since. But that's the quick summary. And it all started with the original one. Obviously, this is not the original. This is the classic original, but, you know. And then, what other names? Larice is interesting, I guess, in a little bit, because I mentioned that Larice used to be a Tauren monk named Rahan, that I changed to a Blood Elf named Larice in Legion, and that was right around, like, Tomb of Sargeras is when I race changed my monk into Larice. So Larice was actually my first Cutting Edge, even though that was, like, a brand new version of that monk at that tier. And then I think, I'm trying to remember, I'm pretty sure way back in the day, I originally spelled Larice like this, I think. I still use that spelling sometimes for, like, random, like, if I have a random monk that I make. I think that's how I spelled it. And then I'm pretty sure that spelling was taken when I transferred it, so I just changed it to that. And that has just kind of stuck ever since. I vastly prefer the Y spelling for Larice than the ISSE, even though I do have some monks with the original. I'm pretty sure that was the case, because I do vaguely remember changing it at one point and liking the YSE as, like, a, you know, fancy way to spell it. And I'm pretty sure that originally, before I ever made that the monk, I had been leveling a rogue, a Blood Elf rogue named Larice, at one point back in WoD, and I really liked that character, even though I, you know, never play rogues, right? I never got it to max level, but I leveled it a lot, And it's kind of like I said on yesterday's stream, right, about Anji. You know, every now and then, just you have like a random feeling of like, I really vibe with like this random character I've created. And for whatever reason, the random Blood Elf Rogue that I made, I just really liked, you know, the name of the character. It just felt really fitting. So then I, obviously, fuck rogues, right? So I repurposed that for my Brewmaster monk, and it stuck. And that's the thing that I use ever since. So that's the history of those names, at least. But anyways, let's hop in on... Although, like, long-term, for retail purposes, I will probably eventually change my Death Knight's name back to Rosliana and maybe use this one. I will also race change it to Blood Elf because, yeah, going forward, for the next few classic expansions, Alliance is going to be in the dumpster. But this is what I have right now. This is my most geared Blood DK, so I'll use this as a starting point. I should also note, I haven't 100% decided if I'm going to be playing Blood or Brew for this first leveling run, but we'll see. What is this? I think it's probably that my add-ons are like all broken, right? Let me see if I can update them. MoP Classic Beta. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's details, and it's just very broken. Also, my sensitivity is very high. Yeah, I think that's a little bit too low. I remember one of these updates, like a year ago or so, they completely broke mouse sensitivity settings, and then I had to redo it. But obviously, the last time I've played the like these servers, they probably just repurposed the Cataclysm beta servers, so I probably have the mouse sensitivity settings from whenever prior to them breaking it. This feels good, I think. Yeah. Also, is my camera? I think my camera feels very constricted. Oh, it is. I would have to probably go into Leatrix Plus, and I think there's... Shit. Yeah, it looks like I have to just delete all of my existing add-ons. This is very broken. And then reinstall Leatrix Plus, DBM, Leatrix Plus. What else? Details, obviously. Honestly, I'd probably be fine with that. Leatrix, Details, DBM. Where is Details? Oh, Details isn't working for the MoP Classic Beta. There's also no recount or SCADA, so I guess I just won't have a damage meter? Alright, that's fine, I guess. That's interesting. There's no functional damage meter add-on. Huh. Alright, yeah, fuck it. This is what it is. Leatrix Plus is honestly the bigger one. I'll move that there. And then... Let's see. Do I need to change interface? Where's the remove griffins? This, I think it's maybe under a system. Hide griffins, there we go. System, disable loot warnings, faster auto loot, faster movie skip. Max camera zoom. I think that's all the important ones. Yeah. And it's been a hot minute. Yeah, so this is what I had. I had mostly bis from the... What's it called? Mostly bis from Blackwing Descent tier. all this fancy stuff. Yeah, that was from Adventures of Hygel. That was Sinestra. Band of Bees. The one was still very good. This was from Normal Ragnaros, obviously Heroic Heart of Rage. And then that was from Heroic Cho'Gall. So, decent gear. There might be a gear vendor in the major city, so I guess I'll have to go find that. Is it? My stuff is... all my bindings and whatnot are completely fucked. Where do I find mounts? Here. Traveler's Tundra. Yeah, the sensitivity is still a little bit too high. If I disable this, is it fine? Now it feels too low. To find the Goldilocks zone. That feels good, I guess. I'm sure I'll want to adjust it later on. Alright, where are the portals? Are there no portals? Am I just going to need to trek my way all the way back? Actually, I might have to sit there. Whatever. D1 said, I hope they plan on adding the Dragonflight Onwards UI to MoP Classic. We tried the add-on in Cata Classic that replicates it, but it's a little janky. Well, it would be nice, but I think a lot of the settings that Dragonflight has probably just wouldn't work due to, like, I don't know, code restrictions. So, if they were to actually implement it, that would be good. But yeah, I think, without having any real understanding of what it works like, it would make sense to me why it would be janky, as you said, because it's probably just not designed to work for it. Okay, so we got all the profession stuff and glyph stuff here. God, I forgot about Tome of the Clear Mind. I used to have like a stack of those in my bags. Yeah, and this is when cooking is amazing. Dude, cooking peaked in this expansion, and it has never been that way since. God, I just remember that. I used to be, like, the feast person for my guild, because I had, like, all the min-max cooking shit. Oh, definitely gonna do that again, because I genuinely enjoyed it. Fishing was also really good in MoP. It's a shame, because every now and then I go back to try and do, like, fishing cooking, and it's just never the same. I feel bad, because I used to be, like, the feast person in my guild, like I said, but I can't be that anymore. I don't enjoy cooking as much as I did back then. Look at that stuff later. Do they have a gear vendor? Because if they have a gear vendor, I might replace some stuff. But otherwise, then it would make sense to play this character. I don't think they do. Let me look at the blue posts. Because sometimes they'll say, go to XYZ location to find, you know, whatever Tarin that sells stuff. Not seeing anything. Yeah. Just that there's character copies available if needed. Before I do anything, let me check to see what the quality of the gear is on the template. Because if the template has, like, better gear, I might just go with that. Um, 378. So it's actually... it's basically exactly the quality of my current gear. I think I technically have a few 372 pieces, but I have a bunch of Sinestra loot. It's basically like full normal Fireland / Sinestra gear, which is... that makes sense. So basically equivalent. In that case, I would probably rather play my current Blood DK. Oh. Oh my. Yeah, but it gives you a lot of options. Huh. They give you all these arcadums that don't even work. I appreciate the thought, Blizzard. Okay. So the shoulder slot enchants still work. The helm slot ones don't. There's a bunch of things that actually just get auto-vendored. Yeah, thanks for the gold. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. My guess is that they probably just grabbed a bunch of stuff from the classic raid testing servers and copied it over. This is funny. They gave a trinket that requires reputation on the Tippling character that I don't have. Well, yeah. I don't think I'll be able to use that one. At least, none of that stuff is equipped to the character. It's just in bags. But that's kind of funny. Never gonna heal on this, so... Anything that has intellect, I'll just clear bags. So there's... The thing is, because... It's weird because on one hand, like... I could tell you, like, all the details of, like, WoD Classic and onwards tanking, right? I have a pretty good memory of all the shit that I did back then. So... I have, like, the moment we get to WoD Classic, I'll know exactly, like, what I need to be building. But although I very briefly dabbled with tanking in MoP, I also know for a fact I never even tried to research how to min-max it. So I don't really remember how it works. There was this thing in Cataclysm where, and I know it's still a thing in MoP, of, oh, I'm not Brewmaster, I think I would need to pick Brewmaster just to get all the passives. Also, oh man, dude, I just saw it here. Elusive brew. The amount of times that I've talked about elusive brew when going on like long Brewmaster rants about how they need to buff retail Brewmasters, you know, like AoE survivability. Elusive brew, my beloved. I can't wait to showcase why elusive brew is so good and why we need it back for retail. Now people will finally know what I mean when I go on those long, like, Brewmaster Schizo rants. Because I always cite, like, all these random monk abilities from back in the day. Any of this stuff I'll hold on to, just in case. But basically, what I was gonna say, where is it? Yeah, Vengeance, right? So, Vengeance is obviously very iconic. We had this... I think it's even stronger in MoP, but in Kata right now, you know, you take a shit ton of damage, you do crazy damage, right? It's why, like, I was one of the top DPS in, like, a lot of our boss kills as a Blood DK. You just get slapped around, and then you just hit these crazy Heartstrike Death Strikes, and it's so nice. So, this is one of those weird things where... It seems like it's different now, because in Kata Classic, the amount of, like, power that you get is relative to your stamina. So it's like, depending on how much stamina you have, it, like, increases the threshold for Vengeance. Let me see if I can find the... Just go on Wowhead and find the Cataclysm tooltip for this, so I could explain what I mean. Vengeance... Yeah, here we go. Every time you take damage, you gain 5% of the damage taken as attack power, up to a maximum of 10% of your health. So, there's this weird thing in Kata Classic where because Vengeance is, like, so insane for boosting your damage, a lot of times it's actually better to gem stamina stuff in Cata Classic, because that's giving you indirect survivability, right? You know, you have a higher health pool, you're less likely to die, and, like, especially on a Blood DK, that increases your threshold for being able to death strike yourself back to full life. But since it is also boosting the potential of your Vengeance, you're actually getting damage out of that. But obviously, as any good tank should hopefully know in modern versions of WoW, stamina is completely dogshit, and it is like the worst mitigation stat, period. Because it doesn't really meaningfully boost your ability to survive mechanics. The difference in whether you live a big hit or not is almost never going to come down to, did I have like a little bit of extra health? Because almost every other form of mitigation will just reduce the damage taken, so you would have never taken that much damage anyway, and will most likely be giving you some sort of additional damage done, instead of stamina, which just gives you a higher health pool. So for modern versions of WoW, obviously stamina is completely garbage, but specifically because of that interaction with Vengeance and Cataclysm, stamina actually served as a pretty effective damage stat, so it was what you used a lot. But based on the wording here, it's you gain 1% or 1.5% of the unmitigated damage taken as attack power. There is no mention of up to a percentage of your max health, so I'm pretty sure that the idea of gearing for stamina is completely dead as of MoP. I know for a fact it is dead as of WoD, because that's when I really started getting into tanking. But again, I didn't really tank here, so I don't know for sure, but that would make sense to me. Let's see here. All this stuff has intellect, so... Can you buy your way into beta this time? No. Was there a way to buy your way into Cata beta? Because I think the only thing that you could buy your way into was retail beta. But no, you can't buy your way into beta. Which, admittedly, I wish that you could. I don't know if it's necessarily a great practice, but this is, as somebody who now has gotten into beta, right? So I can safely say, I dislike the fact that it is a complete crapshoot. I dislike the fact that I apply to beta, and whether I get in or not, I won't fucking know. It's just I don't think it's necessarily a favoritism thing, because I definitely didn't get, like, a streamer invite or anything like that. I get into betas because I've had my account since, like, 2004, and I get, like, cutting edge, I'm pretty sure. So, whatever statistics they determine for, like, how to invite people, I've fairly consistently gotten into betas just because, like, I played this game for a very long time, and I play it very seriously. So, even though I don't get, like, direct invites, I usually get my account flagged as, like, eligible for beta eventually. But it does suck for people. Well, it sucks for two reasons. One, obviously, people really want to try out the beta and play that for fun, and not having that option is kind of lame. But also, it really sucks for anybody who's trying to get into, like, making videos and just content creation in general, because, obviously, not having the beta puts you at a pretty significant disadvantage. Like, imagine a world in which I didn't get access to the MoP beta, and one of the main things that I planned on doing is making leveling guides. Well, how the fuck am I going to make leveling guides if I can't actually level characters before the thing comes out? I would be screwed. I think I did literally say I would have probably gone onto a MoP private server just to make sure that I can get testing done. Thankfully, I don't need to do that, but that would really suck. You're pretty sure you bought something to play Cata beta? It's possible. I don't recall. The only betas I remember them doing is way back in the day, the Tyrael's Charger bundle let you get access to the original Mists of Pandaria beta, like way, way back when. And they had beta access as part of the pre-order for The War Within. I don't know if there was anything attached to Cata Classic. You may have just gotten lucky. And I would say if you've gotten into every beta, there's still a good chance you'll get into the next one. Historically, I actually don't get... Oh, why is my dog barking now? Ugh. What was this thing? Sorry, I got distracted by that. I usually don't get in this early. I got into... I think I only got in, like, midway through the Cata beta. Technically, this is, like, the second wave. I almost never get invited on the first wave, so this is definitely fairly early for me. But I would say you're probably still going to get an invite, like, on a later wave if you almost always get in, but it's, I don't know, I don't really know the logic that they use for this. There have always been, like, lots of theory crafting of like, what is the logic that Blizzard uses to send out invites? And I think most people assume that like high raid performance has something to do with it, because generally, even before you're able to buy your way in, like pretty consistently ever since I've been raiding Cutting Edge, like a very large portion of the people in my Cutting Edge guilds have gotten beta access. So I do think that they slightly prioritize that. Most people, I think, would also say the same, but it's impossible to say. They've never said that they prioritize that. It's just like, if you notice that constantly a lot of Cutting Edge raiders get access to it, they'll begin to pick up on a trend. Anything intellect, I'll just clear. Select. Agi. Okay. I think I've pretty much cleared my bags. Now, I generally speaking know most of the Blood DK stuff. I will still look over all of the Blood DK things for MoP, but I do have a fairly solid memory of what Blood DK played like back in MoP. So I don't need to familiarize myself with that too much. But although I very briefly played Monk in MoP, I didn't play it a lot. I only played it at low levels, so I'm not very familiar with the entire kit. Now, I am aware that for the most part, it didn't change a lot from MoP into WoD, so it should be somewhat similar, but I do know some things were different. So, yeah, like, this is something that I am 99.99% sure was MoP only. I think stances never made it to WoD, so this I'm not familiar with. Obviously, stances are a pretty normal mechanic, so it's not too hard to get used to. I have everything. Let's do auto loop. Okay, should be good. So, okay. Stance of the Sturdy Ox. Reduce your damage taken. Increase your energy regen. Crit immunity. More stamina. Okay, so you literally can't stagger if you're not in Stance of the Sturdy Ox. What I remember is that in like the later stages of stances existing, they were very much you need to pick the stance for your associated spec, which is kind of why they eventually got removed, because if your spec is always in this one stance, then why does this exist? And like nowadays, a lot of stuff like this is just a random passive in your tree in retail. And there's no stances anymore. So, like, if you need to get access to stagger via Stance of the Sturdy Ox, then you're pretty much always going to be in Stance of the Sturdy Ox. But like, in Cataclysm, I know there were some cases where you would want to use one stance for one particular thing, but even then it was a lot more restrictive. Whereas, like, stances back in vanilla, obviously, like, you know, as a warrior, any spec warrior, you usually stanced a little bit. And although stance dancing is still technically a thing that you can do, even right now in retail Prot Warrior, it's like the only class in the game that even still has any sort of stances. And stances for retail Prot Warrior are, like, insanely min-maxy, and most people don't bother. So what does this do? Oh, wow. 10% move speed passive. That's good. Increases damage done, and increases the amount of chi generated by jab and expel harm. Yeah, so... The idea of potentially... I feel like Monk's mobility is probably good enough that you'll never need to switch. Is there, like, a GCD on this? So how quickly can I stance on Monk? Like, is that an actual thing that you're meant to do? Okay, you can switch very quickly. I feel like that does open up some possibility for stance dancing. Because if you're not actively tanking... It especially increases the amount of chi generated by your jab and expel harm abilities. Like, if you're not actually tanking and you're trying to, like, build up... I don't know exactly what the spenders are called, because I know, although Brewmaster has been kind of similar over the years, the names of abilities have changed. Like, for instance, Guard... Where's Guard? Guard, this is Celestial Brew. This is literally Celestial Brew, but with a different name. Now, obviously, it's a little bit different because it's, like, it costs chi, and Celestial Brew now, it's just, like, you know, a cooldown ability. But, this is one of those things where when they removed Guard, I was really pissed off, and I, you know, had said for a while I want them to bring Guard back, and then they brought it back, but under a different name. And it's actually good, because now Celestial Brew benefits from Brewmaster CDR. So, that's good. I remembered this. Oh my god. The amount of times during MoP where I remember our monk would just start spamming this, and the raid leader would yell at them to stop spamming the bell. Because there's no fucking cooldown. It does the loud bell noise every time. Oh my god. What does this actually do? 5% main stat. Okay. Yeah, pretty straightforward. I definitely feel like this, because you can switch this on a single GCD, without knowing exactly which raid bosses would benefit from this, if you are not actively tanking any mobs, if you need to, like, generate resources, being able to, like, quickly switch stances, do your generators, and then even if you're, like, you need to taunt back, then you quickly switch back to, stance the Sturdy Ox. Also, does this affect the GCD? Is this off GCD? Well, I can't. Okay, it is off. It is actually on the GCD. So you would need to spend a GCD to do this. Now, 10% damage done may not necessarily be enough to justify switching stances and eating a GCD, but getting basically double spender generation could be. Again, I don't know the exact details, but just, like, intuitively, doubling the effectiveness of your spenders seems like it could be good. And, obviously, additional move speed if there's a situation where you have to, like, run a long distance. I'm trying to think of an example. Actually, I can think of one right off the top of my head that is actually MoP related. You can't look at raids. Alright, I can do this. This guy, Blade Lord Tyak. When you have to do the, what's it called? Yeah, the Tornado Gauntlet. You're just running to him. That's literally the perfect situation to just switch stances and get the free move speed. I assume... The thing is, I've done a lot of these raids through, like, MoP Remix and, like, LFR and stuff back in the day. I don't know exactly how they work on, like, Heroic or later on Mythic in super intricate detail. I don't think the tank is taking any active damage during that phase. I think it's just you have to do the gauntlet and reach the boss. So I don't think you would really need to have any of this stuff there. So in that case, something like 10% move speed would just be better, and you'd stance. So all that to say, it might be relatively niche in terms of when you actually do this. Like, you would never do this while dungeon tanking. This is very much I'm off tanking in a raid, and I can get, like, some extra damage by doing this, or I'm not tanking any mobs whatsoever, and I want to increase my speed while running from point A to point B. So I don't think you do this a lot, but it's definitely worth having these bound, just in case you need to stance, is, I guess, my initial read of the stances. I would also imagine, just by glancing at it, I think, yeah, so Keg Smash requires Ox Stance. So, depending on what abilities I'm actually able to use, this, so this is a generator, right? Generates 2 chi. And I wouldn't be able to do this if I was in, Stance the Fierce Tiger, even though this would increase the chi generated by Jab. Actually, it specifically says Jab and Expel Harm. So, what does Jab do? Jab just does damage and generates chi. Keg Smash does more damage, obviously is AoE. Ventures your targets in dizzying. That's actually really interesting. Dizzying Haze is one of those abilities that I vaguely remember seeing this on MoP Brewmaster. And this is one that I know for a fact got removed in WoD, because I remember being so sad that by the time I really got to play Brewmaster, this ability didn't exist anymore. Because this was like an iconic Brewmaster ability. I have no idea why they didn't remove it. Infinite keg chucking. And then it's gone. I guess it was probably very broken. Because you got just to kite mobs infinitely. You know, Brewmaster in modern WoW is already insanely good at kiting mobs. Imagine back in the day, you had an infinite use, ranged 50% AoE slow that does a high amount of threat. Like, this is probably the greatest tank kiting ability ever created in the history of WoW. It's nuts. Really iconic, unfortunate that it's gone. But it looks like Keg Smash also naturally applies this effect. So you don't need to use Dizzying Haze, which maybe is why they thought it wasn't necessary. But the irony is that this actually would be quite useful in some modern-day Mythic Plus situations, is this would give you a amazing ranged kite tool. But, oh well. You forgot about that buff? Yeah, there's a lot of old class buffs that have been pruned over the years. The only thing you remember about MoP is your Guardian Druid buddy and your Prot Warrior would have duels that lasted hours. Yeah, tanks were kind of unkillable by this point in time. Hey, Oxara, good to see you. Okay. So, got that figured out. Let me just read everything one by one. Although I will... Actually, I'm going to spend my talents first. So... I love this talent tree. I'm not going to rant again about how much I love the MoP talent tree, but I will never understand how much hate this thing gets. This is so fucking good. I think, although I do really like Tiger's Lust, I think that Celerity is better. I remember this being a very close call. Like, there's obviously use cases for either one of these things. Tiger's Lust. I love Tiger's Lust, though. It's so difficult to say. Celerity is definitely better over a long distance. That's what I remember. Like, if you're actually trying to min-max your rolls and it's, like, constantly on cooldown, Celerity's good. The advantage of Tiger's Lust for, like, leveling purposes is if you need to... Like, if you're basically pulling from, like, pack to pack, and you need, like, burst movement of, like, roll Tiger's Lust, obviously that's really good, because then you're going to have that up every single time. So then Tiger's Lust is better. Obviously, long-term, like, from Legion onwards, I actually used Chi Torpedo here, because then Chi Torpedo became good for both. Chi Torpedo was really good for, like, burst movement. I'm just gonna, like, fly from one pack to another. And Chi Torpedo was better for long-distance running if you carried the momentum buff. But, unfortunately, momentum on its own is, not good enough to justify. So, in this era of WoW, it's definitely a choice between Celerity or Tiger's Lust. God, I love both of these so much. This is a tough call. I think I'm actually going to go with Tiger's Lust. I love Tiger's Lust. And the added utility of being able to clear snares, sometimes that will actually matter. So I think I'd rather just play with this than play without it. One of the few reasons you enjoy the Dragonflight tree is being able to pick every move speed option. See, that's a funny thing that you should say. I technically agree with you. I think that's one of the most fun parts. But I have to pose a question. Is that healthy for the game? Because the problem now is that a lot of bosses since Dragonflight have been designed very heavily with movement creep in mind. There's so many fights that you need to do like crazy movement shit just to be able to maintain boss uptime. And if you don't do it well, you're fucked. Now that can be kind of fun, but it also is very restrictive because there are some classes that really struggle to meet like the mobility checks. I mean, just to give you an example, right? Like Razageth, literally the first end boss of Dragonflight. You needed to have evokers to pocket priests and other classes that couldn't meet the Razageth wins check, and that was very restrictive on raid comps. So, although it is very fun, I completely agree. There is definitely an argument to be made that it is unhealthy in terms of like endgame raid design, because it just creates this arms race where encounters now need to be designed around having all of these crazy mobility tools, and then the classes that don't have it, it's tough. Yeah. No, for sure. And I completely agree with you. As a collector, for selfish reasons, it's fun. And I will not disagree. It is fun as hell. there's a reason why I really like still leveling monks in speedruns. Monk speedruns right now went from like still very good back in Shadowlands to absolutely broken in Dragonflight, and especially now that Druid has kind of lost its advantage of flight form, monks just have godlike mobility from even low levels, and it feels amazing. I mean, especially now, like retail monk having the double jump in midair. I was very like hesitant about the double jump midair for a while until I realized that you could use it to launch yourself forward. Like, if you carried the momentum at the right time, you would basically be able to fling yourself super far. So the thing that you're able to do, where you, like, roll off of a cliff, and you roll off of a cliff at the right time, and you carry your roll momentum, like, really far, with the double jump in midair talent that retail monks get, you can now do that while standing still with no cliff in sight. You just get the right angle, and you can fling yourself off of your own double jump momentum. So monks are just insane for mobility. It's absolutely wild. Also, why the heck? Twitch just gave me this really weird pop-up that, like, temporarily covered half of my chat. I don't know what the heck that's all about. Same thing with every class having 5 defensives. Yeah, I would argue that defensive creep is an even bigger problem than mobility creep, because mobility creep definitely restricts raid boss design, but I think a lot of raid bosses that have, like, you know, fights where you have to, like, run all over the place can be kind of fun when it's done well. But defensive creep is just really annoying because it makes it very hard to balance. You get fights like Gallywix where the entire raid, I'm more on heroic. Honestly, mythic Gallywix, in many cases, is less scary than heroic Gallywix. But heroic Gallywix just completely dumpsters your raid 24/7, especially at the start of the fight, and you know, it just requires you to most of the time stack a shitload of healers because you can't really rely on people using all of their defensives. But obviously, if people use their defensives, well, suddenly the fight's like not that hard. So stuff like that kind of really heavily affects raid boss design. You hit defensives, play a priest. Give us back old Bear Tartar. I mean, we have modern versions of Bear Tartar. Yeah, it's not quite the same. Anyways, let's read through all this stuff. Oh, fuck. I keep forgetting. I'm like, I want to read through the abilities. I gotta pick my talents first. I know. I'm getting sidetracked all over the place. So this is a very interesting row. Because, obviously, Zensphere we know from Modern WoW eventually got axed. However, Chi Burst and Chi Wave is quite literally still a choice that you have to make in modern retail WoW. This is a choice node. Now, this has been a talent row for a while, and Chi Wave is now a passive in retail, so it's a little bit different, but that is actually a recent change. This has been a choice that monks have had to make since the dawn of time. So I'll read Zensphere. I'm pretty sure that this isn't good. Yeah, you heal a target and you pulse damage. Interesting. Deals nature damage and healing to all targets within X amount of yards. Now, I'm 90% sure that Zensphere is bad. This doesn't seem like a terrible ability. This actually, I get what they were going for here. It's like, instead of just doing like, this is basically fire and forget passive bounce damage. This is targeted burst damage and healing in an area. And this is like, you have very precise control over, I'm going to heal this person and have like 2 pulsing things out, and then there's like an emergency heal. So I could definitely see this having a use case. I just feel like the numbers on this are maybe a little bit too low. And the fact that this is, unless the target is like guaranteed to drop below 35% health, it's probably not worth it. I feel like on very, very, very large AoE pulls, if you're getting the full value out of both of these Zen Spheres, it might be able to do marginally more damage than Chi Burst. But the thing that I see is that the damage numbers on this don't seem to be that amazing anyways. So because you would have to recast this every 10 seconds, there's the thing that you need to consider of, is it worth actually pressing this button every 10 seconds? There is a very large advantage in Chi Burst in that although on average, over the course of a long period of time, all of these abilities may add up to being the same damage, you only need to press Chi Burst once every 30 seconds, so you're getting all of that damage loaded into a single GCD, which means that instead of having to press Chi Wave twice, there is another button that you could be pressing on one of those GCDs that would be better. Therefore, Chi Burst is better. And that has kind of been the logic over the years that has always made Chi Burst a little bit better. The main reason why, at certain points, Chi Wave has been taken for Brewmaster is there have been times where Brewmaster has just had a little bit of downtime in its rotation, and being able to just throw out a Chi Wave in those moments kind of added up to, and this is like super min-maxy, the only times when Chi Wave has ever been better for Brewmaster, it was like a 1 to 2% damage increase, if that, maybe even lower. It's like super duper min-maxy, barely anybody takes it, and also the fact that there's no wind-up, because this still does have a cast time, so you could just use Chi Wave instantly to get the bonus, but a lot of times Chi Burst was better. Obviously, right now, in modern retail, Chi Burst is just better. This is what I use for Brew. But it's, you know, finicky, right? You feel so bad if you ever need to use a pain step on yourself? Yeah, well, I can tell you that if you were ever raiding in the same guild as me, that would never happen, because I would take that pain step out of your hands and use it for one of my defensive, like, tank buster things. You are definitely required to save your pain step for other people as a priest, unfortunately, on harder mythic bosses. At least in the vast majority of cases. Like, right now, I'm using both charges of pain step on Gallywix. Actually, I think we changed it the other day. Now I'm using one charge of Pain Step, and the other tank has one of the charges. But either way, both of them are going to a tank. So, yeah, Pain Step, I mean, it's an amazing tank external. One of the best, for sure. Maining Hunter, we were behind in an arms race in early Dragonflight. Oh, yeah. Oh, believe me, I've heard lots of Hunters talk about how rough it was. And that's the problem, right? That's exactly the problem. If almost every single class has insane defensives, and the bosses are tuned around every class having insane defensives, and then you're playing the one class that doesn't, life is hell. Exactly. Hunter is the perfect example of why that is a problem for design. Because they didn't have the same level of defensiveness, and they were constantly suffering, and a lot of times you needed to external your Hunters, because they were just taking the dick non-stop. Very rough. Haraldin probably takes all the PIs as well. Unfortunately, as a tank, it's a very hard sell. I would take all the PIs if I could. And every now and then, when somebody's like, oh, who should we PI in this fight? I'm like, have you considered the prop paladin? Unfortunately, usually not going to win that fight. But I will always put my hat in the ring. I will always try to get the PI. I haven't succeeded yet, but one of these days. That being said, back when Wind Fury Totem was a thing, when I had to fight for Wind Fury Totem as a prot warrior, oh man. I got vicious. I was linking all the sims, showing how, like, Wind Fury Totem is a colossal DPS increase for Prot Warrior. I'm like, why the fuck is the Windwalker Monk and the Wind Fury Totem group put the Prot Warrior in there? That one, I argued my case to the death. PI, yeah, that's a lost cause. I'm not going to get PI, unfortunately. But anyways, I'm going to take Chi Burst because I don't know the exact tuning on this, but this is one of those things where, historically speaking, because I played Brewmaster for many years, there are times when Chi Wave is moderately better, but more often than not, Chi Burst has been the best pick here. I don't know exactly where the tuning falls in MoP, but on average, this is going to be the better option, and also, generally, whenever these talents have been compared to each other, it is very close and usually personal preference, so I don't think this matters a ton. I don't know much about Zen Sphere because this was already gone by the time I really started playing Monk, but I'd be interested to see if there's any merit for this, or if it is just kind of a dead talent that, like Momentum, eventually got phased out once it was clear that nobody was picking it. Now this one. This is interesting because we kind of have abilities like this in modern Brewmaster, but none of these exactly. Power Strikes and Ascension are Windwalker only passives in modern WoW, and Chi Brew is interesting in that we now have Black Ox Brew, which is kind of the same thing, but obviously it's a little bit different because Black Ox Brew is a purely defensive option. So Black Ox Brew competes with things like this in Modern WoW. Whereas here, it's obviously a offensive ability because it gives you chi, which you use for spenders. So every 20 seconds, you gain power strikes, causing your next blah, 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 blah to generate 1 additional chi. This feels bad to me, because getting 1 additional chi every 20 seconds seems not good, right? So Chi Brew has 2 charges, 45-second recharge, so it's like, even if this was like a 40-second cooldown, this would be strictly better than Power Strikes, right? Because this is generating 1 additional chi every 20 seconds. This is generating 2 additional chi every 45 seconds. Now, that being said, the fact that this can stack up to 2 charges, it's the same logic behind why Black Ox Brew as a defensive ability is so strong for a retail Brewmaster if you know how to use it properly. A lot of people don't play Black Ox Brew because they don't know how to play around it. You have to manage your brew very carefully. But if you can pull that off, the flexibility that it grants with on-demand defensive stuff is very strong. And generally speaking, that has been the case in the past. A lot of these on-demand like resource generation abilities have been tuned to be stronger, because this is meant as like the I don't want to think about it, I just want to passively get extra chi, and this is like, if you are really good at managing your resources, you get like a lot more value. Just the fact that this stacks up to 2 charges and also generates defensive stuff on top of chi, I can say with absolute certainty that this is better than Power Strikes for endgame content, for like tanking. Whether for leveling it'll generate more over time, I think technically speaking Power Strikes would probably generate more. Just numerically you can see that every 20 seconds versus 2 every 45 seconds, but in practice I suspect that Chi Brew would be better, because if you're doing like leveling runs, I'm pretty sure by MoP it's the same way as it is by retail already, because I was doing this kind of in Cataclassic. You do a gigantic pull, you nuke everything down, and then you go on to the next pull, and you do it again. And a lot of cooldown-based abilities end up being really good for that type of leveling, because the fact that this has a recharge rate doesn't really matter if it's recharging in between gigantic combat pulls. So if you blow both charges of Chi Brew, you're getting 4 extra Chi front-loaded, and then if it takes you like a minute and a half, roughly, to get to the next big pull, you've already gotten almost all of this back. Whereas Power Strikes, you actually need to wait 20 seconds after, I would imagine, starting combat. The way that I suspect that this works is that if you're out of combat, after 20 seconds you'll get this buff, but then that means you probably instantly get a bonus chi, and then have to wait 20 seconds after starting combat to get that extra chi. So in that sense, you can maybe look at this as like 3 chi on the first cast. So it's maybe initially stronger on 40-second fights compared to Chi Brew, but there's no 40-second leveling pulls that are going to last that long. Like, that's not a thing. So Chi Brew, I think, is just strictly better, at least for these purposes. As for Ascension, though, so it gives you 1 more maximum chi and increases your energy regen. So this one is interesting because I know that Ascension has been, at least for Windwalker, like Ascension versus Power Strikes and some variation of this, has been a choice that you've had to make over the years. And this one is much harder because this is like quality of life / like, there's potentially benefits to having 1 more chi. And then energy regen versus chi generation. These are 2 fundamentally different things. So while I can say that just by looking at the numbers on average, Chi Brew is just going to give you more of the same resource compared to Power Strikes, is Ascension, is energy regen more valuable than having chi generation? That I honestly don't know. And the answer to that, although Brewmaster hasn't had Ascension for a while, I think WoD we might have had Ascension, but Legion onwards, I'm 99% sure Ascension was Windwalker only. So I do know that the tuning on that has varied heavily over the years. I have no idea for like modern day Brewmaster which of these 2 is better. That's very heavily going to depend on what is a more limiting resource, having energy to use on generators, or having maybe if your generators have cooldowns, would Chi Brew end up being better there? That said, the fact that this does give you stacks of Elusive Brew, I suspect that in dungeons, Chi Brew will just be strictly better, because Elusive Brew is fucking crazy. So, that I just remember, this is going to be really, really, really good for that. But for, like, single-target raid fights, where I don't think you need to min-max Elusive Brew quite as much, and for leveling purposes, which one's going to be better? Hard to say. I think I know a lot of people will pick Ascension because it's just nice quality of life. The additional maximum chi is also really good because you don't need to be as strict with your chi management. So that's a nice little benefit. I think I'm going to play with Chi Brew just because I really like Black Ox Brew. And I've played with, like, Ascension a lot over the years, playing Windwalker. So I know how it affects, like, you know, your stuff, right? But we'll see how it feels to play without Ascension, and then maybe we go back to it later. Now, this is an interesting one, because I think, just looking at this talent row, this is one of those that has aged very poorly, and I think we all know exactly what the best option here is. Because one of these got turned into a baseline ability, and one of them no longer exists, and the other one got fundamentally reworked. So, yeah, Leg Sweep is very obviously the correct pick here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Ring of Peace just to show you what Ring of Peace was like back then, so that you understand why people mostly picked Leg Sweep. I will say, I don't think charging Oxwave is that bad. It's interesting because I feel like there could be some use cases here, but Leg Sweep is just so powerful that, yeah, we're going to take Leg Sweep. I think, depending on the situation, I could maybe see charging Oxwave being better, but obviously we all know, historically, Leg Sweep ended up being stronger. Yeah, so exactly what Murgar said, Ring of Peace was the pacify back then. A lot of people know Ring of Peace is like a ludicrously strong ability. It's completely different now. I'll show you how it works in a second, but it got changed a lot. The modern version of Ring of Peace is very, very, very strong. Back in the day, it was a completely dead talent that nobody took. And it's funny because even after it got reworked, it took quite a while for people to catch on to how strong Ring of Peace was, because they didn't realize that it was no longer a completely unpickable talent. Charging Oxwave, I think, is interesting because the lower cooldown compared to Leg Sweep, if you are in a situation where, like, you're able to line up the stun and, like, mobs in front of you, and you only need, like, a short stun, I could see this being useful. But obviously, we all know, like, Leg Sweep's just so fucking good, right? The difference in cooldown probably won't matter a lot, and being able to stun mobs just in an area around you, there's, again, a reason why this is now a baseline ability. This no longer exists, and this got completely reworked. So I'm going to be taking Leg Sweep, but I'll show you how Ring of Peace works. This one, it's pretty straightforward, right? Zen Sphere for Mistweaver became somewhat of a passive. That's actually a good question, Oxara. I will test to see how far charging Oxwave goes, because I'm not sure about that. And yeah, true, Zen Sphere still kind of exists for Mistweavers, but it's definitely not a thing anymore for Brew and Windwalker. Yeah, like I said, there are very niche situations where I could see this being better than Leg Sweep, so it's not like a completely dead talent. But later on, the funny thing is, for a very long period of time, in the future of WoW, Ring of Peace, the reworked version of Ring of Peace that's really good, ended up being on the same row as an upgraded version of Leg Sweep. Basically, you could turn Leg Sweep into a stronger version of itself. Tiger Tail Sweep was on here, and it reduced the cooldown and I think increased the range. Still a talent on the Monk Tree in the current system, I think. Now, this one is very interesting. So, this row, I actually think, has barely changed all the way from now until the modern, like, or the Shadowlands version of the tree when it finally got axed. And we still have all of these abilities in the current tree for Brewmaster. So this is one of those, like, kind of like this initial one, where I would say the Legion version of this row has remained kind of iconic until the modern day. This is definitely very iconic and has remained a relevant selection for Brewmaster until the modern day. So, Dampen Harm. You dampen damage from the most harmful attacks against you. Next 3 attacks that deal damage equal to 20% or more of your total health. Total health are reduced by half. Now, what's interesting, though, is all of these abilities have kind of changed a little bit, because Dampen Harm now works a lot differently. Right now, Dampen Harm, I think it's 3-minute cooldown. 3-minute cooldown, and it reduces damage taken by all attacks up to 60%, with the amount of damage reduction that you get on the attack depending on how hard it hits. So a really hard-hitting attack will be reduced by like 60%. If it's only like an auto attack, it'll be reduced by the minimum, which I believe is 20% in the modern version of Dampen Harm. But this is interesting because it's 1.5-minute cooldown, and it only triggers if an attack deals 20% or more of your total health, and then halves it. Now, this is obviously significantly weaker than the modern version of Dampen Harm. Modern version of Dampen Harm is like an insanely strong defensive. This is actually kind of funny because if you know the current Brewmaster talent tree, this version of Dampen Harm is basically Ox Stance. Ox Stance is like a new set of passives they gave us in War Within, and it has like a 0% pick rate, because in the modern version of WoW, you're not really taking... Also, it's not 20% of your health. It's like, you have to take something crazy like 60% of your health in a single attack to trigger Ox Stance. There definitely are some blatant tuning issues with the current version of it in retail. 20% of your max health, as a Brewmaster Monk especially, is very achievable. Especially with Stagger, you're gonna take massive hits that, you know, get still chipped off like 20%, and then you stagger it over a longer period of time. So, especially with the lower cooldown, I could see this being useful for any physical stuff, but the funny thing about Dampen Harm is, although this ability got buffed over the years and is now much stronger than we see it here, Diffuse Magic is a 60% DR in modern WoW. In this version of WoW, it's 90% spell damage taken reduction. This is fucking crazy. Any sort of magic damage fight, this is the obvious choice. 90% DR is fucking wild. So yeah, any sort of fight that has any remotely scary magic damage, this is the only thing you're going to take. Dampen Harm for raid bosses, where it's primarily physical and you think you're going to be taking massive tank busters. I don't remember the MoP bosses well enough to say, but I'm certain there are going to be cases where this will be useful. You take Dampen Harm. However, neither one of these is that helpful in a leveling context, because the amount of times when you're going to need to mitigate massive magic damage while leveling is low. You are never going to take 20% of your health in a single hit while leveling. Healing Elixirs is just going to be the one that you use. Now, that being said, Healing Elixirs back in the day was also much stronger. The current version of Healing Elixirs is heavily nerfed. I think BFA is when they nerfed it, because I actually remember all the way through Legion, where this talent row was the same, it was always like Diffuse Magic you take for heavy magic damage fights. Obviously, in modern WoW, we can take both of these. I think Dampen Harm and Healing Elixirs are on a choice node, and you always take Dampen these days, but Diffuse you obviously take 99% of the time. There was a brief period of time during a Mirdrassil where the choice node between Diffuse Magic and Yu'lon's Grace was tuned to be so high that you just get way more passive magic mitigation from it. But most of the time you take this. And even in Legion, obviously for magic you take this. On most physical damage fights, you took Dampen Harm, because Dampen Harm was like an insane defensive by the time of Legion onwards. I don't know if it was this version or the Legion onwards version in WoD. I don't remember when they changed Dampen Harm. But Healing Elixirs got changed in BFA, and ever since then it has been completely ass and unpickable. But back in the day, this basically gave you like a free heal the moment you dropped really low. So this gave you a bunch of really nice passive healing, whereas now there's like, you have to actually micromanage it, and it's way weaker. So having like a free emergency heal, I think they also buffed it later on in WoD and Legion to stack up to 2 times. So you could have 2 charges of Healing Elixir banked. So if you drop low, it would trigger one, and then if you drop low again, it would trigger the other. And then you would build it up. So there were a lot of raid bosses in Legion where I remember using Healing Elixirs, if I didn't think I needed the extra, like, on cooldown defensive option of Dampen. So for leveling, obviously we take that, but yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, so obviously I'm not level 90. I'll talk about these in a second. I'm going to show Ring of Peace. Oh man, you just triggered a rant, Oxara. A good rant, a very good rant. Old Chi Torpedo being a capstone. God, old Chi Torpedo was so fucking cool. I'll talk about that in a second, yeah. So, Ring of Peace, I'll put that on my bars. I'll just slap it here. So, it has the same animation, but nearby enemies become silenced or disarmed for 3 seconds whenever they cast a harmful spell or ability. And you'll notice it follows me around, right? So it's basically like an AoE pacify. You can also target like a friendly player. And it silences them. Now, this is one of those things where, like, having an AoE silence, it's kind of like Arcane Torrent. This is one of those things where if this version of Ring of Peace existed in modern WoW, there would actually be some use cases for it. AoE silence is not terrible. The problem is, back in the day, this crazy thing called Arcane Torrent existed, which was basically the exact same thing, but a racial ability. And there's a reason why so many people played Blood Elf back in the day, especially for Mythic Plus. This thing was crazy. So why would you take Ring of Peace when you could achieve the exact same effect with just a group full of Blood Elves? You don't really need AoE silence. This actually, I didn't even think of that, would have some neat use cases in modern WoW. Having this around you, being able to silence a bunch of mobs is nice. The other problem, though, is that, realistically speaking, if you have to choose between silencing a mob or stunning a mob, well, stunning a mob is more effective, especially back in the day when, you know, in modern WoW, they have that whole bullshit thing where, like, if you stun a mob, it's going to immediately start, like, recasting its ability. Back then, that would count as an interrupt. So, the irony is, because Arcane Torrent no longer exists in its old form, and because of the stupid Mythic Plus changes that they've made, where now you have to actually kick a cast from a mob to stop it, imagine doing those, like, gigantic caster pulls in Mythic Plus and using this old version of Ring of Peace to just have, like, an AoE silence that lasts for 8 seconds. This would be really good. I mean, this is basically Sigil of Silence, but centered around the target. That's very strong. Unfortunately, in this version of WoW, it was not very strong, because there were so many ways to get AoE silences, and you didn't need to silence mobs when you had stuns. So, this was just more effective. And I'll just change charging Oxwave. So you asked, how far can you hit a mob? Let's see if I can hit this dung beetle from here. That goes pretty far. Interesting. Okay. Now, I will say, probably not that effective because I didn't even realize it has a travel time. I thought this was like a rectangular shockwave, but it looks like it has distance that it has to go. Now, that being said, if you need to stun mobs that are, like, all the way out in the distance, this very much seems like there's going to be, like, 1 or 2 raid bosses or dungeons or whatever where charging Oxwave has, like, insane utility for being able to, like, stun casters. Like, being able to just launch this out, and it goes that far, there's definitely utility there. But I feel like in 99% of cases, you're going to be better suited to Leg Sweep. Why am I in combat? I'm in combat with a fucking dung beetle, man. There's a bunch of missing talents that you miss. Aegis of Light. What was Aegis of Light again? Was Aegis of Light like the Paladin raid-wide DR? Or am I thinking of something different? Because the Paladin raid-wide DR actually was pretty good in some instances, but obviously all of that will depend on what it's competing with. That was what it was? Yeah. The one you had to channel. Oh, yeah. Because there were versions of that which just basically gave you an external, a raid-wide external as Paladin. So there were definitely times when Paladin had a really strong raid-wide external, like, as a tank. I mean, even Wrath of the Lich King Classic, I forget what it was called, but Paladins had a raid-wide external, and it was fucking broken. So, yeah. But I do vaguely remember, because Paladin is one of those classes that I've played it a little bit over the years, but it's never been one of the classes that I've mained up until recently. I've been playing it a lot in modern days, but I vaguely remember that, yeah, there was some version of that that was, like, really, really bad. So, I think I know what you're talking about. But that was during the period of time when I wasn't super active playing Pally. You loved running it? Yeah, I could definitely see it being a fun thing to use. And I'm sure it wasn't that terrible, but probably one of those things where, like, having to channel it in practice for, like, damage reasons was not great. So most Paladins probably didn't take it. Do you think Dragonflight zones are good for leveling with the events? No. No, they're not. You get a decent chunk of XP whenever you get a reward bag from a quest. Do you? You're the first person who said that. I have not heard about the bags giving that much XP. I will say, though, keep in mind, Dragonflight zones are so vastly worse than everything else in the route. I cannot see any world in which it's faster. But if there was a case where you could consistently farm like a shitload of the bags, and there was like a really fast route or something like that, hypothetically speaking, I could see the universe in which that was a thing. But I'm going to be honest, I haven't heard enough reports of people saying that that is something they consider to be strong that I would be very, very surprised if it was even remotely competitive. But hard to say. You get half a quest in XP. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, half a quest makes sense. But yeah, the rate at which you get bags, I don't think it's like very good, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. You don't really get that many. So what you would need to do is add up the amount of bags that you got across the entire leveling run, and then like how many additional quests is that? Keep in mind, you get like a full quest's worth of experience by killing a rare mob. So if you want to look at it a different way, think about it like this. The bags are effectively the rare mob XP that you would be getting from the traditional route, except the traditional route also just has way better pathing and quest density than Dragonflight zones. So it might make Dragonflight zones better. Well, it definitely sounds like it makes Dragonflight zones better, but better in relation to the standard leveling routes, I do not believe so. But that is good to know. I actually didn't realize it even gave that much, so learned something new. But yeah, I cannot see that being worth it. You remember our guild using that talent for a cheese strat for Spellblade Allurial and Heroic Nighthold? I could definitely see it being something where like you pick it in very niche instances, but without knowing the exact numbers, it's hard to say. You stack personals in the Paladin bit to ignore a mechanic entirely. Makes sense. Hunter Chakrams for MoP, you think have to be your favorite ability removed? Yeah. Yeah, Chakrams, I also really love the idea of using that, and they tried to bring it back with like Death Chakrams, right? It's very interesting that I think a lot of people would agree with you that Chakrams as like a class fantasy thing were very, very cool, and somehow they've just never managed to tune it properly. It's a shame. Cap said, have you seen the Grimbatol spam MoP leveling? I have not. Can you elaborate on that? By that, are you saying people are spamming Grimbatol? I assume you mean MoP Classic. So you're saying people are spamming Grimbatol in MoP Classic to power level up to 90? Now, that would make sense to me, because maybe not all the way up to 90, but if you recall from Cataclysm Classic launch, the best way to get levels 80 to 82 was Halls of Lightning. Halls of Lightning spam was really good for 80 to 82. But here's the thing. On Cataclassic launch, what me and my friend did is we spammed Halls of Lightning from 80 to 82, and then we went to Deep Home, and we did like the standard leveling route. And my friend Sponsored actually did Halls of Lightning spam all the way up to 84, and then did other stuff to get from 84 to 85, and he was like hours behind us. Because after 82, the XP that you gained from spamming Halls of Lightning fell off significantly. It wasn't terrible, but it was a lot worse than just regular leveling. You saw people are spamming Grimbatol for 85 to 90. Someone on stream did 89 to 90 in like 25 minutes. Yeah, I mean, leveling in MoP is definitely a lot faster. So you're saying that somebody did 89 to 90 by spamming Grimbatol in 25 minutes. That definitely seems like a lot stronger than stuff like this was. Though, you gotta remember that, I do agree it'll probably be nerfed. Every single time a new Classic expansion comes out, somebody finds, like, an insanely broken mob hyperspawn farm and gets, like, server first with it, and then it gets nerfed. So, the same thing happened multiple times on Cataclysm Classic launch. The same thing happened many times in Wrath launch. The Wrath launch one was really funny. because Wrathlaunch now got it, and now isn't even like a big classic player. So he got world first by abusing some random hyperspawn, and a lot of people got really pissed at him because it's like nobody really expected him to get world first, and he just stole it right out from under all of like the super big classic Andes who were like preparing for months, which I definitely enjoyed watching the shitstorm after all of that. But again, that is why I will never ever try to do shit like that, because also all of those strategies require you to have people, you know, basically half boosting you. Halls of Lightning was interesting because technically you could solo it, so it was faster if you had multiple people, and when I did it on launch, I had a friend with me, but I was actually kind of boosting my friend because she was not super experienced with the game, and having her there helped because she played a hunter, so she would like tag additional packs and like drag it in for me, but it wasn't like it meaningfully sped up the process. In fact, I think I actually got slightly less experience because it was like, you know, if you're in a party, you don't get as much. But playing a Blood DK, you were able to very easily solo that dungeon. And I would imagine that like most tank specs will be able to do the same, at least for, you know, Grim Batol or any similar dungeons spam 85 to 90. And it makes a lot of sense that Grim Batol would be the dungeon, because obviously Halls of Lightning had really good mob density. And if you look at like the Cataclysm dungeons, you know, a lot of these are really spread out, but Grim Batol has the entire dragon section where there's like insane mob density up to the first boss, and you're supposed to clear it out with dragons, but I can definitely imagine that if you just full send it and pull everything, that would be a lot of mob kill XP. So I'd be curious to see if they change anything, but I could also see, even if like there's a nerfed version of this, it may still be a viable way to get like the first 2 levels. Who knows? One of the other issues with MoP, though, on launch, for anybody who remembers, is that MoP had a very serious bottleneck problem where the intro scenarios got like way overloaded and people got stuck waiting for hours for Blizzard to fix it. Now, I would imagine that all of the fixes will be present on launch this time again, but even with the fixes to like the quests literally breaking with too many people doing it, they are still heavily bottlenecked quest designs where you have to hit like specific objectives in like a row before the zones branch out. So it's interesting because that is technically how you get to Pandaria in the first place. What I suspect will happen is that, because Cataclysm was a bit different, where both Hyjal and Vashir were also kind of bottlenecky, but you didn't need to do them, because if you just got to 82, you skip straight to Deep Home, and then you just do that. But you still need to get to Pandaria somehow. I would imagine technically the fastest strategy would involve skipping to level 82 and then going straight into either like Valley of the Four Winds, or maybe you do some other stuff to skip straight to 83 to go to Kunlai Summit. Because Valley of the Four Winds is not like the most amazing questing zone ever. There's a lot of roleplay, so it's like kind of iffy. There are certain quest hubs individually that would be good, like the Nessingwary stuff, the stuff in the west is pretty decent for quest hubs, but the general zone is not that great. But Kunlai Summit is a relatively good quest hub. Townlong Steps, relatively good quest zone. Dread Wastes has a lot of roleplay, but once you get past the initial roleplay, there are a lot of individual quest hubs that are pretty good. So skipping the initial zones would probably be good. Jade Forest, honestly, is not that bad of a zone. The only problem is because you would want to skip the bottleneck, it would likely be very bad, like, on a launch day experience for leveling. Honestly, a consideration in addition to spamming one dungeon would be random dungeon spamming from 82 to 83 just so that you could get to Kunlai as fast as possible. I could definitely see that being the case. But of course, we're going to test all of this eventually. I will try my hardest to test all of this. The only thing that I will not really be testing, and honestly, I'm going to leave that for other people to figure out, is like mob hyperspawns. Mob hyperspawns or like boosting strategies, I am not going to bother fucking around with at all, because a lot of those are not really applicable to like the average player, so I'm not going to include them in my guides anyways, and a lot of them will be nerfed once they are used for Realm First stuff. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to focus on like a really fast strategy that like anybody can apply to their own personal leveling, and that can be done solo. So that is what I will be looking into for like launch day mob stuff. Death Shrockums was very good at points. The tuning was not always 100% great on it though. Was it in Wrath Classic where you did the Karazhan Trash Farm for insane XP? It might have been. I'm gonna be honest. I played Wrath Classic leveling very casually. I didn't make a leveling guide for Wrath Classic. The problem with Wrath Classic and before is I had very little knowledge of that time. Cataclysm I still had to do extensive testing for, but I've said before, I never really got into, like, efficient leveling until kind of like MoP onwards, back in the original days. So my knowledge of all of that stuff is way less than, for instance, people who played on private servers. So I never even bothered trying to make, like, a leveling guide for Wrath Classic, because I would have had to spend way more time testing things to find out, like, common knowledge that people who had played in private servers for years already had. My advantage when it came to Cataclysm, and especially going forward, is I actively played those expansions a lot. I have tons of prior knowledge just stored up here in my head that I can then use to very easily remember, okay, this zone's bad, this zone's bad, this zone's bad, and then I can refine my testing from the start without having to just test everything and see what's good, what's not. So I didn't really look at much at all into speed leveling for Wrath Classic. I just did casual leveling up to 80, you know, doing generic quests and stuff. Nothing crazy. Do I have a guild I'm running with in MoP? I do not, no. I will actually need to find a guild for MoP, so we'll see about that. I mentioned a bit earlier in the stream, but the guild that I was in for Cataclysm, I do not talk to them anymore. They are not so great people, so I will definitely not be playing with them for MoP Classic, unfortunately. Sucks because some of my friends are still there, and they are people who I would like to play with, but I don't think they're gonna leave, is what it is. The other thing about MoP Classic that's interesting is I have had many friends of mine for years say that for MoP Classic, they might actually give Classic like a shot for the first time. So many of them have been like, Classic's just not for me, but MoP is definitely where the game kind of shifts. And for a lot of people, they really like that shift. So I've already had a bunch of people say they may actually give MoP Classic a shot. So something, if all of those friends actually follow through, which I don't think they will, but, you know, who knows, maybe. Something I have considered is maybe I will just make my own 10-man team with, like, a bunch of my friends. But, again, that very much depends on how many of them actually follow through. If it's only, like, 2 of them, then if anything, I would just look for a team. I would probably only make a team if there's at least, like, 7 of us. But I don't think that many of them will actually follow through. So, realistically, I'll probably just look for a guild, to raid in, to tank in specifically. I'm 100% only going to play either Brewmaster or BDK. Like, that's it. I will probably experiment with the other tanks just for fun, but those 2 tanks are what I'm going to play, for sure. MoP is when the game first started feeling modern in terms of rotations and stuff. Cat has some weird in-between. Yeah, I kind of like it a bit. You know, I played a decent amount of Cata Classic. BDK especially feels really good in Cata Classic, but I think it's like kind of a spec-by-spec basis for Cata. Some specs feel very antiquated still, and some specs feel already pretty modern in Cata. And I think MoP is when they did a lot of sweeping class design changes to bring all specs up to, like, the modern standard. And there's a lot of stuff that got added in MoP that has been, like, a cornerstone of the spec to this day. Is 10-man item level the same as 25-man? Let me check. So I know that it didn't used to be. Like, back in Cataclysm, as an example, it used to be that it wasn't. But you can see here, it is 372. And I remember this was a deliberate change that they made, where they said they were rebalancing the item levels to make it so you could just raid whichever one you wanted. So I don't know if that was a thing in original MoP, but I would imagine that even if it wasn't, they would probably rebalance it to where it is the same. So let's see, 25 Heroic, Heart of Fear is 509 item level, and 509 item level. Yeah, for 10 Heroic. Yep. And then, yeah, same item level. So yeah, pretty much it's just you can play whichever one you prefer. And I think a lot of people prefer 10-man. The Grimbatol thing seems interesting. Could you do a /who and see if there's a bunch of people in there? Sure. Yep. There you go. There's definitely a lot of people farming Grumbatol right now, so you're not wrong. Considering there's probably not that many people on beta right now, that's a big list of guys farming Grumbatol. And I recognize at least one of the names on this list, so that's interesting. What I would imagine is that a lot of people are probably doing this because obviously being able to power level a character all the way up to 90 just to test the level 90 experience is good. Because I don't think that they have level 90 templates right now. So a lot of people are probably just abusing this to be able to test characters at 90. I mean, there's even a character here named Free Boost. That's funny. Yeah. Anyways, I think I picked all the talents. Oh yeah, so Oxara, you asked earlier about Chi Torpedo. Old Chi Torpedo was fucking something, man. So Chi Torpedo, in terms of how the ability actually works, it is exactly the same as it is right now. Like in terms of how you move, the only thing is the modern Chi Torpedo has momentum baked in. So in Legion, they changed Chi Torpedo from a capstone to just a regular mobility spell. They replaced momentum, they baked momentum into Chi Torpedo, but the rest of the ability works exactly the same. However, back in the day, Chi Torpedo replaced Roll, and it did damage. Now, this is one of those where I think for most of... I don't know how popular this was. The reason why Chi Torpedo got changed is because, at least by Warlords of Draenor, people broke the fuck out of Chi Torpedo. And I'm including myself in that. Now, obviously, I am not the one who discovered how to completely break Chi Torpedo in half. I don't know if it was something that people had been actively doing since MoP, but the meta strategy for challenge modes in Warlords of Draenor was Chi Torpedo just killed everything. Because what you would do with Chi Torpedo is it would do a lot of damage to enemies you rolled through. But if you go onto like live servers right now, if you jump and press Chi Torpedo as you jump, you'll notice that you do the spin in midair, but you stay stationary. It doesn't carry you any distance forward. So what you could do is you could just round up a bunch of mobs, jump Chi Torpedo, and just shred everything in an area around you with the damage from this, and it wouldn't carry you forward at all. So it was a little bit janky to use, but you did massive AoE burst damage. And what made this particularly crazy... Let me find it. So there's, not that one. Where is it? There's definitely some glyph down here. Maybe that was a WAD thing? Or maybe it's a major glyph. Is it not a thing? It might be a WAD thing, which would actually explain a lot as to why it got removed after WAD. Fear of the Ox, Life Cocoon, Rapid Rolling, no. I think it was a WAD thing. That explains so much. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see this glyph here. And I'll check the glyphitar just to make sure. Rapid Rolling, Fist of Fury. I would recognize the name. Yeah, no, it doesn't exist. Okay, so then I don't think Chi Torpedo would actually be that good right now. It's probably... I suspect that it's not very strong in MoP. I could be wrong in this. Maybe it is, like, it's still very good, even if you do this for, like, burst AoE. It very well might be, just, you know, with 2 charges, right? Because it still would work with Celerity, because you get 1 extra charge of Chi Torpedo. So you would obviously, if you're running Chi Torpedo, you would always run Celerity, which is kind of why Tiger's Lust was, like, a little bit iffy back then, because this effectively was a damage talent if you had Chi Torpedo, which, for a lot of WAD, you ran Chi Torpedo. Rushing Jade Wind is interesting. You know, it does damage, and it generates Chi, replaces Spinning Crane Kick, so I'm not entirely sure about these talents, because obviously Rushing Jade Wind works completely differently in modern Brewmaster. Chi Torpedo, I know how this worked in WoD, and I will explain why it was so broken in WoD. And Invoke Swen, for single target, I'm almost 99.99999% sure that Swen is just the best single target option, because, like, I don't really think that you would want to use a GCD on this on single target. Like, compare this to how much damage does Keg Smash do? Keg Smash does 22k right now, and Chi Torpedo does 6 to 7k, right? This is not like a very strong single target hard hitting ability. What was good for this is like mass AoE. It just allowed you to gigantic, like, shred massive pulls. And this doesn't seem like it would do a lot, and it only generates chi if it hits 3 targets. So I think in all single target scenarios, you would pick Invoke Swen. For AoE, I suspect that Rushing Jade Wind would be better than Spinning Crane Kick, though I don't know how Spinning Crane Kick works in this iteration of Monk. You spin, do damage, and then, okay, also you generate chi if you hit 2 targets. So I guess Rushing Jade Wind is meant to be more of a... It is a passive version of Spinning Crane Kick. It's Spinning Crane Kick, except it doesn't require you to... I can't. Talking too long. My throat's still a little bit sore from the 8-hour stream yesterday. Yeah, it's Spinning Crane Kick that doesn't require a channel. Honestly, I could definitely see Invoke Swen just being the best option here, because this also does still hit 3 nearby targets, so I think this would just be better. But this is one of those where the downside of the MoP talent system is rows like this, and like Chi Wave, Chi Burst, kind of, where it's just whatever does more damage. Same thing with Ascension Chi Brew. I'm going to play around with Chi Brew, but realistically, whichever one will, on Sims, give you more damage is what you're going to take. So, I don't know exactly which one's better. I know that Chi Torpedo for WoD was better. Well, Rushing Jade Wind generates Chi, but it replaces Spinning Crane Kick. So, this is an AoE Chi generator. This is also an AoE Chi generator. So, this basically, the only advantage is that you don't need to channel it, like Spinning Crane Kick. You would press this, and then it would just do passive stuff. And then during the time that you would have to channel Spinning Crane Kick, right, during the 2 seconds, you would be able to do other stuff. I don't think that's enough of an advantage, though, because I think if you really want to do big AoE, you would still do that. Hard to say. Isn't it counterintuitive to grind Grimbatol for the beta? So that's why I said I would imagine the people grinding Grimbatol are doing it because all they care about testing is level 90 talents and abilities. They're not trying to test leveling. They're trying to test how classes play at level 90. There are no level 90 templates right now. I am obviously not going to grind Grimbatol and test that. Yeah, that would be pointless for me to test, because my goal is exactly what you said. I'm going to test 85 to 90 quests. But a lot of those people don't give a shit about testing that, so. You love 20-man raiding, it's just so hard logistically. Yeah, I totally feel that. I get what you mean. But yeah, okay, so Chi Torpedo, to explain why this ended up being so nuts in WoD, if you go to the modern day talent calculator and you look at the PvP talents for Windwalker, I'm pretty sure it's under there. Or did they take it out? Man, they took it out, yeah. It used to be a PvP talent, and then I guess they've completely removed it these days, damn. Yeah, I mean, it is very broken. Yeah, it is completely erased from existence. But okay, if you've played Monk for a while, you probably remember that in many iterations of Monk, we had a passive where killing blows that, you know, give experience or honor or whatever, you know, the traditional, you know, if you kill like a regular mob, you gain a charge of roll. So, if you had Celerity, Chi Torpedo, and the glyph that killing blows gave you a charge of roll, you would do a gigantic AoE pull, you would do jump Chi Torpedo, jump Chi Torpedo, jump Chi Torpedo, and then if you killed a mob in that time, you would get another charge of Chi Torpedo. Jump Chi Torpedo. Oh, look, another mob died. And you would just get infinite Chi Torpedoes, and you just jump, 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 and just spin. And if you had, like, multiple monks doing that, you just had a gigantic mob pull, multiple Brewmaster monks, just Chi Torpedo shredding a massive mob pull. That was a strategy that we used for challenge modes, and it was insanely broken. So, they kept that glyph for a while, or I think they did later on turn it into a PvP talent, which they have now removed again. But yeah, when you can get infinite roll resets and roll gives you Chi Torpedo, it turns out it's very, very, very broken. So that is why Chi Torpedo got retired, because for a lot of people it was garbage, but then if you knew how to use the jump in place, get infinite resets trick, it was insanely broken. So most people didn't run it. The people who did run it were using it for like ungodly cheese shit like that, and they turned it into a mobility spell. And you know what? I think that's good. I think that the original design of Chi Torpedo, while kind of fun, was very cheesy, and I like having it as a mobility option purely. So, I think it was a good change, but I don't know whether that's going to be a thing now. I could definitely see on massive AoE pulls, I honestly do think that this might be better. I don't know what. Oh, good night. Yeah, I probably, when you go to the airport, I won't be streaming, so I'll say bye before you head out. But good night. Okay, thank you. That's my dad. They are going on a trip, I forget where, but they are leaving at like 4 in the morning, so basically 6 hours from now. So he just wanted to say goodnight before, just in case, you know, he doesn't get to say bye before he heads to the airport, but I should be able to say bye at that point. My sleep schedule's fucked, so should be fine. The party at Arlen's place, yeah! You know, I have the house all to myself. No, I mean, it's boring here. I just take care of the pets. It's nice, though. It's all quiet. Really good for recording, because, you know, obviously, in the middle of the day, their offices are, like, right next to my room, so if they're, like, in the middle of sessions and stuff, sometimes there's, like, noise on, you know, both sides of my room. It could be difficult to do recording stuff, and then, of course, you know, the dogs are very loud, and etc. But yeah. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, I'll test this eventually, of course. I am very excited to see if Chi Torpedo ends up still being as good in MoP as it is in WoD. I do think there is potential, but I have a feeling that Invoke Swen, for the vast majority of, like, normal situations, like, on 3-target stuff, this is probably just going to be better. I could see Chi Torpedo being good for, like, mass AoE scenarios. At a glance, I don't really see any major advantage to Russian Jade Winds, so I don't think you would ever play this. It doesn't really give you that much compared to a bonus major damage cooldown on 3 minutes. And obviously Chi Torpedo is like crazy, crazy good. The only shame is that we can't use it for leveling. You know, it's unlocked at level 90, so it's a max level only talent. Would be kind of crazy if you could use it. 6 a.m. isn't that your regular streaming hours? You know, these days pretty much. Okay, but now that we've gotten all of our talents and stuff picked out, let's look at all of the abilities. So, Avert Harm, you need to be in Ox Stance. 20% of all damage party and raid members within 10 yards take to be redirected to you. That is absolutely insanely busted. Yeah, that raid-wide stagger, jeez. I wonder why that got removed in later versions of WoW. This is fucking crazy. I don't even think Brewmaster has this in WoD. This is insane. Raid-wide 20% stagger. Very fucking broken. So, man. This is like literally just Fu Xuan passive, but on a 6-second cooldown. Very, 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 very strong. Elusive Brew, my beloved. So, basically the way that Elusive Brew works, this definitely still worked in WoD. This was one of the casualties of the Legion rework, and I am eternally salty about it. So, you basically, like, various things that you do will generate charges of Elusive Brew. I'm pretty sure it's, like, your critical strikes do it. Yeah, oh, yes, dude, my memory's so fucking good. Your auto-attack critical strikes will grant extra charges of Elusive Brew based on weapon speed. So, I think what this means by based on weapon speed is, like, if you're dual-wielding versus two-handed, like, if you get a two-handed critical strike, it generates 3, and I'm pretty sure a one-handed critical strike generated 1 charge. That way, it wasn't like if you dual-wield, you just get, like, way more stacks of this. there's other stuff that we'll go over. I think it still is a thing in this version of Monk, where it's like you get different bonuses depending on whether you're dual wielding or using a two-hander. And a lot of times there was a clearly better option of you needed to use one or the other. It wasn't always the same from tier to tier, though. But yeah, so Elusive Brew is like, as you attack, obviously we saw Chi Brew generates 5 charges. You gain charges of this. It stacks up to 15. It has no cost. So it has a 6-second cooldown. You can't just like spam this infinitely. You can't get like 1 stack, use it, 1 stack, use it. The idea here is you build up like, ideally up to 15 stacks, roughly. You can use it a little bit earlier if you want. And then when you need to mitigate a bunch of auto attacks, so you dodge melee and ranged attacks by 30 seconds, and then it lasts 1 second per stack. So if you have 15 charges, use this, you get 15 seconds of 30% dodge, which is very good. 30% dodge, I mean, for auto attacks and stuff, combined with a lot of the other stuff that you do, this would give you pretty solid mitigation across like a lot of different mobs. So remember when I went on that like long schizo rant about like modern day Brewmaster and why it's not good in M+? Well, if you're tanking like 10 different mobs and you have basically perma uptime on 30% dodge, although that's not very consistent for mitigating like individual like single target boss auto attacks, if you're taking like a million different auto attack hits from multiple mobs at once, that is going to amount to a lot of mitigation on average. So that is the kind of thing that doesn't make Monk particularly broken for raids. Stagger already makes Brewmaster insanely broken for raid bosses from the time they were added until the modern day. But if they were to add Elusive Brew back to modern day Brewmaster, it would actually massively boost their Mythic Plus survivability, but it wouldn't really meaningfully make them better in raids, because they still have a decent amount of dodge, and it's not even that effective for mitigating boss autos. And especially in the modern day, boss auto attacks are rarely the source of a lot of damage that you take as a tank in like Mythic raids, so it wouldn't be that powerful, but this would be an immensely powerful Mythic Plus tool, and it makes me sad that it's no longer a thing. So I love Elusive Brew. The other nice thing is because Elusive Brew scales with your crit, Critical Strike has always been a really nice stat for Brewmasters. I don't think that our modern day Celestial Fortune passive is a thing, but back in the day, our Critical Strikes gave us charges of Elusive Brew. In the modern day, Critical Strikes give us bonus chunks of healing through Celestial Fortune. And Critical Strike has always been a pretty good damage talent, so it's always been pretty nice to build for damage as a Brewmaster because you have all of these nice defensive bonuses attached to your offensive stuff. Murgar. Brewmaster had Elusive Brew, and Windwalker had Tiger's Eye Brew. Yeah, you got that right. I'm pretty sure it's still a thing. Yep, exactly, Tiger Eye Brew. Increases your damage and healing done by 6% per stack of Tiger Eye Brew. Consumes up to 10 stacks. And then for every chi you consume, you gain a charge. Yeah. Can stack up to 20 times, but you can only consume up to 10 stacks at a time. Yeah, I can't remember how long this lasted. Obviously, this is no longer a thing anymore. But yeah, I didn't play Windwalker back when this was like a thing that you actually used. But definitely, yeah, this I don't think was super well designed. Interesting, though. It is kind of cool to see that, like, the idea of, like, brewing stuff was kind of baked into every single spec's design. You know, Mistweaver I don't think had brew, but had, yeah, Manatee, I guess. So every single spec had a brewing passive, where you build up this, this thing. And Manatee obviously still exists to this day, but it's very different in terms of how it works now. Tiger Eye Brew has been completely eradicated, and obviously while Elusive Brew has gotten axed, there's still a lot of brew-related stuff for, well, Brewmaster Monk. Kind of interesting how that's evolved. Huh. But yeah, I wonder if the reason why they removed Elusive Brew is because they were removing Tiger's Eye Brew, and they thought that, like, hey, Windwalker monks hate Tiger's Eye Brew, let's just remove the comparable one for Brewmaster. But I loved Elusive Brew. Elusive Brew was so good. Because you didn't need to manage it. Like, this wasn't... Like, Tiger's Eye Brew, yeah, that sounds annoying for Windwalker, of, like, you have to ramp that up before you can actually do damage. But that's not how it worked for Brewmaster. For Brewmaster, was just, as you do stuff, you're building up your Elusive Brew, and then you press it as defensive when you need it. So, largely, by the time that you actually needed to have Elusive Brew, you had it at max charges, and you could just press it then, so... Yeah, I actually really like Elusive Brew. And then I think there's the passive here. Yeah, so this doesn't like change anything special. I guess the only interesting info from this is the thing that I mentioned earlier about it's generated based on auto critical strikes, and depending on whether you're dual wielding or using a two-hander, you'll generate more or less charges. So, interesting. Breath of Fire is a chi spender, requires Ox Dance. So breathes fire in a cone in front of you. If Dizzying Haze is on the target, they will burn for additional damage over 8 seconds. And then, I think important to talk about Keg Smash, right? Keg Smash applies Dizzying Haze. So in the modern version of Brewmaster, it just applies a debuff called Keg Smash, and then Breath of Fire will interact with the Keg Smash debuff. But these days, Breath of Fire worked with Dizzying Haze, the passive, and Keg Smash applied a passive of the same name. So Keg Smash is an energy spender chi generator, does AoE damage, applies Dizzying Haze, and applies the Weakened Blows effect, generates 2 chi. So Keg Smash generates 2 chi, Breath of Fire costs 2 chi, so this seems like a pretty logical combo of you Keg Smash and Breath of Fire. That's still how it works to this day in modern WoW. There's even now talents like Salcelabims, where after you Keg Smash, it resets the cooldown of Breath of Fire. Interesting that Breath of Fire doesn't have a cooldown in this version. It's just a chi spender with no cooldown. The modern version of Breath of Fire has no cost attached to it, but has a 15-second cooldown. But a lot of the times, you're only going to be using Breath of Fire to apply the debuff, and then there isn't a massive use case for it outside of that, other than like a filler GCD if you're still waiting on like energy recharge, or to maintain uptime on Charred Passions. But Salcelabims wasn't a passive until Legion. It was Salcelabim's Lost Tunic. That was the first iteration of Keg Smash resetting Breath of Fire. And Charred Passions first appeared as a Shadowlands legendary. So none of that is going to play into this version. So Keg Smash applies the Dizzying Haze debuff, which this part's interesting. Affected targets have a 3% chance to have their melee attacks misfire and strike themselves. That's really interesting, because that's a low chance, but if you're tanking like a ton of mobs, then you have a low chance to effectively... That is translated as a 3% chance to dodge the auto attack and then do damage as like retaliation. So not a very high chance, but considering it's a permanent uptime, across an entire fight, if you have like 5 to 10 mobs, you're going to proc this a few different times. Definitely some randomness there. I could see it being like, the top AoE Brewmaster parses, you need to have this trigger super often. Probably explains why there aren't quite as many effects like this in Modern WoW. And then interesting that this also gives you a permanent uptime on 10% physical damage DR. So that's kind of neat. And it applies to the target. So just by having a Brewmaster in your raid, you'll apply this to enemies. What I am not sure about, I know there were a lot of buffs like this back in MoP. I suspect that Weakened Blows is probably one of those things where there's like multiple different specs that have ways to apply Weakened Blows, and this doesn't stack on top of each other, so it's like, you want some spec that applies the Weakened Blows effect. If anybody else has been playing MoP Classic and knows whether that is the case, please let me know. I suspect it's that, but I haven't really tested it enough, and my memory isn't good enough to say for sure whether that is the case. Chi Burst is pretty straightforward. Just, honestly, Chi Burst is the same now as it is in Modern WoW. It really hasn't changed much at all. It's the exact same ability that we know. You have to cast it, 30-second cooldown, does damage, heals targets. This talent is, very surprisingly, almost the exact same as it is right now. At least for Brew. I know that recently they've changed it for Windwalker and Mistweaver in Modern WoW, but, Clash is interesting, because Clash got removed either in WoD or Legion, and then was gone for a very long time, and they finally brought it back in Dragonflight. And it's in a very weird spot on the tree. I think, let me double check. Is it baseline now? Let me check the talent calculator for Brewmaster. Because I remember I never ran it during Dragonflight. I'm pretty sure it's now a baseline ability. No, it's not, actually. It's still really hard to take. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Clash is definitely a weird one, where obviously it's in a weird spot at the moment, and nobody has ever taken it since it's gotten re-added. But The thing is, when it's baseline, there are actually use cases. Now, the big difference here is the modern version of Clash in retail, it still is the same of you charge a target and then you meet halfway, but in retail, it roots all targets. Here, this is interesting, it stuns all targets within 6 yards. That is very strong. So that turns Clash from a very niche utility mobility spell into an AoE stun that you will absolutely want to play around. So very interesting there. Leg sweep is within 5 yards for 5 seconds. Clash is within 6 yards for 4 seconds. So this actually has a larger radius than leg sweep. Yeah, and I barely played around with Clash because for its history in modern WoW, it has been a dead talent. But the fact that this does give you an AoE stun, this is very powerful, and you will definitely want to play around with this, so I'll have to mess with it. Purifying Brew is, pretty straightforward. Old version of Purifying Brew, Chi Spender, and it purifies all staggered damage. Modern versions will purify a percentage of your staggered damage, so it's a little bit different in terms of how this works. There's a little bit more intricacy with the modern version with when you purify. This is obviously, hey, if you have a shitload of banked stagger damage, you press this, you purify it. It's that simple. Dizzying Haze, we talked about that one, the really effective kiting tool. Almost all of your stuff requires Ox Stance, though, so the thing that I said earlier about stance dancing being potentially an interesting thing that you might want to consider would only be, really, if you wanted to generate chi with jab. And I suspect that there might be some niche situations where that is a thing you want to do, but you probably would spend most of your time still in Stance the Ox. Clash sounds like an upgraded DK grip, since it sounds like you would use it on casters to bring them closer to the pack and stun them on top of it. Yeah. The problem is because you meet in between, right? It's very difficult to use. There's a reason why you still don't really play it these days. You would want to play around this for sure, but the thing is you could also use this. It has a minimum range of 8 yards, so you would have to be slightly far away from the target. But if, let's pretend there's a bunch of mobs in this, little square, right? Where we're standing here, and there's, a caster over here, and you're standing, on the other side over here. That's, the perfect scenario, because exactly like you described, you target the caster, you drag the caster in, you meet, in the dead center here, stun all the mobs in this area. That is the ideal for Clash, and it seems really insane when you use it in that context, right? But sometimes maybe the caster is, out here, right? And you might want to bring it in, so then you'd have to kind of do some fancy maneuvering and, move around here to make sure that you drag the caster in the right spot. What if the dungeon is, a very tight corridor, and you can't go off to the side, and the caster is, maybe the tunnel opens up. I'm thinking Temple of the Jade Serpent first hallway, right? Let's say you're LOSing around this hallway where it goes, forward, then it goes left, and stuff. What if there's a caster, standing here shooting at you, and there's a bunch of mobs over here that you want to stun or something? I'm kind of making up, a mobs hypothetical scenario, but using, a real layout. Well, then it would be kind of awkward, because you'd have to, go over here, try to find the mob, but, you have to squeeze up against the wall. Maybe you'd have to clash it, right on the corner here and stun them. That could work. But definitely not, a super easy ability to make use of. But, hey, I mean, that's one of the cool things about Brewmaster. There's a lot of cool niche utility shit like that. Grumbatol giving 34k XP mob per mob killed at the moment. Yeah, I've been told that Grumbatol is very strong. I'm not going to be doing Grumbatol as part of this, right? Because, a lot of people have already told me it's really broken. Well, therefore, I don't need to test it. I will take your word for it that it's broken. What I'm more concerned about is finding a leveling route, because most likely Grumbatol is going to get nerfed if it's that overpowered. Realistically speaking, I'm looking for the proper questing route and the stuff that most people are going to use while leveling their characters in practice when the game comes out. You forgot Guard. Yeah, I was about to talk about Guard because I kind of skipped over it to talk about the other stuff. So Chi-Brew, already talked about that. That's a talent. But Guard here. So this is a Chi Spender, 30-second cooldown. And, absolutely massive shield. I don't know if I would say that, because this is a 31k. This is, ballpark 30% of my HP, which is good, don't get me wrong. But keep in mind, Guard, if you play Modern Brewmaster, this is Celestial Brew. It's literally Celestial Brew, except the entire idea of Modern Celestial Brew is, the whole, you have Brew CDR, stuff like that. that's not really a thing in this iteration. Guard's just the same idea, except 30-second cooldown that you can't modify, and you just get a big shield for 30 seconds. The other nice bonus effect is any heals you apply to yourself while guarding are increased. So, I mean, we'll talk about stuff like Expel Harm as we go later on, but obviously you would want to use that while guarding. So the idea here is you spend this at low health, get a big shield, and then heal yourself for like a big spike. You could also use this like... actually, I think the current version of healing elixirs is entirely passive, right? So you wouldn't be able to activate that manually like you can in modern versions, but you know, you get the idea, right? But yeah, guard, it's good. Having a shield like that is good. Modern Brewmaster has an ability exactly like that, just slightly different. We already talked about the stance. This is what gives you stagger. You have to be in stance of the Sturdy Ox to get stagger and all of those other benefits. Black Ox statue. This one, obviously, any Brewmaster player over the years knows what this does. No, you can taunt it to get provoke, and that does AoE taunt. What's interesting here is that there's another bonus. So every time the monk deals damage, the Black Ox statue will cast guard on an injured party or raid member. That's nuts. That's actually really crazy. Obviously, the modern version of Black Ox statue is literally just like the first part of you throw it down, it pulses threat, you can taunt it for an AoE taunt, and has remained a very powerful utility option across many, many, many fights over the years. I still regularly use it. But the fact that you just get, like, free guards on random party members is fucking crazy. Yeah. So, what's interesting here is that Black Ox statue isn't necessarily something that you need to use all the time in Modern Brew. You only need it if you need, like I'll use it a lot if I'm pulling a random pack. So if there's like a bunch of packs, let's say there's a pack by the cactus, a pack by the flag, a pack by like this sign, I'll drop my like Black Ox statue over here, and then I'll like tag, cancel my Black Ox statue, drag the mobs in from afar, because like it pulses threat and then the threat's redirected to me, and then I group them all up here, leg sweep, blah blah blah, you get the drill, right? So it's really good for that. But it's good as, like, a ranged pulling tool. It's good if you need to AoE taunt. Also, if I know that, like, you know, my evoker is about to go absolutely apeshit, I can drop a statue in the middle of the pack, taunt the statue, it AoE taunts everything around me, massive threat increase. So something like that it's good for. But a lot of times you actually don't need to have it up. It's only for cases like that. But because in this version of Brewmaster, just by existing, you're throwing out free 30k shields into party and raid members. And what I'm actually interested, how does this apply with this guard, right? Because, so this is any heals that you apply to yourself while guarding are increased by 30%. Does this passive bonus apply to the free guards that you get from Black Ox statue? So if I were to get a random proc guard onto like a healer, could that healer self-heal himself and get like extra self-healing from that bonus guard? Or is it just a 30k shield? I have no idea how that interaction works, but I'm very curious to see. That sounds really good. Am I live on YouTube? I'm live on my second channel, yeah. I'm live on the Scream Archive channel, not on my main Haraldin YouTube channel. So if you go into, well, actually, I should probably update it at some point. If you go into my Twitch description, the link to the third YouTube channel is the one that I'm currently live on. These days, the one that links to the second YouTube channel, I don't really use as much anymore. I gotta find something to do with that channel, but it's in kind of limbo at the moment. But the third YouTube channel link on my Twitch description is for my Stream Archive channel, so I multi-stream to Twitch in that. If it's like a very big stream where I'm doing something like super cool, I guess I'll stream it on my main channel. Like I did my first fresh account European leveling run the other day. That was on the main channel. And when I eventually start doing like real MoP speedruns, I will stream them onto the main channel. But because this is meant to be just like a chill, I'm just kind of looking through spellbook shit and just figuring out how everything works type of stream. Nothing crazy. This is very much like a, you know, stream recording third channel type thing for anybody who wants to watch it. But what else? Gift of the Ox. When you deal melee damage, you have a chance to summon a sphere, and then you move through your sphere. Interesting that this is when you deal melee damage. So the modern version of Gift of the Ox is after you've taken a percentage of your health and damage. So I forget the exact number, but it's like when you've taken 100% of your health and damage, you will summon a Gift of the Ox sphere or something like that. And you know, over the course of a fight, you'll build these up. But because it's when you deal damage in this version, that means that you're encouraged to play offensively, which is good. Let's see. Healing elixirs we talked about. Tiger's Lust obviously functions exactly the same in this version as it does in retail. We talked about Elusive Brew. This is just make sure you're wearing leather armor, dummy. Brewmaster training. Become adept in the ways of Brewmaster, amplifying 3 of your abilities. Okay, Fort Brew also increases your stagger. I guess Fort Brew, I would imagine, is under the monk section, so we'll take a look at that in a second. Tiger Palm no longer costs chi, and when you deal damage with Tiger Palm, the amount of your next guard is increased. That's interesting. So the idea of Tiger Palm amping the shield on your guard, that's probably what Murgar was talking about, of like, couldn't you get massive shields with guard? And it looks like you can. I wonder if this stacks, because the way that Celestial Brew works in retail is as you purify damage, you get a stacking buff that increases the shielding effect of your next Celestial Brew. So if it works the same, then that would be every time you Tiger Palm, you get a stacking buff that increases the damage of, or increases the shield of your next guard. But it might just be like a passive effect. We'll see. I'll test it on a target dummy. After you Blackout Kick, you gain Shuffle, increasing your parry chance and your stagger amount. So the modern version of Brewmaster, Shuffle is just like a passive mechanic that we get from everything. Shuffle is really weird because like 99.999% of the time in modern Brewmaster, you have 100% uptime on Shuffle. And then there's very weird cases, like the most iconic would be Starkareth during Starkareth's transition, where you would solo that as a Brewmaster, but then during his like animation, you wouldn't be able to maintain Shuffle because you wouldn't be able to hit him, so it would fall off. So you had to very quickly Keg Smash Starkareth to refresh Shuffle, so that you had that passive damage reduction before he auto-attacked you, or he would hit like an absolute truck. So there are weird cases in Modern Brew where Shuffle technically you do need to manage. And interestingly here, it seems that Shuffle is tied only to Blackout Kick. So obviously you are going to want to have, I believe Blackout Kick, what is it? Yeah, Blackout Kick has no cooldown. So realistically speaking, you would want to have 100% uptime on Shuffle while you are actively tanking a boss. So you would want to make sure that you manage that. Whereas with Modern Brewmaster, other than very hyper-specific situations where you literally can't hit anything, you will always have it up. But here, it's tied to that. Your Mastery. So this, I kind of mentioned back in the day where in old versions of Brewmaster, Mastery used to be very good because increasing your stagger amount is very strong. So I don't remember exactly what my stat prio was on Brew in WoD. I'm still not sure what it is going to be in MoP, but the stat prio in WoD, I'm fairly certain was Crit Mastery, because Crit obviously just a very good damage stat, and it gave you Elusive Brawler stacks. And then by the time of WoD, you also had it so Mastery for tanks would always just give you a flat attack power boost. So WoD Mastery, giving you increased stagger and just flat AP, ended up being better than the other options. And obviously, this is a very strong Mastery. Stagger is like the thing that makes Brewmaster really good, so obviously you want to play into it. And then the Legion version of Mastery onwards is Turbo S, where you get like a stacking chance to dodge the next attack made against you. They took Elusive Brew, they removed the really broken increase the effectiveness of Stagger Mastery, and then they took Elusive Brew, said, what if we made it like 1 billion times worse, and made that the Mastery? And there is a reason why Mastery has been kind of a dogshit stat for Brewmaster ever since the Legion rework, and they still haven't fixed it. I genuinely can't remember the last time when Brewmaster's stat prio in retail wasn't crit verse. It has been crit verse for such a long time. And obviously haste has always been kind of shit for Brew. I suspect that would maybe be the same for the modern version, or for this version of Brew, but we'd have to see. But there definitely are a lot of similarities, so I could see that being the case. Well, at or below 35% health, your Expel Harm has no cooldown, so we'll look at how Expel Harm works to understand whether that's actually effective. Vengeance, obviously talked about that a little bit already, and then this just allows me to dual wield, but there's other stuff. Okay, so looking at monk abilities themselves, Blackout Kick is a 2 chi spender, does single target damage, so Blackout Kick being a cleave ability wasn't a thing all the way up until Shadowlands, and even then it was only a Torghast passive. I'm pretty sure Dragonflight is the first time when Shadowboxing Treads was like a fundamental part of Blackout Kick. But back in the day, obviously it was a single target ability. Blackout Kick would eventually turn into Blackout Strike for Brewmaster monks for a while. From Legion to Dragonflight, we didn't have Blackout Kick, and instead we had Blackout Strike, and it served like a similar purpose. And then they gave us back Blackout Kick, removed Blackout Strike, and then added things like Shadowboxing Treads. But here, it's a chi spender, so not like a generator like it is these days. And then you gain Shuffle, so you need to make sure that you're keeping this maintained. Cool. You know, big single target spender, basically pretty straightforward. Utility spell. Interesting that if you steal a better main hand weapon, your damage or healing will be increased by 5%. That's funny. So, although this should just be a utility thing, there is a case to be made of, like, if you can steal a weapon from a target to get a 5% damage boost, this might actually be a niche, like, damage boost utility thing on specific boss fights. I don't know exactly how often you'd be able to play around that, but that's pretty cool. Crackling Jade Lightning. Interesting. Yeah, I remember the old Crackling Jade Lightning had the knockback effect. Obviously, in the modern day, Crackling Jade Lightning is... the damage it does is terrible, and it's only used as a ranged, like, tagging option. Like, Crackling Jade Lightning is the modern day Brewmaster's Heroic Throw, but the damage on this is not terrible, and it has a chance to generate chi. Now, this is a big chunk of damage instantly, so this does more damage than Blackout Kick, but over 5 seconds. Now, that is a long channel. It's also only a chance to generate chi. But this is obviously an energy spender chi generator, so this isn't a good one-to-one comparison. Healing Sphere. Interesting. So you used to be able to just manually generate healing spheres. I wonder if you could do this before a fight. Could I, before a boss fight, generate healing spheres and go in with 3 of them active? If so, that's actually really cool. I wonder if... yeah, but, like, with Gift of the Ox, there's basically no realistic reason to actually manually cast healing spheres, because you just generate it for free. Which I would imagine is why the idea of manually generating this has not been a thing for a while. But it's cool that it used to be. This is a cleanse, straightforward. 40 energy, hit the target, and generate 2 chi. So, interesting that this costs 40 energy, so less than a fully channeled Crackling Jade Lightning. I wonder... see, I'm looking at this, and I honestly wonder, depending on the tick rate, whether this would have any viability as a chi generator energy spender. The numbers on this are quite high, compared to Jab. This is obviously a guaranteed, like, you hit it, it generates it. I don't know. That's interesting. Though that being said, Crackling Jade Lightning is still random, and it doesn't have the added bonus of if you're in Fierce Tiger, you guaranteed generate 3 chi. So, Disable, pretty straightforward, kind of the same way it works right now. It's a slow. Expel Harm. Heal yourself for a low amount. 50% of the amount healed to be instantly dealt as nature damage to a nearby enemy. And it generates 2 chi. So, this seems like a better Jab with the current setup. It's interesting. Expel Harm's very different. Because Expel Harm these days is just kind of a... it still has, technically, the amount healed will be dealt as damage. So, there absolutely is a lot of synergy of you guard yourself, then you Expel Harm, to increase the amount that you receive from healing, and then increase the amount that you deal. Modern day Brewmaster, the damage dealt by this is so trivial, it's like 0.1% of your overall. You never play around it. But here, it's actually not insignificant, and it's a chi generator. So this directly competes with jab. But even if you're getting the full value of the heal, outside of guard, you could argue that, like, the damage is comparable. Both of them do synergize with Stance of the Fierce Tiger, so both of them can generate up to 3 chi. Interesting. I mean, it's nice to have, obviously, Expel Harm I love just as a self-healing ability, so there's going to be a lot of times we'll just use this anyway. But I'm wondering, like, let's say you're at full health and you're just trying to generate chi to deal damage. Which one would be better? Not entirely sure. Nimble Brew. You clear all root stun fear effects and reduce the duration of such effects by 60%. See, this is interesting because this is really strong on a 2-minute cooldown, but it also kind of explains why Tiger's Lust is just not really that impactful in the modern version, because you literally have something that does the exact same thing. This obviously doesn't exist in retail, so... yeah. Interesting. That's very strong. And it's strong for the same reason why Tiger's Lust is still very powerful to this day, and is mandatory on many fights. But I think that explains why, over the years, Tiger's Lust was a still picked, but lower popularity talent, and then it's very interesting how this went from, like, an underpicked talent to being, like, a 90% pick rate through most of Shadowlands, to the point where in the Dragonflight rework, they disconnected it from Celerity and made it so you could take both. That makes a lot of sense. Because back in the day, you had this, and then probably after this got removed, which I would imagine this got removed either in WoD or Legion, but over time, people started realizing that having that via Tiger's Lust was still very powerful. Interesting. Do note that Expel Harm does nature damage, which likely won't be mitigated, unlike Jab, which is mitigated by armor. Very good point, yeah. That's, like, less of a concern with modern raid boss design, but we're still in an era where that stuff actually does matter, so very, very, very good point. Alexandria Preste said, will you be testing 1 to 80 leveling too? Yeah, so in this stream I won't, but guaranteed I will be doing extensive, like, MoP low-level testing, and I'll do speedruns for that, and I'll have a guide for that, so I definitely plan on doing that. Can you explain a little bit the stances? You have 2. Yeah, so you have 2 stances. This is Sturdy Ox. Gives you 25% DR, 10% energy regen. Gives you... I'm pretty sure this is just crit immunity. Most tank stances in this era just give you crit immunity. Increases your stamina, and then gives you access to stagger. So stagger is only a thing if you're in the stance. Also, most of your Brewmaster abilities require you to be in Stance of the Sturdy Ox. They only work in there. And then Stance of the Fierce Tiger gives you move speed, 10% more damage done, and increased amount of chi generated by your Jab and Expel Harm. So 99% of the time, I would say, it looks like you're going to be in Stance of the Sturdy Ox. The only times when you might want to use Stance of the Fierce Tiger is if you're taking no damage and you're trying to move from point A to point B. So, like, travel time during leveling, or, like, a phase of a boss like Blade Lord Tyak where you're running around tornadoes. The damage done doesn't really matter that much because a lot of your hardest hitting abilities you can only use in Fierce Tiger. With the exception, it looks like Blackout Kick is definitely an exception of a hard-hitting ability that you can actually use in Fierce Tiger. So maybe that could be a consideration. But obviously, you would only ever shift into this if you are off-tanking in a raid, or if you are, like, not taking any damage whatsoever, like running from pack to pack. In a Mythic Plus dungeon, well, in a Challenge Mode dungeon, you would only pretty much ever be in Stance of the Sturdy Ox because you'll always be actively tanking. And if you are actively tanking a boss, you should always be in Stance of the Sturdy Ox. There's no real reason to ever switch. This would only be like I'm off tanking in a raid, I'm taking no damage right now, I'm going to switch into this to generate additional chi from my spenders. And in that particular situation, I could see it. You could do like Stance of the Fierce Tiger, do Expel Harm to generate like 3 chi, Blackout Kick to spend 2 chi, Jab to generate 3 chi, now you're back up to 4 chi, then you go Stance of the Sturdy Ox, and then do, what's it called? I guess you could refresh Breath of Fire if it's about to fall off, and then Keg Smash to generate 2 more chi to get back up to 4. And then, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of spitballing here, but I'm giving you, like, a hypothetical example of where stance dancing could be relevant. But it definitely seems like one of those things where this is, like, hyper min-maxi if you want to really, like, squeeze out more damage. For most Brewmaster Monk players, you're going to be totally fine just sitting in stance of the Sturdy Ox. This one has way more downsides, so it's only, like, if you want to squeeze out a bit more damage. I will probably try to find ways to do that because I love that shit, but not that important. It's not like old stances in a Classic where it's really, really, really impactful. You need to get, like, you know, you need to stance to super boost your damage. Let's see, Fortifying Brew. Fortifying Brew is literally identical right now to how it is in retail. Interesting note here, right? Fortifying Brew, 3-minute cooldown defensive. That checks out. A lot of people talk about how Fortifying Brew is like, oh my god, it's a 7-minute cooldown in retail. The reason it's a 7-minute cooldown is because the modern version of retail has brew CDR. So every time you like keg smash or tiger palm, the cooldown of your brews is reduced. So a lot of stuff like Fortifying Brew, which is virtually unchanged from now to retail, they just bump the cooldown up to 7 minutes because if you're doing your rotation correctly, Fortifying Brew is roughly a 3-minute cooldown in practice on retail. And here, obviously, there is no brew CDR in this version of Brewmaster, so it's just a 3-minute cooldown. Very powerful defensive, like it has always been. Paralysis works the same, except if done from behind the target, the duration is increased by 50%. That's weird. I feel like that doesn't matter at all. In 99.999% of cases that paralysis is ever used, there's like no reason why you would ever need it to be CC'd for longer than 40 seconds, and then you could always just re-paralyze it. So, yeah. Same ability that we're used to. Provoke, obviously. Same thing as always, right? Provoke gives the movement speed increase. This version, it's baked into the ability. You don't need to talent into Provoke move speed increase, which I'm still salty that they made that a talent. You have to actually grab it now in retail. I usually take it because it's such a nice thing to have, the Monk speed taunt. But, yeah, kind of crazy that they just did that back in MoP. It's like, yeah, your taunt is just strictly better for moving bosses. Absolutely batshit stuff. And it still kind of is, even these days. But I guess now it's been so long that it's like, yeah. Tiger Palm. So this has, interesting that it's no cost. I do remember that there was this thing here. Tiger Palm doesn't cost chi. So Tiger Palm is a chi spender for other specs, but it is completely free for Brewmaster, which is kind of interesting because that is how it works in retail as well. But it already works like that back in MoP. So Tiger Palm is just an, completely free instant ability filler spell, does damage, and then grants you a buff that causes your attacks to ignore 30% of your enemy's armor. Now, considering the buff lasts 20 seconds, and Tiger Palm has no cost or anything, there's almost always, I would imagine, going to be cases within that 20-second window where you're going to have Tiger Palm as a filler spell to just, like, random GCD throw this in. And it is nice that if you are completely starved on energy or chi, you could always just spam Tiger Palm. That is something that you could do. Interesting that Modern Brewmaster actually doesn't really have that. Modern Brewmaster, all of the abilities do cost some form of energy or have some sort of cooldown. So, technically speaking, you can end up in a situation in Modern Brewmaster where you have, like, no energy and all of your stuff's on cooldown, and you just sit there for a GCD and do nothing. Ideally, you're trying to structure your rotation in such a way that you never end up in that position. So you're using, like, your cooldown abilities when you're low on energy to, like, kind of bridge that gap. But Modern Brewmaster doesn't have any such filler spell like this that you could just always hit. Kind of funny like that. A lot of tank specs don't. Like, technically, unless you're counting Heroic Throw, which technically you can always Heroic Throw as a filler, as Prot Warrior, there are situations where you could end up extremely rage-starved and have Thunderclap on cooldown and not get a reset. But those are also extremely rare situations, and if you end up in it, you're usually doing something wrong as a Prot Warrior. Prop Paladin also technically can end up in that situation, but Prop Paladin has so many filler spells with, like, tons of charges, like Blessed Hammer, that you have to get really, 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 really unlucky on procs to ever end up in a situation where you already have Consecration up, you have no Holy Power, and you have no charges of Blessed Hammer and no charges of Judgment. So... And then obviously Guardian Druid has something like this. Swipe has no cooldown, no cost, so you can always swipe, you can always Moonfire. So it does have a spammable thing. Vengeance. Vengeance can always throw Glaive, kind of like Heroic Throw, except Throw Glaive is maybe a little bit more relevant. Does Blood DK ever run out of both runes and runic power? Assuming we're still on the topic of modern Blood DK. You definitely can. It's one of those things where you never really should, but you can. And Blood DK also doesn't really have any filler spell, because Death Strike, Heart Strike, Death Strike costs runic power, Heart Strike, Marrow Rend costs runes, Death and Decay costs runes. Blood Boil is similar. It's a free ability, but it's on a charge system, so you can end up in a situation. There's a lot of times where obviously you'll want to save Blood Boil and refresh it during those windows where you have no runic power and no runes. It's not often, but they technically can end up in a situation where they have nothing to spend. But usually if you play your cards right, that doesn't happen. Yeah. Anyways, interesting. Yeah, Tiger Palm, nice to have that as a filler spell. Your res ability. Touch of Death. Or less health than... Yeah, so Touch of Death doesn't have improved Todd. So obviously modern versions, you can use it on raid bosses where you deal damage equal to your max health to the target. Also, this costs chi, whereas in modern versions it's just free. And yet, so the only abilities I don't have for Monk is Transcendence, which obviously Transcendence works exactly the same on retail as it does in the first iteration. I'm not missing any Brewmaster abilities. We have all of them unlocked. So you have most stuff already. Touch of Death, I mean, same as you would expect. Just less uses for this in endgame. Roll. Zen Meditation. Zen Med is a 3-minute cooldown. Damn. So it's even stronger. And I'm pretty sure modern Zen Med is a 5-minute cooldown 60% DR. And it redirect... Holy shit. Wait, this is insanely busted. So it's 90% DR, lower cooldown, and you also redirect harmful spells? That's fucking crazy. The inherent nature of it is still... It's very difficult to find places to use it, but like in raid boss fights, holy shit, this is crazy strong. This is really, 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 really strong. Love me a good Zen Meditation. Huh. So Spearhand Strike also silences mobs if they're facing you. That's a weird restriction, but okay. Yeah, I mean, that's your interrupt. Zen Pilgrimage. We talked about Spinning Crane Kick a little bit earlier. Same kind of thing. You know, you spin around. Energy Spender generates 1 chi if it hits 3 targets. So you would only ever use this on 3 targets. Interesting. I wonder. And it only generates 1 chi, though, so... This also isn't buffed by Stance of the Fierce Tiger. So I actually wonder if Spinning Crane Kick would even be worth using on 3 targets. Breath of Fire is a AoE spender that does, like, discounting the fact that you would always want to have uptime in the buff. This is like your main spender ability, so this does 4k? So spinning crane kick does like roughly half that. What I'm wondering, right, is whether it would just be more worth it to do jab into Breath of Fire as an AoE ability than 2 spinning crane kicks into Breath of Fire. Because it does seem, obviously you would keg smash on cooldown, but 8-second cooldown. On 3 targets, I feel like that might be the case. There's definitely some breakpoint here where, like, I think probably 5 targets, this would probably always be better. Just because the damage that it would start doing would be way better than you would get by just jabbing. But obviously you would need 2 casts of this for a Breath of Fire. But on 3 targets, I feel like this might still just be better. Jab to instantly Breath of Fire, and then the Breath of Fire damage is higher. So you're effectively getting, like, the equivalent of 2 spinning crane kicks worth of damage from that bonus chi. And you'd then be able to do, because this is, you would need to spend 80 energy to get 1 Breath of Fire. Instead of spending 80 energy for that 1 Breath of Fire, you could do 80 energy for 2 Breaths of Fire. And I feel like that might be more worth it if the damage difference between spinning crane kick and jab isn't that high, which obviously this is roughly equivalent to spinning crane kick on 2 targets, and you would never use this on 2 targets, but even on 3 targets, this is only marginally better damage than jab, but generates half the resources. So I feel like there's some breakpoint there, where you would still want to jab on, like, 3 target cleave. Monk's jab ability will change depending on what weapon is equipped. Okay, so this is just a cosmetic thing. Okay, Stance of the Fierce Tiger, we talked about that. Parry, obviously. Swift reflexes. 5% parry chance. Whenever you parry, you reflexively strike back at the enemy. Ooh. Okay, that's kind of cool. Doesn't seem like it does that much damage, but that's just, like, you know, a nice little cosmetic thing. I don't think, like, there's... Critical Strike. Does Critical Strike boost your parry chance? Okay, Lua error. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay, we should be fine. Or it would have to be under melee. Crit chance. Where's parry? Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's any stats affect your parry chance. It looks like. Yeah. You know, it's a beta. There's gonna be Lua errors. The irony is that I'm getting less Lua errors on the MoP beta than I am on retail World of Warcraft right now. It's a fucking dumpster fire. They still haven't fixed so many Lua errors that just keep popping up nonstop. It's so annoying. Every single patch, this shit happens. Okay, so this is what I was talking about, by the way. So, depending on whether you're using dual wield or two-hander, you get different effects. So, when you're dual wielding, you get 40% more auto attack damage. If you're using a two-hander, you attack faster. Now, I remember that there were many times back in WoD where dual wield was better. My gut instinct tells me that two-hand is much better here. This seems a lot better. Because I think the idea here is you're supposed to either have more damage on faster auto attacks, or you're naturally hitting harder on a two-hander, but then this hits faster. But if the whole thing is... First off, you get a higher chance to parry with two-handers. That I'm 99% sure is still the case. Can I double check that? So I have an 8% chance to parry here. That's still a two-hander. So I still have an 8% chance to parry with one-handers here. So I guess monks, maybe they equalized it. What was the thing I was looking at? Yeah, so auto attack critical strikes grant up to 3 charges of Elusive Brew based on weapon speed. So I don't know exactly how this works, but if I recall, it's been a very long time since WoD. I don't know how exactly it works in MoP. I believe the way it worked in WoD is it was a fixed number of charges depending on whether you were dual wielding or two-hand using. So in that case, because you don't get any chance modifier to your critical strikes, whether you're dual wielding or using a two-hander, if you're getting more charges, like I'm pretty sure it is 1 charge for dual wield, 3 charges for two-hand. But if you're already attacking much faster with a two-hander because of Way of the Monk, then on average you're going to generate way more Elusive Brew charges. I believe, don't quote me on this, I believe that two-hander is better because of that. There's also the case to be made of, just generally speaking, the main advantage in, like, historically for dual-wield weapons has been that you're getting an extra enchant slot, and that when there is no difference, if all you're getting is a bonus enchant, that can be better. But the counterbalance to that has always been that usually the way that abilities scale, based on weapon damage, your abilities usually end up hitting harder if you have a two-hander versus a one-hander. We can just look at the tooltip. So with 2 one-handers, my Keg Smash would hit for 20k to 31k. With a two-hander, Keg Smash hits for 20k to 27k. So actually, looks like in this case, the damage difference is better on what's it called? The one-handers. As for why that's the case, I have no idea. But there's probably some janky behind-the-scenes things going on. The reality is, obviously, this kind of stuff you will just sim. That's just whichever one sims higher. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. Okay, I can't even look at anything, dude. Blizzard, come on. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find the script. It's so bad that I need to do this. Hopefully this fixes it. Yeah, so it looks like Mastery doesn't give me flat AP at this stage. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what stats I should be looking for at the current moment. But I would imagine that Mastery for leveling, at least, isn't going to be that impactful. I also never looked at glyphs. Afterlife is pretty good for leveling. This is nice as a CC effect, but not that good. Glyph of Fist of Fury being a thing for Windwalker monks is crazy already. This is going to be nuts for leveling. Has some potential. Glyph of Fortuitous Spears. This is basically Obstinate Determination, but with a 30-second cooldown. That's pretty cool. I actually really like that. For magic damage fights, that would probably be very good. Leer of the Ox. Taunts mobs to attack your statue. That's terrible. That very niche situations where that might be used, but generally that's not good. For leveling, rapid rolling will obviously be very good. While sparring, you have a 5% chance to deflect spells from attackers in front of you, stacking up to 3 times. What the fuck is sparring? Is that like a Windwalker thing? It is a Windwalker thing. Okay. When you are attacked by a melee enemy in front of you, begin to spar their attacks, increasing your chance to parry. Ow. Okay, so Windwalker is already, in its first iteration, absolutely bonkers for solo leveling. Holy fuck. Yeah, kind of one of the problems with, like, looking at Brewmaster stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably not gonna play Brewmaster today. I wanted to look at all of this stuff anyway, but when I do a monk leveling run, like, you're gonna play Windwalker. Everything that I've seen so far is like, yeah, Windwalker's nuts, which kind of is still the case to this day, right? Brewmaster is good, but, like, Windwalker has always been just an absolute juggernaut for leveling, that it's like, why would you level as Brew? Whereas Blood DK has, at times, been very, very, very good and the best DK leveling spec. But holy shit, like, everything I'm looking at for Windwalker is like, this is fucking crazy. You just get, like, even more parry than Brewmaster. Infinite parry during Fist of Fury, which obviously we have in retail, and it's broken. And here, you don't even need to have, like, War Mode on, right? Which isn't a thing. You move at full speed while channeling Spinning Crane Kick. That seems like it would be a nice quality of life. That's terrible. Touch of Death no longer has a chi cost. On some fights, I could see that being good if you're reliably using Touch of Death. I don't know what impact that would have. And you can now channel Zen Meditation while moving. I feel like the amount of major glyphs for Brewmaster are, like, kind of not great. Like, I'm trying to think of what I would actually want to use right now as Brew. You would obviously use this, just because this is Obstinate Determination, which is very strong. And there are some niche ones, like Guard, for magic fights. But, like, what else would you run? I can't even think of what the heck you would run. Like, none of these are really that good. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I guess you'd probably, like, so for challenge modes, I would imagine you would run Fortuous Spears, Breath of Fire, just because having non-stop crowd control on mobs would be quite strong. And maybe you just run Afterlife, because that would give you a bunch of healing spheres for free. But, like, nothing else really seems like it would even be that good. This isn't, this is, like, fine, but the trade-off isn't worth it to consume a glyph slot when the others are just flat bonuses. And then, like, if you really needed Guard for a raid boss, you could just drop Afterlife, because you wouldn't need that in a raid boss anyway. This isn't really good. This is, like, yeah, basically non-issue. I feel like a lot of raid bosses, you would still just run Rapid Rolling, because none of the other stuff really benefits you at all. You could argue maybe Spinning Crane Kick just for, like, ease of movement during a dungeon? But, like, how much does Spinning Crane Kick actually reduce your speed? Movement speed is reduced by 30%. That's not even that bad. Yeah. That's kind of funny that they have a what has changed section in the journal. They kind of don't have that in retail anymore, do they? I actually like the idea of, you know, you come back for a new expansion, you're like, okay, how does my class play differently from what it was before? And having a quick summary. That's pretty cool. I don't think they do that anymore, which is kind of lame. That would actually very much help the new player experience. Just a small thing, but, you know. I was looking at glyphs, right? Yeah, and Glyph of Zen Meditation, I mean, we've had this at multiple points in the past. There are boss fights where this is very good. 90% of the time, you never need this. So, yeah. For raids, the only really good glyphs for Brewmaster is Fortuous Spears, and that's it. Everything else is, like, situational. Literally everything else is situational. And then for challenge modes, you probably run Breath of Fire Afterlife, and then there's, like, some other minor situational stuff there. Weird. Alexandria said, have I tried Guardian and MoP? In all tanks, you said... Tank tiers, you said it's the worst tank. I don't think that's true, necessarily. I don't think Guardian's bad. So, I have not played it yet in MoP Classic. I haven't really played anything in MoP Classic. This is my first time playing around with anything. Back in original MoP, I didn't play Guardian, but I've done a bit of research, and although I don't think it's the best tank, definitely not, I don't think Guardian's that bad. And based on what I read, like, if you are cat weaving and stuff, it can still be pretty good. Maybe not cat weaving, but, like, I think some people boon can weave with, Heart of the Wilds. I don't think it's bad, though. I think it's perfectly fine. But I don't know a ton. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't go by, like, tier lists, really. I think it's... Play what you want, as always, especially for this. The balance isn't that bad. But, yeah, I don't think Guardian's that terrible. It is interesting. I looked it up. The world firsts for Mogushan Vaults were actually done with Guardian tanks. But, from what I read, Heart of the Wild was, like, ludicrously overpowered at the very start of the expansion, and then it got nerfed. So... Apparently, Heart of the Wild was so broken when MoP launched that Guardian was the best tank at that point in time. Though, obviously, we're playing on the final patch, so that's not going to be a thing. But something to consider. I don't think it was actually nearly, like, that bad to the point of being unplayable, even by the end. Because I remember... what's it called? In Siege of Orgrimmar, I looked at, like... a bunch of logs for it. Or what I mean to say is I looked at a bunch of old Siege of Orgrimmar logs, like on Warcraft logs and stuff. And Guardian, I remember being honestly rather competitive for damage. So, you know, if you're able to survive the boss and you're providing good damage to your group, it's hard to say. Like, I don't think it's that bad. There also is the consideration of, like, class buffs, right? Which can amount to more damage across your entire raid. So that is something that you have to think about. And as for that, I don't know. That's always a weird case because, like, bringing specific specs for class buffs is... you kind of ignore the actual viability of the tank itself. But I think most people are probably not going to have a perfectly optimized class buff setup. Never really in history does that happen as well as people want it to. The only cat weaving you did was running away from Decapitate on Lei Shen. Fair. Your Blackout Kick always deals 20% additional damage over 4 seconds regardless of positioning, but you're unable to trigger the healing effect. Is that... So that's not a thing for Brewmaster. So I wonder... would this just give me 20% more Blackout Kick damage on Brewmaster? Because whatever healing effect they're talking about, that must be like... If I switch specs... What? I have to change it at the class trainer? That's janky. It's very janky. Okay, I don't give enough of a shit about that. I will check to see at least, does that just give me damage? Where's Glyph of Blackout Kick? Can I not? Huh? Dude, I'm so confused. Okay, I don't know. I feel like there's some weird stuff that they maybe haven't implemented super well early on, because this doesn't make sense. I also literally can't find it on the Glyph vendor, but whatever. I'm looking at all glyphs. Oh no, okay, you can't sort it by like Brewmaster only. Obviously, Spirit Roll would be good. Water Roll would be good. Yeah, I mean, I don't think glyphs are that complicated for monk leveling, but interesting. Yeah. Okay, so I will play monk at some point. I'm not going to do it right now. And honestly, I'm probably going to level as Windwalker because it just seems like it's a lot better. I will definitely play Brewmaster a lot at some point on the beta. Hey, there's still plenty of MoP beta left, and believe me, I'll be playing it a lot. What I want to do right now is pivot over to Blood DK and check that out a bit more. Because those are the two specs that I'm the most interested in. Okay. Is this... This guy's level 90 and the person's asking him how he leveled. It looks like he actually did quest. He didn't do the boosting strat.
Looking for something special?
Okay, so first off, let me clear my bags. What are my current trinkets? Vessel of Acceleration, Heart of Rage. Not gonna worry about any of that stuff right now. I have stamina flasks, but pretty sure I want strength flasks now. I do have strength pots. My shit's enchanted already. Reforging is in MoP, yeah. Reforging was removed in WAD, I believe. Oh yeah, I took this for transmog. Forgot about that. I don't want that. Oh yeah, relics are dead now. Crushing weights. I feel like for leveling, I'm probably not going to be able to stack up Vessel of Acceleration, but I think the raw strength is probably fine. Yes, whatever. I'll dump the rest of this gear in my bank, just so I don't, like, in case I need it, I have it. It's it's the test server, like, who cares, but... Oh, I can get the MoP flasks. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna get Winter's Bite. In that case, fuck this. Wait. The tuning on this is not correct. Hold up. This gives 1,700 stamina. This gives 1,500. Something's not right there. Huh. That's an interesting potion for leveling. Okay, the Master Healing Potion does restore more health. So I'll take a bunch of those. Potion of Mogu power is 4k strength. Yes, something is fucked with the scaling. Look at this. I don't know what they broke. But Golden Blood Potion is giving me more strength than the new ones. So... Blizzard did an oopsie. That said, I'm still going to use Winter's Bite because I don't have any old strength flasks on me right now. And I don't want to use a stamina flask for leveling. So I'll just do that. Did they break food as well? I have Sword Guard Embroidery. I'm going to use this just because it has my fall speed thing on it. And I don't really feel like trying to re-enchant that again. Ant boots. That I will buy. Glorious stats. Glorious stats is probably better. Enchant gloves, super strength. I think I can have both an enchant and my synapse springs, or whatever those are called. Oh, wrong one. Wait, what was I looking at? Oh, yeah, no. My bracer enchant to stamina again, so I'll do that. Elemental force? Oh boy. I feel like we gotta go elemental force. Oh wait, no, I'm Death Knight. You definitely run Fallen Crusader. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Elemental force doesn't have a requirement, I think. So in theory, you can already start using it on low-level alts. It's finally time. I'm actually going to buy 20 of these because I want to see if I can find a use case for this. I feel like I could. I'll put this on shift 3. We had potions of luck. I remember those. Okay. I think that's everything that I would need right now. And then Glyphatar. I know I have already learned a bunch of these, but I'm just going through, buying all of them. And then we'll see. Okay. It takes time for you to mouse over. How is yours so fast? Are you saying, like, the tooltips popping up? In which case, I don't know, it's kind of always been like that. I never realized that it was slower for some people. I've learned most of these already. How's my all-class spec to Keystone Hero going? I have 6 of them done. What I'm gonna do is, because on the 13th they're doing the turbo boost thing, and then the 20th they're doing horrific visions, I am waiting until the week of May 20th and onwards to continue that challenge. Yeah. So it's just because, like, I don't want to continue grinding like nonstop to get gear. Also, this is, look at this weird calendar bug. Everything's getting highlighted. But I don't want to like keep nonstop grinding over the next few weeks to try and gear my characters and waste that time. When the moment those events drop on the 13th and 20th, it'll just be much easier to get catch-up gear. So I'm just chipping away at my characters. By the time we get to it, basically all my characters will be like 660 plus at the start of the challenge, and it's all it is. It's just we go in, we get Keystone Hero, move on to the next spec. Go in, get Keystone Hero, move on. Instead of having to like spend a lot of time trying to like get catch-up gear and stuff, I'm just going to chip away at that in the background while using my time wisely, and then when the time comes, we'll just blast through all of them back to back. Aren't all of those events giving hero gear? A lot of them are, yeah. They give a lot of really easy to get hero gear, which should make it easier, right? So instead of having to like farm delves for champion items and upgrade them one at a time, I'll be able to skip a lot of that tedious grinding process, so it'll just make my life a lot easier. Because the entire point of that challenge is just learning how to play every single spec in the game and then getting Keystone Hero with it. That's like the main goal there. So yeah, still gonna do it, just putting it on hold for a little bit, because the thing is, there's a lot of stuff that I want to do right now, and, you know, if I'm gonna pick something to do right now, well, I could waste my time trying to get Keystone Hero and it take extra time compared to later, or I could just play MoP Classic, which is something I want to do anyway, so I'm trying to use my time wisely for stuff like that. You love delves, but you're tired of doing them now? Yeah, I've done so many delves. So many delves. Oh. I forgot I had this on this Deathlight. That's funny. But now that I see it, I remember that, yeah, 1 week I went and did Molten Core for Transmog, and then on Cataclysm Classic managed to get that. And I was like, oh, huh. That's cool. I don't have guild banners. You're only at 300? Meanwhile, I've already passed the 1000 delve achievement. I've done way too many delves. I guess I should just buy like a bajillion Tomes of the Clear Mind. Yeah, I told you, I've done a lot of delves. I've done way too many delves. There is a 1k achieve. That is the highest it goes, though. Yeah. It caps out at the 1k achieve. What's my meta gem right now? 54 strength and 3% crit. I think they accidentally messed up and made it so, like, they scaled up the Cataclysm stuff to work with, to be, like, the same stats as the new ones. Like, what's the flat stamina gem for MoP? Oh, crap, wrong vendor. $60 stamina. Yeah, the MoP gems are exactly the same. Unless there's, like, maybe a stronger version of the flask that you get at later levels. I don't know. Give us a 10k delve achievement? Fuck off. No. God, no. Let's see. I'm gonna buy just a bunch of strength gems. And I think it was orange gems that were good, right? Strength and crit. Strength and dodge. Strength and mastery. Strength and haste. I kind of want to go strength and haste. And then for blue sockets, we do purple gems. .20 strength and 40 hit. Yeah. Alright. Let's fix my gear. Because just to double check, it works the same. Vengeance. Where's Vengeance? It'll be under here. Yeah. So it no longer scales based on stamina. So fuck stamina. Can't wait to roll Monk when MoP comes out. Yeah, it's gonna be fun as hell. The reward could be Bran as a mount. That's so goofy. Okay, for this... The item is too low level to accept that gem. What? Okay, well, never... I guess we're just... I guess I'm not changing any of my gems and enchants and whatever. Alright. Sure. Wonder, can you buy that instantly? I can't remember. I guess maybe you could buy that at level 85. I'm probably not going to use flying for now, though. Alright. Let's first look at Blood DK talents, because I vaguely remember those. So, Roiling Blood. Your Blood Boil ability now triggers Pestilence if it strikes a diseased target. So basically, if your diseases are out, they will spread. You put your diseases on one target with Outbreak, hit Blood Boil, it automatically spreads it without having to do that manually. Plague Leech. Consume your diseases on a target and refresh 2 runes as death runes. Surrounds you with a swarm of insects that infects everything with Blood Plague and Frost Fever. Now, if I recall... we still have Outbreak, right? Outbreak, 1 minute cooldown. Pestilence, 1 blood rune. Yeah, so... Is that still the only way to get it? Oh. How long do Blood Plague and Frost Fever last? 30 seconds. So every 1.5 minutes, you can either do this and infect all nearby targets. This seems garbage, because if this is on a 1.5 minute cooldown, you would just do that with Outbreak, right? So I feel like either you do Plague Leech, and it's like that way you can consume your diseases to get 2 reactivated runes. I feel like this would probably be best on like single target, and then on AoE just being able to get like a free Pestilence. Maybe was that more consistent? I thought Outbreak was a 30-second cooldown. I guess not. That kind of sucks. It's a bit more annoying to have to micro. You forgot Deathstroke can move while casting in MoP? Yeah. Warlock's had a lot of really crazy stuff. What do presences do? Increases your stamina, increases rune regen, crit immunity, increases armor, 10% DR. This is runic power generation. Okay. It's kind of nothing. 10% haste, 15% move speed. I would imagine a lot of this... It doesn't require blood presence. Yeah, so it's a little bit different. Let's see here. Interesting, that's baseline now. I'll read through all this stuff later in more detail. I feel like Plague Leech will probably be necessary in a lot of cases, but like on single target especially, none of the other ones even do anything, so you'd probably just run this. But for leveling, this will just be really nice quality of life. Actually, for like challenge modes, I feel like this would be good. Just being able to constantly get your diseases rolling. But it also means you wouldn't need to use Pestilence, right? Where, wrong thing. Where's Pestilence again? Yeah, so that costs a Blood Rune. So this would just mean that you don't need to press Pestilence at all, ever. You would just Outbreak and then immediately Blood Boil. So... yeah. This definitely seems like nice quality of life. For leveling, I could see this being nice, just because you infect every target, but I feel like at that point, you're just going to have Outbreak up for every single pull, so you just always start with Outbreak Roiling Blood. So there's no real advantage there. So, yeah, you probably just take Roiling Blood. I don't really think this has many use cases. It's probably single target Plague Leech, AoE Roiling Blood, but... I don't know. Obviously, Purgatory's nuts. I'm just wondering if, like, I care about it for leveling. So I'm never gonna die, so it's like... by that logic, most of this won't matter for leveling. Lichborn, you can argue the ability to negate fears could potentially be helpful for leveling. I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna fucking rip Purgatory. I like Purgatory. I'll probably never trigger it, but yeah, you never know. This one's like pretty obviously Death's Advance. 10% passive move speed, and then you can activate it to get a speed increase. This reduces the movement of enemies, but like a lot of times that's just bad. Asphyxiate obviously has some use cases, but the problem with Asphyxiate is that it replaces Strangulate in this version. And Strangulate, since you already have that baseline, is just really good in a lot of cases. So you're losing utility just to gain this, but it's like, does it really matter that much? Death Pact, almost certainly I'm going to go with this, but I'll just read it. You have to sack your minion to get a big shield. Actually, oh, it doesn't even kill your minion anymore. You just do a chunk of its health. Death Siphon is not very good because it requires a death rune. And it just does, like, mediocre damage and heals you. Like, that's... I'm pretty sure that's just a lot worse than your other shit, right? Where's Deathstrike? Like, because it's weapon damage and this is passive damage, it's hard to compare one-to-one. But... yeah. Almost certainly not that. And then you have to spend runic power to restore health. But... why would you do that? What are the costs these days? What costs runic power again? Is it Heartstrike? That's blood. What's my runic power spenders? Is it still... The Rune Strike. Rune Strike single target and then Blood Boil AoE, right? Or is that a rune spender? No, that's a rune spender. Huh. Okay. I guess in that case, you could maybe make a case for conversion. On, like, AoE, if you don't need to use Rune Strike quite as much. Because this is, like, it's a runic power dump. The interactions between runes and runic power in Old Blood DK is so strange. The class still feels fun to play, but it is definitely a very weird... Oh, interesting. Yeah, so this is Weakened Blows. So it's exactly what I thought. A lot of classes apply Weakened Blows. It might just be like all tanks apply Weakened Blows. So Blood does that via Blood Boil. Okay, and this is interesting. So Blood Boil will, at this point in time, always refresh diseases on targets that it damages. So you don't need Outbreak to be a 30-second cooldown, because on large AoE pulls, you just do it once, and then Blood Boil will keep it rolling 100% of the time. So I feel like Plague Leech would be actually especially good on like 2 to 3 targets. Because then I could draw the diseases out from a target, and then I can just Pestilence another target that already has my diseases, and it just refreshes it there. So that way, I'm getting 2 death runes for the price of 1 blood rune for free. So that's just good, right? Whereas Roiling Blood doesn't really... All it does is save me the 1 blood rune on Pestilence. And then I guess this would be especially good on fights where there's, like, periodic adds, like, constantly. That way you don't need to, like... You want to be able to constantly get your diseases back up on that target without having to use Pestilence. So if you're going to be constantly, like, you know, new adds are coming into the fight every now and then, or if you're, like, doing a dungeon and, like, chain pulling throughout the entire thing, that way you just chain Blood Boil, it sends your diseases to all the new targets, that could be good. But if you're fighting a target long enough where the original diseases from your initial outbreak are going to be there, like, permanently, then Plague Leech is just better. Interesting. I think I'll probably still stick with Roiling Blood for leveling, but I could see both use cases. At this point, though, I really see 0 use case for Unholy Blight. But both of these sound good. For raids, you probably use Plague Leech. That's interesting, yeah, because then Plague Leech on single target is just... It has a 25-second cooldown, but even if you use it, you could just basically, whenever Outbreak is back up, right before using Outbreak, you just Plague Leech, get 2 death runes, Outbreak, reapply it. So then basically, every minute, you just use Outbreak and reset 2 death runes for free. So on single target, this is just really good. Yeah. Hey, owner. Owner said, used to have a macro that says, I find your lack of faith disturbing on asphyxiate. Yeah. Yeah, the funny thing is, I'm 99% sure that when I was a little kid playing Death Knight back in original MoP, I always used asphyxiate just because I'm like, oh my god, it's force choke. Holy shit. I get to be a Sith Lord. And like, you know, it's cool. But obviously, you know, Death's Advance better in this row. Do you raid both Kata and retail? How do you find the time to space them out so you can do both? I was raiding Kata retail and Classic Anniversary for a while. I'm no longer actively raiding in Kata right now, like right this second. I stopped raiding midway through Firelands. And, I mean, like, definitely finding time to space them out, it's tough, for sure. But I did it back when, you know, I was really, you know, interested in it. It's a combination of, like, you know, the guild that I was raiding with kind of burnt out, and I just didn't really have the energy to apply to new guilds. Basically, if I was in a situation where I had, like, a group of people that I could run, like, Kata raids with right this second without having to, like, actively search for it, I would probably try to do that. But the other thing is, yeah, it is definitely difficult to find a group that doesn't conflict with retail raid times. And, like, right now, for instance, I'm raiding into different retail guilds at once. So I'm currently progging Gallywix and progging One-Armed Bandit in two completely separate guilds. Gallywix on my prop Paladin, One-Armed Bandit on my prop Warrior. So I'm still raiding in two guilds at once, except both of them are retail now. But, like, back in the day, I was only obviously raiding in one retail guild, because, you know, it is kind of a little bit ludicrous to raid in two guilds at once, but what can I say? Welcome to my life. So, I will definitely end up raiding in both MoP Classic and retail whenever MoP Classic comes out. But yeah, that's kind of the issue. Retail raid times will always take priority for me, of course, so I'm inherently limited in what guilds I can join for Classic. So, a lot of times in the past, like whenever I raided in TBC and Wrath Classic, I usually raided in weekend guilds. Because there are a decent amount of weekend raiding guilds, and that way it will never, ever conflict with my retail times. So, that's probably what I'll do. As for how I find the time, well, it's my job, right? So, when your job is making World of Warcraft videos, it's easy enough to justify spending that time. I'm just gonna take Death Pact. Here, you generate blood charges, use blood tap to reactivate a random rune. 99% sure I'm gonna take blood tap, but we'll read the other ones. Chance to reactivate a fully depleted rune. So this is like, if you get extremely lucky, Runic Empowerment could theoretically give you more refreshes than Blood Tap. But on average, this is going to give you more, and you have full control over when you spend it. And then this increases your rune regeneration rate. I like Blood Tap, so I'm going to take Blood Tap, but I could see the others being good. So MoP is when we finally get Gorfiends. So obviously it should go without saying that Gorfiend's Grasp is like extremely powerful in any sort of dungeon environment. Remorseless Winter is interesting as a crowd control effect, but there's no situation in challenge modes where you're ever not going to take Gorfiend's Grasp. And yeah, I mean, like, maybe for very specific raid bosses, these might be taken. Most people are just going to run Gorfiend's Grasp and, you know, full send it. There we go. Glyphs. What does Anti-Magic Shell do baseline? Surrounds the Death Knight and an Anti-Magic Shell. It absorbs 75% of damage dealt by harmful spells. And prevents application of harmful magical effects. Damage absorbed generates runic power. So, this is like a trade-off. It absorbs all damage, but if you're in a situation where you want AMS to persist for longer to negate magical effects, then this would clear it off faster, so you would lose that bonus. And actually, historically speaking, that has been the major advantage of AMS, especially for Blood DK, so you would probably not want to run this. The slight additional, 25% additional damage you'd absorb is like a non-issue, especially with Deathstrike being what it is. So you'd want to not run this, that way you keep the negation of harmful magical effects for longer. Unless you were ever in a situation where you absolutely needed it as like a massive absorb shield, but you know, that situation really doesn't exist ever. Glyph of Dark Sim. I love Dark Sim, so for leveling, I don't know how useful this will be. For challenge modes, there's going to be an insane amount of use cases for this. What's the baseline cooldown? Dark Sim. Places a Dark Ward. Gotcha. So this halves the cooldown. This is going to be extremely powerful in some cases. Dark Sucre is good for non-blood decays. Death and Decay reduces movement speed. That's a common effect. So fun thing about Glyph of Death Coil. Death Coil spell is now usable on allies. When used on a non-undead ally, it shrouds them. Actually, is Death Coil... Okay, actually, never mind. You don't need this to use it on an undead target. So there is definitely a situation where you could use Lichborn to make yourself undead, and then slam Death Coils into yourself for massive healing. I don't think that has ever been a really viable strategy, but there have been some very niche cases back in WoD where I remember you did that and, like, stood in a corner and, like, slammed yourself with stuff to, like, bait out mechanics, but that's, like, extremely niche. Almost nobody ever does that. That's terrible. That's terrible. That could be good, I guess, as a purge. Range of Death Grip, probably fine. That's terrible. Oh! Okay. So it's a glyph now. Outbreak doesn't have a cooldown, but it costs 30 runic power. Oh, wait, okay, actually, never mind. Oh, fuck Roiling Blood. Shit, I need Dust of Disappearance? What? Okay, yeah, with Outbreak Glyph. Yeah, okay, we just do that. That's just better.
I buy and trade.
Where's...
Well met.
Is it like a magic goods vendor type thing?
Light be with you.
Yeah, there we go. Wait! What? Gateway Control Shard is already a thing? Huh.
Light bless you.
Okay, yeah, in that case, I definitely take Plague Leech. Because, okay, if my main runic power spender is just Rune Strike, then, especially on AoE, when I don't need to use this a lot, yeah, it's mostly just Rune Strike. And this is, like, kind of a whatever spender on, like, AoE. So now, I can just get infinite outbreaks, right? So every 25 seconds, I just Plague Leech Outbreak. In that case, I'm spending 30 runic power to get 2 runes reset, which then can go into Blood Boil, Blood Boil. That's just way better. That's way better. Yeah, we definitely do that. Probably Glyph of Pestilence. Pillar of Frost, I don't even think I have. You never really stance, so there's... Unless you needed the movement speed for Unholy Presence mid-fight, you could maybe run that. Immediately finishes the cooldown of Death Grip upon killing a target. Yeah, okay. It's probably good. It's bad. Wait, where the fuck are my other glyphs? What the heck? Wait, these are really good too. Wow, monk glyphs suck. Loud Horn is very good. You're getting double the runic, because... Yeah, it's, Horn of Winter is 10 runic power, right? Yeah, you generate 10 runic power. So this is, instead of this being 10 runic power every 20 seconds, this is 20 runic power every 40 seconds. Which is, yeah, that's fine, right? This is like a filler generator anyway, so you would almost certainly run Loud Horn. So Swift Death is also very nice. How does Soul Reaper work? I know I don't get that until later. For 5 seconds, if the target's below health. Okay. Yeah, so it kind of works like the same way that modern Soul Reaper works. So that's really nice. Basically, in execute phase, you now have, like, really, really, really high movement speed. That's nuts. I feel like you would almost always run Loud Horn just because that gives you more value per GCD. In all situations. Unholy Command is nuts for leveling. And then you kind of definitely want to run Glyph of Outbreak at all times. So that means that, like, for raid fights, on a raid boss, I'd probably run Swift Death. And then for leveling, I'd run Unholy Commands. And then for challenge modes, I would either run Unholy Commands or Death and Decay if I need the slow, or Dark Sim if I need the CDR, because in challenge modes there's going to be very, very strong uses of Dark Sim there. Death Grip if the 5 yards is going to be a meaningful difference. Yeah, there's a lot of good choices here for major glyphs, whereas Brewmaster Monks, it's like, what do I even want to take? There's, like, so much random shit, right? So yeah. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, I like all this stuff. I think I would take Loud Horn if the Glyph Vendor actually had it. I don't know why it doesn't. But honestly, actually, for leveling, I think I'd probably want to run just the Death Grip range anyway. That's going to be more useful for just grabbing mobs from a distance. I think if I started off with Soul Reaper, I might want to pick Soul Reaper for Swift Death. Or, yeah, that one. Do any of these matter? Path of Frost, that one's really good. Resilient Grip. Interesting. Glyph of Long Winter, if Horn of Winter wasn't something that you actually want to use regularly, could be good. But it lasts 5 minutes, and you use it as a runic power generator filler. Oh, Glyph of Deathgate, why not? Okay. I think we got all that set up. Now, it's time to read through every single ability one by one. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that's just in the Death Knight tree, so I'm just going to look at that first. So AMS, obviously, this still just gives you magic DR and then prevents magic effects. You get runic power. Dark Sim is a highly underrated ability that can be used to cheese some crazy shit. Army of the Dead, still a 10-minute cooldown. Pretty good, though. Death Coil, you don't actually use as blood. Blood Boil, obviously, main blood rune spender, deals big pulsing AoE damage. Deathgate, throw this over here if I need it. We already looked at the presences. I'm just going to level purely in blood presence. Technically, I get a bit more move speed as Unholy, but I mean, this is just going to... This gives rune regeneration rate, which I feel like is better. So, I don't really think there's any main reason to switch to it. Definitely, there's no reason to stance. You would either pretty much stay in Unholy Presence 100% of the time, or Blood. This might be, like, ever so slightly more damage, but I don't really think it's meaningful. So, I'm just not going to bother. Death Grip. Obviously, we all know what this does. Chains of Ice. I should also, yeah, while I do this, I should be fixing my bars. So, I don't know where I want Dark Sim to go. I don't know where I want Army of the Dead to go. Blood Boil goes on 4. Check that for a second. Blood Presence, because I'm not stancing, I don't need to bind that. Actually, because I might use it for mobility, purely for mobility. If I have, like, no runic power, I'll do that. But yeah, we'll do that. It's fine. Chains of Ice. There. Same thing, you know, it's a slow. Nothing crazy. Death Strike. The way that this works, Frost and Holy Rune, you do a big chunk of damage, and it heals you for 20% of the damage you've taken. And yeah, no, pretty good. We all know what Death Strike does. Very strong. Control Undead. I don't really think that there's going to be any use cases while leveling for this, but I'll put it on my bars because obviously there are dungeons like Scholomance in MoP where this is useful. Death and Decay is kind of interesting because it doesn't really do much. It's not like modern Blood where you have to play around Death and Decay, like you have to play around Consecration for Paladin. Right now, it's just kind of like, it does damage. Awesome rune. You still want to use it, but we'll talk about when. Empower Rune Weapon. This just activates all your runes and gives you 25 runic power, but it has a very long cooldown. Mind Freeze is your kick. Frost Presence. Necrotic Strike is entirely a PvP ability. It puts a healing absorb on the target. Not useful at all for raids or any real content. Heart Strike hits up to 3 enemies, does damage, and the other non-primary targets take less damage. And then, obviously, does more damage. A lot of these abilities will be like, if your diseases are present, it hits harder. But you always want to have your diseases present. Which brings me to Outbreak. Outbreak, why does it say 30 to 60 runic power? Instantly applies Blood Plague and Frost Fever to the enemy. I feel like while leveling, I actually might not want to use Glyph of Outbreak. For endgame stuff, you definitely would, because like this would allow you to get those rune resets. But honestly, the more I think about it, while this will be very good at endgame, for leveling, it's just going to make a lot more sense to do Roiling Blood. Because there's going to be a lot of times where I'll, you know, be handing in quests, I'll have 0 runic power, and then not having that to initiate the pull will suck. In fact, I'll do Shifting Presences just in case I need to use the move speed. Yeah. But I would not do this at endgame. But for leveling, honestly, I think that would probably be more effective. Okay, Outbreak, I don't know why it says 30 to 60 runic power on the thing. I think that's probably a bug on Blizzard's end. It's only supposed to cost 30. Whatever, weird. But that's Outbreak. It applies your diseases. Normally it's free. You can attach a 30 runic power cost onto it, but it has no cooldown. So if you are not using Plague Leech, then there is like zero reason to ever use Glyph of Outbreak. The reason to use Glyph of Outbreak is that so every 25 seconds you could then cast another Outbreak to then leech, right? So you would start with Outbreak, you would leech, then you would Outbreak again to apply your diseases, but then you would basically be spending, in that case, 60 runic power to get 2 death runes, which I think is probably worth it. And then from then on, for the rest of the fight, you will just every so often Plague Leech, get 2 death runes, spend another 30 runic power, get your diseases up. I am 99.99999% sure that that is worth the trade-off, so you would do that. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm crazy. I think it is. So I guess we'll see how that shakes up. What else? Horn of Winter. So this is a buff ability, but because it generates runic power, it's used as a filler spell. If you have nothing else to use, you just hit this, and it does something, right? So it's not like the monk ability, which people can spam this and it doesn't actually do anything, but Horn of Winter actually has a purpose. Path of Frost normally just lets you walk in water, but with Glyph of Path of Frost, it will also reduce your fall damage, and there are many situations where when dropping off a cliff, you can use this and take less damage. Pretty nice to have. IBF, take 50% reduced damage and become immune to stun effects. Pretty straightforward. Pestilence, this spreads your existing diseases at the cost of 1 blood rune. So the way you're going to do this a lot of times is you outbreak a single target, you pestilence that target, it bounces your diseases to everything, and then they're all diseased, so they're all taking damage from Blood Plague Frost Fever, and then you hit Blood Boil, it does damage, it will deal bonus damage to them when they are diseased, and then as we'll discuss, there's a passive that causes your Blood Boil to reset the duration on anything that it hits with that. Let's see, Icy Touch. This is a ranged ability that will manually apply Frost Fever. I don't believe there is any situation at this point where you need to use Icy Touch, because realistically speaking, you're always just going to do it with Outbreak, because getting, like, okay, so using your diseases, or applying your diseases manually with Icy Touch and Plague Strike causes you to use 2 GCDs and 2 different runes just to get that applied. Outbreak would do the same thing either for free or for 30 runic power and in a single GCD instead of doing this. The difference obviously being that these also do a trivial amount of damage, whereas Outbreak does no inherent damage, but it's still not worth it. You still wouldn't do that. Generally, the runes are more valuable than the runic power, because most of your hardest hitting abilities cost runes. The only thing that you spend that actually costs runic power is Rune Strike, which is, as we'll see, more of a filler ability than anything. Raise Ally, this is your combat res. Put that on control 3. Oh no, actually, I want... Yeah, I want that there on my extra bar, and then Raise Dead I always put on control 3. This summons your ghoul, and your ghoul is important because of Death Pact, which we'll discuss. And then Strangulate, that on Shift F. This will, it costs a rune, but it silences a target for 5 seconds. So, because it costs, you know, a pretty valuable resource, you don't always want to use this, but obviously if there is a very annoying caster, you know, you can afford to spend a rune to completely lock that caster down. Pretty good. These are diseases. On a Pale Horse, duration of movement slowing effects is reduced, and then you just get 20% mount speed. So, you know, pretty good. You have a chance to parry. Get 5% stuff. Interesting. So you also get 5% strength only while in Frost or in Holy Spec. Oh, it's Frost or Unholy Spec, not Presence. Okay, yeah, so I was going to say, does this mean that Unholy Presence also gives 5% strength? No. It's only for the specialization itself. Okay, yeah, whatever. Blood Tap. Blood Tap's a talent. We already talked about that. Where do I want it? Probably there. Maybe I'll shift that around. Bone shields. So Bone Shield was a lot different back in the day. Now it's like the fundamental Blood DK mechanic. 1 minute cooldown, you get 6 charges, and then when you take damage, you consume a charge, and you take 20% less damage. Yeah, so this one is basically just like 20% flat DR. And you can refresh it every minute. What I can't remember is whether there are ways to refresh your charges of Bone Shields. I think it's really just one of those, you press this when you think you're about to take a lot of damage. Already talked about Death's Advance, I always put that on Shift E. Rune Tap. Converts 1 blood rune into 10% of your maximum health. So, this is before Rune Tap was a damage reduction talent. To heal. There is no situation, still, I'm pretty sure Rune Tap is like a lot better by the time you get into WoD. But right now, it's actually still kind of shit. I thought it changed in MoP, but I guess it didn't. You still use Rune Tap sometimes, just because of a passive we'll talk about later, Will the Necropolis. But you're never going to want to actually use this normally. It's just very much a waste. But you'll get free uses out of this, so you still want to have it. Where do I want to put it? I think, honestly, I'll put it here. And we'll just put Bone Shield there. Just refresh it every now and then. Shift 2. Bone Shield, I think, is one of those, like, if you know you're about to take, like, a big chunk of damage, you just throw this up there, and then, you know, it's free, so you just refresh it whenever you can. Nothing crazy. Actually, oh yeah, right, I don't want... I want Dancing Rune Weapon and R for sure. So where do I put Blood Tap? I think I'm going to put Outbreak on my actual bars at some place, and I'll put Blood Tap there. But definitely on Dancing Rune Weapon. Current version is 1.5 minutes CD, it mirrors your attacks for 12 seconds, and then you get 20% parry. Pretty straightforward. This is a relatively solid version of Dancing Rune Weapon. This ability has been wildly tuned over the years. There have been periods of time where it is completely worthless, and I think there's one iteration of Dancing Rune Weapon, I forget which expansion, but at one point it only lasted like, I think like 4 to 6 seconds, and it was completely turbo ass. And then obviously you have periods of time like Sepulchre, where Dancing Rune Weapon is ludicrously broken. And this is a pretty balanced version of it, so I don't know. They've never really been able to get the tuning right on this thing. These days it's fine, I think, but there have been very, very, very weird times for Dancing Rune Weapon, but this is a good iteration of it. Vamp Blood. Never mind. I always put Vamp Blood on E. Yeah. So where the hell do I put this stuff? I guess I just put Rune Tap on H. Sure. Why not? And do I put Bone Shield on Shift H? Maybe I do this. Bone Shield on H. Rune Tap on Shift H. No. I don't know. We'll do this. Fine, whatever. I might change that later. We'll see how I feel about it. Dark Command, that's just your taunt. It has no special effect. And Vamp Blood, obviously, just kind of works the same way it always has. You get more max health, and you get increased healing received. Pretty straightforward. Blood Parasites. So this is just, you have bloodworms that will attack and then blow up and heal nearby targets. This has, at various points in time, been a talent that Blood DKs either have taken or have not taken. I think right now, Blood DKs always take bloodworms because it's, like, competing with some really dumb stuff. Let me actually double check that. Wowhead. Actually, let me look at Warcraft logs to see. Warcraft logs. Let's look at Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock. Blood DK. Is Bloodworms currently being run? Yeah, 88% of people are running Bloodworms. I think, yeah, it's like, you either run Bloodworms or you run 15% increased Deathstrike healing, but half the time Deathstrike just fully tops you up anyway, so most people just run Bloodworms because it actually gives you damage, because the auto attacks of the Bloodworms do something, and then it gives you nice passive damage. Also, the modern version of Bloodworms causes them to automatically burst when you fall to low HP, and it's like kind of a mini cheat death explosion, but this is still pretty good, and it's entirely passive, so, you know. There have been times, though, when Bloodworms are really bad, and nobody runs it, but this is not the case. Death Pact. Okay. This is, yeah, this is like your shields. Where do I want to put that? Probably shift 2. I have so many fucking binds. And I haven't even put Dark Sim and Control Undead anywhere. Control Undead I'm going to put over here. If there is ever a situation where I need it, I'll just have it on that extra bar. I'll put that there. Army of the Dead. Where do I want to put Army of the Dead? Put that there. I'll put Dark Sim there. That seems good. Then Rune Strike I already talked about, but that's your Runic Power Spender. That would be there. And then what? What is this? Blood Rite. So whenever you hit with Death Strike, Frost and Holy Runes will become Death Runes when they activate. Okay, sure. And this just gives you more damage on Death Strike. What does this mean, though? So the Frost and Unholy Runes that I spend on Death Strike will turn into Death Runes afterwards when they refresh. Okay. Already talked about Death's Advance. Increases damage dealt by Blood Boil. When I land a melee attack, there's a 10% chance that my next Blood Boil or Death and Decay will consume no runes. Do I ever use... So Crimson Scourge applies to Blood Boil too? Why would I ever use Death and Decay then? This almost feels like kind of a complete waste of an ability right now. It doesn't do anything. There might be more, but if Crimson Scourge can give me a free Blood Boil, I'm always going to take that over this. There must be something, another passive I'm missing that makes Death and Decay actually worth using. Every time you heal yourself with Death Strike, sure. Yeah, we know what Blood Shield does. Your successful main hand auto attacks, dodges, and parries have a chance to increase the minimum healing done by Death Strike. And it generates runic power. Okay, cool, yeah. Purgatory, Vengeance. What's interesting is that Vengeance is every time you take damage, you gain a percentage of the unmitigated damage taken as attack power. I would imagine that Blood Shield counts as mitigation. So that means that in this iteration of Blood DK, Blood Shield is actually kind of anti-synergy, because you want to have as little mastery as possible, I suspect, because the more Blood Shields you have, the less damage you're taking that feeds into Vengeance, and especially for Blood DK, where your Death Strike healing is based on a percentage of damage taken, taking more unmitigated damage is actually way less of a problem for them than other tanks, because they just heal it back. So why would you ever play into Mastery? Mastery's kind of dog shit as a stat for Blood DK, then. I mean, Mastery was already kind of bait in Cataclysm, I was primarily running the crit haste build over the mastery build, but now there's even less reason to do it. Anyways, when you dodge or parry an attack, you gain 75% of your parry and dodge as additional critical strike. Okay. Interesting, I guess. You're obviously not going to want to build for parry and dodge, but that means that during Dancing Rune Weapon, you're gaining additional crit, because that increases your parry. So that's a nice little benefit. It also means that if you're forced to take parry on gear, wouldn't feel quite as bad. Sure. Stamina and dodge. That's a talent. We talked about Will of the Necropolis. Yeah, so every now and then, Rune Tap will just activate for free, and I just get a big 10% heal. By every now and then, I mean whenever I drop low, which isn't going to happen that often while leveling. This just buffs my Icebound Fortitude. Okay. Now, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that I'm going to want to have Soul Reaper on 6 whenever I get that. So I'm going to put Outbreak at 7. And that should be good. I think I'm happy with that. Yeah. Okay. Bars look fine. Got all my other stuff set up. I got all my shit gemmed and enchanted. For expertise. Yeah, I definitely need to reforge my gear because, like, a lot of my gear seems to have changed. Hit chance and expertise chance I need to fix. I have, like, a ludicrous amount of hit. I think I want to have around... I forget what the hit cap is. It's, like, 8.8%. So... I can definitely get rid of that. I can get rid of that. But I want to change some of my dodge into expertise. Definitely don't want to do that. Okay, that's expertise. Crit into expertise. Actually, let's undo this for now. And I'm just going to undo all of this stuff. Yeah, I don't need the hit. I don't want mastery, so I'm safe to reforge that off, and we'll do that into expertise. And then if I need to reforge off crit haste later on, I will do that. You definitely don't want that. I'll reforge off the mastery into expertise. Yeah, that's fine. Do that. How's my hit looking? Okay, so I think it is 8%. I'll reforge the mastery into expertise then. Undo that. Yeah, it is 8%. Okay. Then forge that back. Wait, I reforged off a lot of expertise. They must have changed the amount needed to reach expertise cap, because I was dumping tons of expertise. Okay, let's see here. I have a lot of haste. I need to reach... I'm a little bit lower than a hit cap now, so I'm just going to dump a lot of the stuff into expertise for now. Yeah, that's good. I'll reforge off haste into expertise here. I just keep this as is. Reforge off crit into expertise here. More crit into expertise. Yeah, that's good. More crit into expertise. Mastery into expertise. I don't need the extra haste, so I'll reforge off dodge into more expertise. Yeah, already reforged into expertise. Here I can reforge off the haste into hit. So I still need a little bit more. And then... If I were to reforge crit into hit here, that would put me way over, so then I can undo the ring. And then I'm, like, barely under. So I have, like, almost hit cap, and it's only against those targets. And I think that's all good. Everything that I can reforge to expertise, I have. Yeah. And unfortunately, I can't fix my gems because the only gems they have in the vendor are the MoP ones. So that would be really good. That would be a great way to fix my hidden expertise, but I can't right now. So my hands are tied. I can transmog this. And yeah, the rest of my set I'm fine with. The problem that I'm seeing here is I don't know why I would ever want to use Death and Decay. I might be missing something. But the current iteration of Blood, I genuinely think Death and Decay is like not even worth putting on your bars. I'm struggling to see what the use case for it is. Because obviously in retail, it's like the thing that enables your Heart Strike to hit multiple targets is Death and Decay. You have a shit ton of modifiers of like while you're standing in Death and Decay, blah, 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 blah. And I wonder if the reason why they piled onto that all of that onto Death and Decay is because previously it just wasn't worth using. Because the actual damage of it is not good and never has been. But I'm looking through here and I'm just like, what is the advantage here? Why would I ever press this? It does like 7,000 damage over 10 seconds. Which is ballpark the same as a Blood Boil if your targets are infected, which they should be. And, like, it costs an Unholy Rune instead of a Blood Rune, but then, like, Unholy Runes are supposed to be used on Deathstrike, so it's like, I guess if you really need AoE damage, this could be good. I guess because it's not using the exact same resources on very high target AoE, you could use this. And you would basically be sacrificing a use of Deathstrike early on to get this damage up. You'd be getting less Deathstrikes out and more Blood Boils. But yeah, you would need like really high targets for this to be worth it, I think. Yeah. Interesting. And even on low targets, you still, like, on... Especially up to 3 targets, you use Heartstrike over Blood Boil. Probably 5 targets is where Blood Boil would pull ahead. Definitely on very high targets. But But the main thing is Crimson Scourge causes one of these to be free. So if you're going to have one of them be free, you're almost always going to want to use this on Blood Boil, because that means you're spending one less Blood Rune, which then means, especially on AoE, Heartstrike will be useful there. So, Yeah. Interesting that Soul Reaper is also a fucking blood rune. Everything's blood runes. Makes sense. We're playing blood. But we still have all these random Frost and Unholy runes that we gotta do stuff to. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'll see. I'm sure as I play, it'll start to feel like it'll make a little bit more sense. But right now, I'm just like, why? Why would I use Death and Decay? That being said, it wouldn't be the first time. Definitely would not be the first time when an ability just serves functionally zero purpose. Like, I'll give you an example right now. Death Coil has no real purpose for blood. This does 6.5k damage, and this costs less and does 200% weapon damage. Now, it's hard to say exactly what the translation is, but this is, in practice, a lot more on a single target than Death Coil, so you just never use this. The only advantage of Death Coil is that it's a ranged ability, so there are some potential use cases there, but realistically speaking, you're never going to use this. This is kind of one of those things where if there was a very specific boss fight where I needed to attack something from range, I might put this on my bars for that one boss, just so I could use it in the very niche situations where I am out of range and want to spend runic power, but by and large, this is not something that you would want to use. So, yeah. You finally got the pacifist rig, DC? Welcome to the club. Yeah, that shit happens all the time. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna level his blood. And I actually will start leveling now, finally. I know it took me a while to get started, but I wanted to spend a lot of time carefully looking through Blood and Brewmaster, because that's mostly what I'm going to be playing for this expansion, so I want to make sure I'm familiarized with every last bit of their kit. And before I do that, I'm going to go make coffee, because I haven't coffee in many hours, so BRB. Real fast. Alright. I just tabbed over to YouTube chat. Do you need to adjust those stats while leveling? So, I mean, so the reality obviously is, even back then, like, leveling is not the most complicated thing ever. Like, I can guarantee you that when I leveled my Death Knight back in original MoP, I was a fucking moron, and I definitely didn't reforge my gear. I had no fucking clue what I was doing. And was I able to get through it? Yeah. Like, it's not that important, but we're min-maxing, so obviously you want to do that. And it's hard to say exactly what the cutoff point's going to be, because the thing is, I'm trying to make sure that, like, my hidden expertise is really good for high target mobs. Now, as we can see here, getting rid of dodge and parry chance is really fucking hard. Like, I have a ton of expertise, and, like, I have more expertise, twice as much expertise as hit, and I still haven't completely eradicated dodge chance from the table. Whereas hit chance, I have a 0% chance to miss against everything up to level 88 mobs, in which case it's still very low. But in practice, that is going to be a big source of damage while leveling. If all of your stuff is missing, like, yeah, it's going to suck. So the thing with leveling is technically you could reforge, but a lot of times what you'll want to do, like I did this in Cataclysm, is I would, like, overcompensate for hidden expertise. I would be, even though most of the stuff you're fighting is, like, within 1 to 2 levels in your zone, I would overcap on hidden expertise for the levels that I'm in, so that when I get to, in this case, when I get to the level 87, 88 zones, and, I wouldn't have been hit capped previously, now I'm either almost hit capped or, fully hit capped if I really min-maxed my gear. And then I don't need to go back and, like, reforge stuff because I have, like, a 5% chance to miss, which, will feel really annoying. It's just nice to do that. And hopefully as you level up, you'll get gear that replaces it, and I'll get stronger stuff that will, make it easier to get hidden expertise. Like I said, another big thing is my gems are not ideal here. I have a lot of gems that I would rather switch out for hidden expertise stuff, but I can't get the other gems without, transferring stuff over from Cata Classic, which I just don't really feel like doing. It's not on the vendor, so we'll say fuck it and do this. Right. Speaking of runeforging, with that vendor being added to the Yak mount instead of the Transmog vendor, the Yak is actually a nerfed version from retail. What do you mean? I'm confused. With that vendor, they added, so is the Yak in... Wait, did the Yak used to be reforging? Was that the thing? If so, it's been... I actually completely forgot about that. Holy shit. The MoP Yak used to be a reforge NPC? That's crazy. I actually didn't know that. Huh. Kinda neat. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I would actually argue that for the purposes of speed leveling, considering reforging would be a pretty nice thing to do on your gear, I'm probably going to have to get the MoP Yak, because if you think about it, right, if I'm able to reforge my gear on the fly, there's going to be tons of time where I'll just be, like, walking from point A to point B, and if I can do that and then quickly open up the Yak and just go boom, 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 shuffle my stats around to, like, make it more ideal, that would actually be a net positive for speedrunning, which means I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to somehow get enough gold to buy the melt. Whatever. I'll probably have to just slam a bunch of WoW tokens or something. Whatever. Is what it is. Do I have 100k in Cata? No, I do not. No, I fucking don't. That's what I mean. I'm gonna have to buy it, probably. No. It's what it is. At the end of the day, though, like, The yak is a very nice quality of life thing that I still use to this day, so... I do have the Traveler's Tundra Mammoth. So... And obviously that's really good, because having a portable vendor is nice, but... If it gives you the ability to reforge on the fly, that will be, you know, essential for speedruns. Jonathan Coles said, I'm a Worgen player. Cool. Yeah, I have, obviously, my Death Knight's Worgen. I will probably change this back to Blood Elf. The main reason I'm Worgen is because during Kata, I played with a bunch of friends on Alliance, and out of all of the options that I had to pick from, Worgen seemed like the coolest. Darkflight's also a pretty nice racial, but, you know. Unfortunate reality is that Blood Elf is just better. For me, at least. You know, well, kind of is just better in general. Blood Elf is just kind of nuts. If it had a T-Mog vendor on it, you would definitely farm gold. Ironic, because if it was the T-Mog version in MoP, like Classic, I wouldn't even bother farming. I wouldn't buy it, probably, because I already have Traveler's Tundra. But because it's a speedrun, I think. It's the same logic as the Auction House mount in retail. Yeah, Darkflight is a 2-minute cooldown. Pretty good racial, honestly. There's a case to be made for, like, day 1 speed leveling. This might be better, just because it's a really nice speed boost, especially for Death Knights, which don't have too many great mobility options, but... I mean, Arcane Torrent's so fucking busted. So good. Can you macro it to Death's Advance? Oh shit, wrong. I don't think they stacked. I'll test it in 2 minutes again. But not a big deal. Okay, where's my timer? So I will say, I don't know exactly how long leveling in MoP takes. And I am a little bit tired today, and I have a lot of stuff that I gotta do this weekend. So what I might do is I might just, like, stream a few zones worth of leveling. And if it's, like, 4 hours from now, and we're still level, like, 87, I'll probably just pause there, and we'll finish it another time. But this is kind of the reason, by the way, why I didn't want to stream on my main channel today. Because I don't know for a fact that we're actually going to finish a full, complete 85 to 90 run. We're going to do some testing, and we'll get as far as we can. On retail, you macro it to sprint on your rogue, and it's super speedy. I don't really play Worgen a lot, so I'm not super used to it. I definitely wouldn't want to macro it together, because there's obviously a case to be made of, like, you want, especially for, like, raid bosses and stuff, you would rather have the flexibility of using them in different instances, but for, like, speed leveling, you could argue that most times you probably want to use them together, but I could definitely see cases where maybe I only want to run a short distance. I would just use Death's Advance to get there faster, and then Darkflight I would save, you know, for a different case, but it's, okay, here, we'll see. We'll test it. So, are they on the same GCD? They are not on the GCD, so that's interesting. And they do not appear to stack. Yeah. So, in this case, actually, you definitely don't want to macro them, because they're not stackable. But I'm not sure if that's, like, one of those things where later on they changed it to stack with other stuff, or maybe it's just Death's Advance specifically doesn't stack with it. But yeah, no problem. Definitely a good idea, definitely worth checking. Okay, where do I start? So, once I figure out how to pick up the first quest, we'll start here. Okay. So, I guess I just already have the quest. Cool. In that case, I'll just go to the quest giver and start the timer there. There's a pretty recent change in War Within or late Dragonflight where they buffed Worgen racials. Oh, yeah. I could definitely see that. Because they did a lot of racial balancing. Very possible that that was one of the changes they made. Because that's when they changed, like, Void Elf and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, shit. Okay,
We've made a thorough inspection of the wreckage.
Here, I didn't expect that, so I'll just... I guess, for testing purposes in the future, we'll just start the timer when we're about to turn in the quest. So I think everything is set. Let me just double-check Leatrix Plus is working on this character. Yep. Alright, and OBS is not working correctly. Oh yeah, before I do anything, though... Should get all my buffs rolling. And alright, I'm good to go. Go. Oh yeah, you have to fly out there. Trying to remember, how did they handle it in MoP Remix? Oh yeah, in MoP Remix, you just got immediately teleported onto the MoP version of your skyship. Like, when it was in those intro quests. So you never did this stuff in MoP Remix. That's why I don't remember it. The nice thing is, thanks to MoP Remix, I actually have a very strong memory of, like, the vast majority of these quest lines. Because I did a lot of quest leveling runs in MoP Remix. Okay, so I just have to hit I'm ready to depart. Oh. There. It actually kind of works out well that my Death Knight is a Worgen, because I'm almost certainly going to play Blood Elf for my Monk. So then we get to see the Alliance leveling path on this character. And then when I do my Monk, we'll do Horde leveling.
You heard the Admiral. Concentrate fire on the Horde base. Begin your attack runs.
Oh, there we go. I'm not sure if it was just laggy or if it always takes that long to work. I think I completely whiffed that. The sound effects are kind of bugging out a little bit. I can't remember if it works like this in retail. I think for Horde it works differently, if I recall correctly. But for Alliance it's still like this in retail.
Use your torpedo rockets on those ships. Confirm kill. Nice shooting.
I can't remember what caused this intro scenario to bug out so much on MoP launch. Because there was definitely some sort of bug that made it take, like, forever and everybody got stuck here. Thankfully, I didn't play Alliance back then, but I remember way back in the day reading like a million forum posts about it. And then there's that one random horde ship way off the coast of Krasarong, which you can see super far out in the distance.
All wings report back. Prepare for ground. Victory in battle is only
Okay, what did I get there? Got a two-handed mace.
trained for this. You're among
Okay, it's the same as my current one.
Skyfire men. This is the ship that took down Deathwing. Some raggedy
There we go. Okay, there was just a long animation. Zoom out. So we have level ranges and zones now. Okay, so Kunlai Summit is 82. Right. 82, 83, 84. That makes sense. Okay. So actually, yeah, if you just did the first two levels, you'd be able to completely skip all this stuff. So honestly, considering I skipped all the way up to... Or what? It says 82 to 90. That's supposed to be 87 to 90, right? I think Blizzard just did that wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's correct, but I think the sentiment is correct that it's supposed to be 87 to 90, the final, or like 2 levels after. So, like, I remember I skipped to 82 for Deepalm. So, I was kind of saying earlier that you could skip to level 80, you could skip to level like 87 or 88 for Kunlai, but yeah, if 87 is realistically achievable, then that would probably just be what you do. Oh yeah, I don't have, It's so weird not having Questy when I'm so used to it. Okay. Let's, like, shit. I was just realizing, I actually do remember having Outbreak on... Vines. Oh man. Yeah, we have AoE looting at this point, so that's pretty good. RC LSN said, oh yeah, baby MoP. I'm very excited to finally be able to play this. And not having the quest tracking on the NPC is definitely fucking my brain up a little bit. A lot of my stuff's AoE, so I'm highly incentivized to do big pulls. I don't really have any great ways to tag mobs from a distance outside of, like, taunt and stuff. So I need more grunts. Do Death Grip. Do that. Pestilence. Actually, I don't need to Pestilence, right? Because I can... I'm running Roiling Blood. Yeah, so... Honestly, I can just drop Pestilence entirely with this. And I probably will just do that. So I might change my binds a little bit whenever I'm doing Plague Leech. But for now, this is what I can do. You wish you got the beta? You'll probably get into a later one, I'd imagine. But yeah, and then I have to do this. This is still only the second wave of the beta. It's been out for like a week and a few days at this point, so I wouldn't worry too much. Believe me, when I didn't get into the first wave, I was already panicking, but I got into the second wave, so... We're chillin'. That didn't blow up. There we go. Can I do it from here? Yeah, and then we could do this. So... Alright. None of this stuff requires blood presence, right? Like, I'm taking literally no damage. My health bar is not moving at all. I actually think that you maybe just do Unholy Presence.
Keep your mind on the mission.
What is this dude doing? This dude's doing blood presence, but... I feel like the haste will probably be comparable in damage to the rune regen. So I'm just like, does it matter? At that point, you're just getting free move speed, so that's not so low. So, Deathcoil, Frost Strike, or Rune Strike generates up to 2 charges. And if you land a damaging Deathcoil, Frost Strike, or Rune Strike, you have a 45% chance to activate a random fully depleted rune. I'm actually starting to think that maybe Blood Tap isn't very good. Because I didn't realize that this is only Rune Strike. So on AoE, it's a filler spell, right? I don't want to be dumping this. So if it takes me 3 full casts to get a single refresh, at that point I'd rather do Runic Empowerment, because then on average, I'm more likely to get a single refresh after 2 casts. So on single target, if I'm using a lot of Blood Tap or Rune Strikes anyways as filler, I feel like it might be better. But on AoE, I feel like you'd hope to get just a random refresh there. That's my logic, at least. None of this matters.
Back to your duties.
Oh.
What's going on down
We are from the Alliance and mean you no harm. Tell
Yeah, I'm
me
actually going to switch to that.
that shadow you drew out of me.
Okay.
This is not the place to explain. In short, your own doubts have been made manifest.
You love my YouTube? You found me when Kata came out, and you liked watching me level the warrior and the DK? Yeah, I've been so surprised to see how many people really enjoyed the warrior leveling run. I also need to make an @player macro for that. I did not expect that run to be remotely as popular as it ended up being, and it made me feel bad that I wasn't able to do... okay, I do actually have my macros saved. Nice. For these... Oh, just start attack, yeah. Whatever. But that's baseline at this point, I think. Yeah, I felt bad that I wasn't able to do as many as I wanted. But the nice thing is, I can guarantee you that there's going to be a lot of MoP Classic leveling runs. So, there will be many. Unfortunately, without the Glyph of Outbreak... What glyphs do I have here? Okay, for glyphs. I'm not going to shift presences. I don't need to worry about that. I'm just going to do this. I'd rather have that version of Outbreak. I feel like you're just going to play with that in endgame, like, almost 100% of the time. That just feels like it would be better. So, I'm just going to go with that. And then also, I need to lock in my talent choice there. Cool. Leader of Podon Village found. Okay, I just gotta go to the town. Yeah. The whole thing with Kata is I wanted to do more like the Prot Warrior run, but... I mean, obviously, I actually did end up completing a bunch of Kata 80 to 85 runs. So that I managed to do everything I wanted, but I wanted to do more 1 to 80 runs, and I just never got around to it because, like, my account got wrongly banned at the time, and that really fucked my plans. But, well, hopefully that's not going to happen again. Surely, Blizzard. So, we should be fine. And I definitely plan on doing a bunch. I had planned to do more for Cataclysm, but, you know, is what it is. My hands were tied. It says there's a quest from... Okay, here we go.
Hello, can I help you?
All this stuff's over here. All right. Don't jinx it, they're always listening. Yeah. I can use Icy Touch for a ranged pull. True, yeah. The problem is, so you're not wrong there. It's unfortunate that it does consume resources. I think it might be good to have it on my bars just for that reason. That's definitely a good point. But I wouldn't want to use it very often. I'd probably only want to do that, like, in an emergency. Here, you know what? I'm going to put these here, because I don't think I'm going to be doing this a lot in combat. And then... we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Okay. If I absolutely need, like, an additional range tag option, I could do that. Really, I just need to get used to using Deathstrike for that reason. Fuck that up a little bit. Or Outbreak, like so. Should be fine. Am I engineer? Yeah. Holy shit, I don't have a nitro boost bound to anything. Good call. I normally have that there. Thanks for the reminder. I don't know if that's why you asked if I was engineer, but then it just... Your question made it click that, oh my god, I'm not using nitro boosts. I have them on my gear, just... Derp. You're gonna say that the Looterang toy is fixed? Oh, that's good to know. I don't know if I have that. Oh, well, my toy box didn't transfer anyway. But I'll double check to see if I actually have that on, Classic. It actually works in MoP. It was garbage in Kata. Gotcha. Well, either way, thanks for unintentionally reminding me that I need to put my belt on my bars. Okay, so now I just need wounded pilots. How do you handle Season 3 War Within versus MoP Classic? The website says MoP Classic will release at the latest at the end of August. Well, it's not going to be end of August. MoP Classic will be within the next month, just for the record. Like, almost certainly within the month. So that's not going to overlap. War Within Season 3 will not be until August at the earliest, because we already know that 11.1.7 is going to be ballpark like very late June, early July, because it's only just on the PTR, and also it's obviously going to be after all of the 11.1.5 content is over. So that will be bare minimum at least a month. And just like Blizzard's retail cycle has been extremely consistent, their release date for 11.2 is almost certainly going to be early August, early to mid-August, based on their, consistent cycle. So that's what we can expect for that. And MoP Classic, every single time they've done a beta, it has always been within a month. I expect MoP Classic to release early June. That is my prediction. It'll either be like final week of May, start of June. They do not do long beta cycles for these things. So, yeah, if that's your question, there's going to be absolutely zero conflict whatsoever. They will be months apart. Now, if they do something like, Throne of Thunder release snipes a raid thing, well, that would kind of suck. And then I would just have to be very careful about how I balance my schedule, but we'll see. But I can assure you that it will not be like a real concern. From what direction War Within currently goes, your guild is not finding any new players. You'll probably full go MoP Classic over War Within Season 3. Yeah. Well, thankfully, you won't need to make that choice. But as for whether or not you come back for Season 3, that's, I guess that's another decision you'll need to make. I mean, so I will admit, I'm not thrilled with still a lot of the changes Blizzard's making in retail. But admittedly, the raid stuff has generally been good. It's just, man, they undermine themselves. No pun intended, but kind of. Constantly. Where they make, like, honestly pretty good content, and then they just balance and handle the tuning terribly. Like, all of this Turbo Boost stuff is just absolute garbage. Like, I don't want to have a million new things to farm. I'm already done with the raid. I just want to have a chill reclear and be able to get parses in peace. And especially, the bigger problem with the Turbo Boost stuff is that there's a very big difference between catch-up mechanics and stuff that's like, you will just get blatant character power by doing this. Because when it gives you just flat character power, well then now it's no longer just a catch-up mechanic. You're no longer saying, oh, if you do all this stuff, you'll be able to catch up to the Mythic Raiders faster. Now, Mythic Raiders need to farm this too, which you could argue, oh, well, it doesn't matter for the current raid tier, but it will matter for the next raid tier, because any gear that you get now will mean that the start of the next raid, you're going to have an easier time pushing M+, easier time getting gear for normal and heroic clears early on, which will then eventually help you for Mythic too. So it's not good. I don't really like the changes much, but it's not enough where I'm gonna quit, right? Like, if it's fun to play, I'll still play it, but it is very annoying, for sure. What do I need to do here? I need to free Pandaren Cubs, which I do by killing the eyes. So I've gotten almost all of them. Okay, all the Pandaren Cubs are freed. Now I need to bomb the munitions stockpile, which is that thing. Some other stuff.
Carrier has arrived.
You understood that reference? I'm glad. Bomb the Demolishers.
We read you. Coming in hot.
And then the Wild Imps are over there.
Roger that. Give him the business.
Okay, the NPCs I gotta kill, I think they are further up. I also want to make sure I'm not, like, stuck in combat with that mob down there, so... in Kata, you had to target the last mob, and it only worked on one mob with a 10-second CD. In MoP, you just hit it. Oh, nice. Yeah, that definitely sounds much better then. Okay. So where is Dalgon? Is it, like, over here and somebody already killed it? Might be the case. Can't zoom in on the map? Meh. Oh, he's right here. Okay. Okay, so we do have shared mob tags for your faction as of MoP. I remember somebody was asking about that. You can see that guy tagged it first. I still get kill credit. That's good. Oh shit, I'm missing 3 horde kills. And then there's one more over there that I can get. The turbo boost thing feels like a band-aid, as they have no idea what they do and just want to push everyone insanely to make them probably happy. But next season, they pay the price when people feel insanely weak compared to now and get frustrated. Yeah, that's the thing that I think so many people are not really thinking through. Well, that being said, I am surprised at how many people are upset about the turbo boost stuff, because it's kind of the thing where I would expect most players to blindly be like, oh, yeah, I'm getting more powerful. I love that. But there actually are a lot of people who are, you know, legitimately saying, hey, this kind of sucks. And that's it's maybe a good thing. Because, yeah, it really sucks. And you hit the nail on the head there of when we get to the new season and all of the raid bosses have to be tuned around everybody having full 682 item level, it's going to feel really shitty if you aren't caught up. So now it's no longer just a catch-up mechanic. It's a, you better be actively playing the season right the second, because if you aren't, and even if, like, let's say you played the season at the start, you got good gear, and you took a break, now all of your gear is just, like, arbitrarily worse than it was previously. So, like, have fun just being, like, 20 item levels below where you should be. So, it's gonna really suck. And if they do it like they did back in Season 1, then a lot of the upgrade track stuff won't even be accessible after the fact. So, like, it'll all be grayed out. So if you didn't farm it all current content, you can't even, like, go back and get, like, fully upgraded stuff during, like, the transition week. You're shit out of luck. And don't even get me started on, like, trinkets. There's still specs that use Treacherous Transmitter as their main thing. And you can't even get that anymore. My global seems so fast. I have a lot of haste. Like a shitload of haste, so. I'm also playing an Unholy Presence, which gives me 10% haste. So, that probably is why. Haste is king for Blood DK. Haste is, like, so fucking nice. I have, like, next to no mastery. I actually do have a decent amount just because a lot of my gear has it. And I have a decent amount of crit. But, yeah, whenever I... outside of hit and expertise, I'm, like, putting almost everything into haste. And I have basically 0 defensive stats because, like, let's be honest, have you watched my health bar move at all? Blood DK is already just unkillable. You don't need any dodge, parry, shit. Same thing applies to Kata, but... it's especially true now, and it's also, you know, triply true because with Vengeance being as broken as it is, Vengeance the ability, then you're highly disincentivized from actually mitigating any damage you take, because if you could just Death Strike it all back, why the fuck would you want to mitigate any damage? you're just going to take even more damage. It's crazy. It's, Death Strike's broken. Is Mode of Harmony tradable? No, it's BOP. Okay, interesting. I can't... Oh, I can fit through the gap. Okay. Also, do I have Glyph of Long Winter? I think that was one of the ones... Yeah, it wasn't on the vendor, so... I would run that if I could, but... Okay, the other stuff is up front. What? Fucker despawned. Come on. I guess I can't run up the rock. Really? Just sitting on there? Do this. I actually will use Icy Touch here. When tanking raid bosses, can you get away with being in DPS presence? Now, that's a different story. To be clear, I think that one of the main reasons to run Unholy Presence is because, while leveling, the survivability aspect of your blood... Like, you get so much stuff in Blood Presence, it's crazy. Like, so much defensive value. But still, like, do you see my health bar moving? At all? And then I press Death Strike and back to full. So you don't need any of this stuff. All of these survivability things for this type of content is nonsense. And the other big thing is 15% move speed is really, really nice for leveling, obviously. So that's another big reason to run Unholy Presence while leveling. Now, while tanking bosses, that is a completely different story. I would say almost all of the time you're going to be in Almost all the time, you're going to be in Blood Presence. Two reasons. One, if you're actively tanking the boss and you aren't getting all of these bonuses, yeah, no, you gotta have this survivability stuff. If a raid boss is hitting you, you need to do that. Not to mention, for long raid fights, 20% rune regeneration rate is actually a pretty noticeable damage buff. Like, that isn't nothing. So it's not like you don't get any damage whatsoever. 20% rune regen versus 10% haste. Now, in the context of leveling where I do a big pull, spend all my runes, and then they already are regenning when I'm running to a new mob, yeah, the haste is probably going to be better on average. But for a longer fight where you actually are cycling through a ton of runes over the course of the boss, this is actually good damage. So it's not like it's not purely a tank stance or a DPS stance. You do actually get damage out of your tanking stance. There are some cases, like we talked about earlier, for Monk, like Brewmaster in particular, where there could be some situations where if you're off tanking and you aren't actually like holding threat at this moment in time, you could justify going into your DPS stance for like a few very specific things. But like in the case of Brewmaster Monk, a lot of your main abilities can only be used in your tank stance, your Ox stance. But there are some benefits, like additional chi generated by your jab, that might make it worth it to quickly switch to Tiger stance to generate more chi, and then switch back to Ox stance for all of your big spenders. So there are potentially cases where that could be a thing. Now, the difference with, Brewmaster and Blood DK is Brewmaster doesn't have any, like, resources that transfer between specs, or stances, I mean. In the case of Blood, you have runic power. So whenever you switch stances, you lose all of your runic power. Now, there is a glyph that makes you keep 70% of your runic power when stance dancing, but honestly, it still really sucks at having to do that. And you also need to use a glyph slot, and there's a lot of really good glyphs that you would have to sacrifice to be able to run that. Really good, like, quality of life stuff. So I think that even if the damage increase of having, a bit of extra haste would be, like, slightly beneficial for blood decay in some cases, I feel like most of the time, you're probably just not going to bother stancing on blood. But it's not like every single tank will always be in tank stance 100% of the time. Okay. Do I have maximum bamboo keys? Yeah. Then, what is Ancient Hosen Skull? Oh, it's on the ground. I have to pick it up. Okay. Darkmoon Fair starts in 1 hour, 24 minutes. Yeah, speaking of which, once Darkmoon Fair starts, I gotta... Oh, shit, I get why you're saying that. I thought you were just saying that randomly. No, you're right. I actually get the XP bonus in MoP Classic. That's a thing now. But yeah, actually... Tomorrow during the day, I'm gonna have to do my Human Monk 1 to 70 speedrun in retail, to be clear. And I've been waiting to do that because of Darkmoon Fair. Are tanks in MoP at the point where they don't rely much on healers? Oh yeah, no, you are entirely self-sufficient as a tank by the time of MoP. We are at retail tanking levels by this point already, 100%. It is, in some cases, arguable, even in Cataclysm. Oh, shit. Even in Cataclysm, you can make a case that that's already the case, and a lot of tanks are self-sufficient. I do still need some external healing, and I would say other tanks outside of Blood are far more reliant on external healing. But, yeah, no, in MoP, like, yeah, you can't die. To give you an idea of how broken tanks are in MoP, there are tanks that would sell, like, 4-player carries for challenge modes. Unironically. Back in MoP. You would have Brewmasters and Blood DKs that would just solo the entire challenge mode dungeon by themselves, because that is how broken tanks were. So, yeah. I don't know if the other tanks can do it. I know definitely Brew and Blood could. Brew especially. Brew's kind of crazy. But Blood DK on... Brew's more for dungeons, notably, though. It's still good in Raid. But... I mean, anybody who plays, who played back in MoP probably remember that literally the final boss of the expansion, a popular strat for Garrosh, was to have a Blood DK solo tank the entire fight. They were that strong. And then, of course, you know, the whole thing is, the more damage you're taking, so if you're solo tanking and you're doing all of it, well then you are getting more vengeance, which means you're doing more damage, which just, yeah, kind of further funnels you to be really good. And then obviously that allows you to run an extra DPS, which just means your damage overall is just insane. So there's a reason why Vengeance as a mechanic does not exist anymore. It was kind of broken. And then they took it out. I keep my belt for now. Oh yeah. The carrier has arrived line, owner. I guess I have to kill Kung Din for that key, the guy that I just fought. Made you demotivated to play currently because what's the point? Yeah, exactly. I don't know why they think that's a good idea, because it... Like, quite literally, exactly what you said, the moment I read about the Turbo Boost event, I'm just like, okay, so I'm just going to stop playing retail WoW in my free time. Like, I would probably be doing my Keystone Hero Challenge right now if they didn't announce that. But instead, I'm just like, why would I even play the game for the next 3 weeks? Like, what the fuck is the point? So, yeah, I don't know. Blizzard doesn't really think that stuff through. I don't know. No. Then okay, I just go back and turn that in. Mobs am I killing?
But I owe you this much. May the elders not punish me for this deed. We are going to pass through a
Are there
fierce
other
battle.
quests, or do I literally just kill 10 mobs?
Engage the Hosen while I run through. If all goes well, I will meet you at my village.
Okay, no, it's just kill 10 mobs here. Are these all fish rippers? No. That guy's a fish ripper. I think they're supposed to run... Okay, yeah, there's some more coming here. Oh, those are not fish rippers. Okay. Maybe there's more over here? There are? Okay. There, I think this is enough. Yep, that was enough. What I understood, they tuned the gear gap as if the turbo boost didn't exist. That's their official excuse to block the myth track to myth kills. Well, no, I mean, well, to be clear, they haven't directly commented on how they plan on this affecting next season tuning, which is my problem. I don't think they've even considered it. I don't think they've even taken one moment to sit there and think about how this will affect next season's tuning. I think they're just like, herder, we're gonna give people more upgrades, and nobody's sitting there like, Blizzard, what will this do to the week 1 in tuning of the next raid? Are you gonna tune around having this extra gear or not? So, yeah, I don't really think it's even a thought on their minds right now, which is a problem. And
You think we can believe him, Commander?
there's no good way to go about that.
Put down your weapon, warrior.
Like I said, because
We will put down ours.
realistically speaking, Blizzard always will tune for something to be harder than easier, right? It's better for something to be really hard early on, and then to roll it back to where, like, now it's doable. That is almost always how they're going to do it. And that's not even necessarily a bad idea in a vacuum, right? That's just kind of how you should balance games in general. The problem is, if you need to tune it to be not potentially face roll easy, well, obviously, you're going to take into account what is the highest possible gear that somebody could have going into this raid. And right now, because of the stuff that they've done with the Turbo Boost events, the highest possible gear is just going to be the shit that's fully upgraded from this event. So if you are not fully upgraded from the event, well, you're shit out of luck. And you are probably not going to be their tuning target for the start of the new raid. Now, of course, over time, they will, of course, nerf it, but it's like with any, starting week of the raid, the entire point is to try and kill as many bosses as possible. So I don't see a world in which they're just like, yeah, we're just not going to take into account the fact that everybody has like 10 more item levels than they should, and we're just going to undertune the raid. Like, no, they would never do that. We've already seen what happens when they do that. It's called Avarice, and Blizzard has said multiple times that they consider Avarice tuning a failure and don't want that to happen again. So it's very much likely going to be the case where you need to make sure that you're doing all your gearing stuff now, because if you don't, well, it's going to be a problem for you later on. Where are the tortoises? There's one there. There's a bunch over there. So can I do this and then death grip it over? I'm stuck in terrain. And then Let's do that. There we go. You got a warrior at 80 and a paladin at 70. Wondering which you may have an easier time tanking randoms. Warrior for sure.
At ease.
Well, if it was Cataclysm, I would say warrior for sure.
Keep your mind on the
Warrior for dungeons, like, so Paladin was slightly better for raid tanking in Cataclysm, but Paladin's AoE is, like, at least as of Cataclysm, kind of funky. Not the best. Not terrible. Every tank has AoE capabilities, but Prot Warrior's main strength as of Cataclysm is they are AoE monsters. They are insanely good for tanking dungeons. It is kind of funny how historically Warrior has always been a pretty strong dungeon tank, even when it's not been amazing in raids. But yeah, in Cataclassic, Warriors are, like, ludicrously strong for dungeons. I think Blood DK is probably still better. It's hard to say because, like, there's no competitive dungeon format for Cataclysm, so nobody really tracks that stuff. But I would definitely say that Warrior and Death Knight are, like, the two best dungeon tanks for, like, heroic random stuff. Warriors are nuts. And definitely for leveling, like, the Cataclysm Warrior speedrun that I did, like, holy shit, you just feel kind of insanely strong. Even from, like, level 40 onwards, you just can't die, you kill everything. Victory Rush for dungeon-type content is really nuts, you just get, like, really good self-healing. Though, that's the thing. Historically speaking, Prot Pally for, like, this era of WoW is the tank that I know the least about. Because I did play Warrior a little bit back in the day, and obviously I have actually played Cataclysm Prot Warrior a decent amount, so I can speak on that. But Prot Pally is, like, the tank that I played the least. Honestly, the first time I ever seriously played Prot Pally was BFA. I dabbled in it in Legion, so, like, I remember a little bit about Legion Prot Pally, but, like, WoD, I barely played Prot Pally. MoP, I barely played Prot Pally. It was my least played tank by a mile. I played Guardian Druid more back then, so yeah, I really don't know much about Prot Pally over the years. I know how it worked in Legion, but I don't know, like, all the intricacies of it in Legion. And then BFA Prot Pally onwards, obviously, I started playing it a lot more, because I mained it for Battle of Dazara lore, or partially. I played in 2 guilds at the time, and that was one of the characters I played. And then, obviously, from then on, I've been playing Prot Pally a lot more often. Played it a good bit in Shadowlands. I'm obviously maining it right now, so... But as for how it plays in MoP, I really don't know. As you mentioned, the stats came out for the past M+ week, and the stats dropped off a cliff, yeah. Makes sense. Water Speaker's Staff. Is this literally just kill a bunch of mobs, and I just need to keep killing Hosen until it drops? I think that's what it is. Wait, actually, I didn't get it? Fuck. Yeah, it literally is just... You kill Sticky Paws. Okay, so that... I'm doing the correct thing. It's just not dropping. Alright. Okay, game. Yeah, Blood DK in this era feels so fucking good to play. So fast-paced. Admittedly, you know, Sand Lane Blood DK right now does also feel pretty fast-paced, which is one of the reasons I like it, but I really hate the Bone Shield mechanic. I hate modern Bone Shield so much. I think genuinely, if you, like, retuned Blood DK to, like, not have to deal with Bone Shields in Modern WoW, and had, like, you know, the Sand Lane playstyle, the spec would feel really good. Like, honestly, almost perfect. That's the one thing keeping Modern Blood DK from being perfect to me. A lot of the historical issues I've had with it have been fixed, and it feels a lot closer to how it did in this era. It's just that one problem. Bone Shield still feels like shit. And Marrow Rend just feels like such a shitty button to press. There we go, finally. I got 2 of them, of course. Are there any good resources to see how good tanks are in MoP? Yeah, that's the thing. I'm sure that there is some tier list out there by somebody who probably, you know, actually let me Google it just to see how many people have already. I'm sure tons of people probably already made MoP classic tank tier list. Yeah, oh my god, there's like a million clickbait YouTubers who do this shit. In my opinion, yeah, fuck off. If I wanted the opinion of a random clickbait YouTuber, I'd have many things to choose from. Yeah, there's, it looks like there's already a bunch of videos. So, I would say, the problem is, right now, there might be better resources as time goes on, and I would be willing to bet that probably at least one of those tier lists, there is like at least one or two YouTubers I know of who in the past have made good videos. I haven't watched it, so I'm not going to like recommend their videos by name because I haven't seen what they're saying. But there are definitely people who do proper research for like classic stuff, and I'd be willing to bet that their video probably has decent information and is actually well researched. But yeah, a lot of people just make like really shitty clickbait info. It's hard to say for sure. Right now, there's obviously not going to be that many good resources because the beta's only just come out. I think that generally, if you want to know what the best tank is, Classic's weird in the sense that you can just look at past stuff. So what I've been doing to figure out what the best tanks are is I've just been looking at old logs, old, you know, patch notes and things like that, and trying to get a sense for myself what people were playing back then. But then, of course, it's always a little bit different because there's always the idea that back in the day, and this will be less true as time goes on, like kind of by MoP, people already had things relatively figured out. But a lot of tanks still... Tanking especially is, like I said, it's weird because a lot of people didn't really know how to play it properly. I think that MoP, I know for sure, enough people started to understand that, like, okay, no, tanks are literally just damage dealers, right? And Vengeance, I think, kind of helped play into that fact. There's some weird audio thing going on. And definitely for what's it called? Actually, you know what? I remember, I really don't like these quests. From here on out in Jade Forest, it gets really bad. So I'm going to test a few things from here. I want to skip the rest of Jade Forest because there's technically some good quests in Central Jade Forest, but I figured, you know, for testing purposes, that was a good time as any to run around and do stuff. I'm going to try to jog my memory on where all the treasures are located. Most of the good treasures are in the Horde section, unfortunately. Jade Forest. Okay. I'm also probably going to do a few random dungeons to get to the next level. We'll see if it procs. I don't know how many people are playing beta right now. But yeah, see, I think what you said, Cap, really highlights the problem with the tier list videos. Inconsistency. Because I'm sure one of those tier list videos, in hindsight, will probably end up being accurate. And it'll probably be whichever one did the most, like, proper research. But it's so hard to tell because unless you do the research yourself, you're not really going to know. So what I can tell you for sure is that both Brewmaster and Blood DK are very, very, very strong, right? There's a reason why, you know, a lot of the stuff that they have right now got taken out later on. The thing is, I don't know how strong Prot Warrior, Guardian Druid, and Prot Pally are. And I'm not going to try to tell you how strong they are, because I don't know. I do know that because I did play a lot of Blood DK back in original MoP, and I've still done a bit of research specifically into those two tanks, since they're the ones that I'm personally the most interested in, I can at least confirm that Blood DK, yeah, Blood DKs are fucking monsters for raid tanking. They are really nuts. Blood DK and Brewmaster are really nuts for challenge mode tanking. Like I've said, they're just incredibly strong, and that is all based on, like, final patch tuning, because I played a lot in Siege of Orgrimmar, and that's what, like, most of my personal experience is based off of. And I looked at, like, Siege of Orgrimmar logs and stuff to determine that. Now, obviously, tier sets and slight things like that will impact it, but by and large, they were very good. I don't know how good Paladin, Warrior, and Druid is. Druid is an interesting case, because as I mentioned earlier, I looked up Mogushan Vault stuff, and the world firsts for Mogushan Vaults use Druid tanks. But that was largely because Heart of the Wild was absolutely busted when MoP first launched, and then it was very quickly nerfed. I'm pretty sure it's still good, but it's nowhere near, like, as OP to the point where everybody was playing Druid tanks for, like, early Mogushan Vaults because of how nuts it was. You just did crazy damage. I don't think it's nearly to that power level at this point, so even though that was technically the world first comp, I don't really think that will reflect on what people will be playing in practice. And there's also the other thing to consider about raid buffs. And, you know, are you going to have your attack power buff? Are you going to have your monk buff? And that's another thing that I can't really say for sure, because I don't know exactly what other things are valuable. Like, for instance, I don't know for sure, but I think Windwalker is pretty good. So then that could be an argument for, even though Brewmaster's pretty solid, you may not want to bring a Brewmaster, and you might want to bring something else instead, just because, you know, Windwalker already brings that buff. That'll be more impactful in a 10-man raiding scenario, where you have limited options to get your buffs, than a 25-man, but something to consider, right? And I'm spitballing here, right? I don't know for sure if Windwalker tuning is really good or not. I didn't look into all of the DPS numbers, so I can't speak on that. But I'm saying, like, hypothetically, this is why it is hard to make decisions based on what is good for raid, because even in the modern day, right, we have situations where a tank might be pretty good in a vacuum, and it's just hard to justify it. Like, Blood DK in Undermine right now is very strong, and a lot of people are still playing Blood DK, but the reason it wasn't brought for Race to World first is because what does Blood DK bring to the table in terms of utility? You know, sure, it might do a lot of individual damage, but so does Prot Warrior, and so does Prot Paladin. But right now, Holy Paladin, it has been buffed since, but Holy Paladin was not in a great spot at the very start of the tier, and Rep Paladin just doesn't really do that much. So the way that you got your Paladin buffs were with Pally, and then also on top of that, so many fights in Undermine are completely cheesed by, like, Paladin utility, and so the comp ends up being Prot Warrior for ridiculous damage, and Prot Paladin for respectable damage, but also extremely valuable utility. But, like, I don't know, if you look at it in a vacuum, like, is Prot Pally the tankiest tank right now? No. Prot Pally is arguably one of the squishiest tanks in current Undermine tuning. Does it do a lot of damage? It can if it gets really lucky. In practice, usually it actually doesn't do that much damage. So, if all you looked at was, like, the raw numbers, would Prot Paladin in Undermine look like a very compelling tank option? Not really. Until you realize, like, oh, hey, Prot Paladins can quite literally solo tank Mythic Mugsy because of a cheese strat that involves Blessing of Spell Warding. It's not very popular, but there is a cheese strat for Prot Pally where if you just have them and a Mistweaver Monk, and obviously Mistweaver's really good in Undermine, so a Mistweaver Monk will literally taunt off for certain mechanics, and you just Spell Warding them, and then you just break the fight in half. It's so dumb. You can actually just solo tank the fight. So their utility just makes so many things trivial. Bubble just completely breaks the game in so many cases. And that's the type of thing that's, like, really hard to determine. And that's just a modern WoW example, right? Obviously, this stuff still applies back in MoP. There's tons of little things like that. So, I have no idea. And honestly, the same thing could be said for Prot Pally, because based on what I remember reading, Prot Pally's damage for MoP doesn't seem to be super good. And historically, I remember they were never, like, a super tanky tank. That's kind of always been one of their weaknesses, other than, like, mid-Dragonflight, where they were randomly unkillable because of buffs. But Prot Pally has ended up in meta tank comps since the dawn of time as, like, a one-of, because it has always been the utility tank, where there will be like a random boss that suddenly Bop completely breaks this boss, Bubble completely breaks this boss, and you just end up playing Crop Alley even though they don't do as much damage and take a lot more damage. So that's something to consider. I'm fairly sure that they're not going to be like the top cutting or challenge mode tank. I'm going to be relatively confident in that. But, you know, who knows? Maybe there's something that I'm missing. And Prot Warrior, I think, is probably one of those where I would be willing to say that Prot Warrior probably isn't going to be a super compelling tank. Again, without having looked at the numbers extensively, I don't remember them being super high up there. And I do remember very distinctly that Warrior DPS in MoP is really fucking good. So I'm pretty sure that if you're going to be running like a Warrior for the buff, you're going to want to take a DPS Warrior, probably. So I think that really would hinder Prot Warrior's ability to be brought, and it's definitely never going to be as tanky as either Blood DK or Brewmaster, so it won't have that going for it. So that kind of hurts its potential of getting a raid spot. And then as for Guardian Druid, like I said, I think Druid can do very good damage in some instances. I also did look at Siege of Orgrimmar logs, and I did see that there were a lot of good Druids up there. But it's also one of those things where you never know. There might be some like tech that wasn't really popular back in the day that ends up being really broken. Hard to say. I'll give you another example of why historical stuff isn't always super reliable due to the nature of Classic being on the final patch. From everything that I read, Blood DK back in original Cataclysm was actually kind of shit for the vast majority of the expansion. And it only ended up being a really, really, really powerful tank because of fundamental changes to how Deathstrike worked that weren't added until Dragon Soul. So it ended up being really good in Dragon Soul, and then that stuff obviously carried over into MoP, but because we're playing on the final patch of Cataclysm, those changes just made Blood DK stupidly overpowered for the entirety of Cataclassic. So while originally you really wouldn't want to bring a Blood DK for Blackwing Descent or any of that stuff, a lot of guilds were running, pretty much every single guild in Cataclassic had at least one Blood DK, and there were a lot of guilds that had double Blood DK because they were just that fucking strong. And a lot of that is because of the final patch tuning. Whereas if you look at like historical numbers, that was not the case. So it basically, all that to say, in summary, it's a very difficult question to answer until we get like actual concrete testing. And they also might do a little bit of tuning. Blizzard has sometimes tuned Classic to shore up outliers because of things like that. So you never know. You quickly looked up some sources. Best tanks seem to be Blood DK, Brew, with some debate, maybe all in between. Yeah. That's why, like I said, I can say with absolute certainty that both Blood and Brew were extremely powerful tanks in MoP. I think if you ask most people, Blood DK is like kind of just without debate the strongest tank in MoP. It's really, really good. Like I said, a popular strategy for Garrosh, the final boss of the expansion, is to solo tank it with a Blood DK. So, yeah, Blood DKs are really good. One of the reasons why both Blood DK and Brewmaster are really good, and that's kind of one of those things where you might not have seen people always doing that back in the day, but remember, oh shit, I accidentally got PvP flagged. I think I ran too close to the Hosen camp. But remember, the way that Vengeance works is... Oh, hey, they're killing... I was going to kill Sungray's Behemoth, but whatever. The way that Vengeance works is you take... When you take unmitigated damage, you get attack power. So, Blood DK and Brewmaster are the two best tanks at taking unmitigated damage, because if you take, like, a colossal unmitigated hit on Blood DK, and it drops you to, like, 10% of your health, well, you have this crazy thing called Deathstrike, where it doesn't fucking matter. Because now your health just rubber bands back to where it was before. It's really broken. And also, Brewmaster takes this massive unmitigated hit, well, they stagger it, and then they can just purify the damage. So, you're taking much larger hits. Oh, damn, somebody killed this mob. You're taking much larger hits, sure, but you're getting way more damage from it, and it doesn't matter, because now you just either Deathstrike it back, or purify all of that damage off. And remember that Purifying Brew, in this era of WoW, purifies all stagger. it's not like modern WoW where Purifying Brew only purifies a portion of your staggered damage. So you can take a ridiculous amount of damage and then just purify all of it away, or at least like all of the staggered damage away. And then you're getting a gigantic buff from Vengeance, which just lets you do insane damage. And obviously, if any tank is able to survive the content, and realistically speaking, even if you aren't doing cheesy stuff to boost Vengeance, Brewmaster and Blood DK are still going to be the two best tanks at survivability for obvious reasons. Deathstrike's nuts, Stagger's nuts. There's a reason why even to this day, I think it's pretty safe to say that both tanks are the tankiest tanks in modern WoW. And of course, back in the day, that's still very much the case, and honestly, they're even stronger in some instances. So, because of that, if they're already unkillable, and they're able to do ludicrous amounts of damage by cheesing Vengeance, then what else do you want out of your tanks outside of filling a raid buff? So, in a vacuum, generally, I think it's safe to say that when you're cheesing Vengeance, those two tanks are going to output the most damage while still being unkillable, which is really the vast majority of what you want out of your tanks anyways. So then, unless you're in a position where, like, Prop Paladin can maybe do just as close to as much, but also fills, like, a super valuable raid buff, and then that makes it more desirable, like, why wouldn't you bring Blood DK or Brew? Kind of, is the logic there. Now, there's obviously going to be a lot of intricate things that I don't know exactly about, and like I said, Prop Paladin is the utility god, so there are going to be some cases, I suspect, where Prop Paladin will be really good for one or two bosses in particular. That's kind of always been the case, even when it's in a tier where Prop Pally isn't super great. But I think the big problems are going to be Prop Warrior and Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid, especially outside of the stuff that I read where apparently Heart of the Wild was really overtuned, even if it does pretty good damage, it still is going to struggle a little bit. And Guardian Druid, I don't know exactly how much that is the case in Siege of Orgrimmar, but I know that during Warlords of Draenor, Guardian Druid was, like, unquestionably the worst tank in the game. I don't think any of the tank tuning is, like, especially egregious in this era, but by the time you get to WoD, Guardian Druid falls off a cliff, and it's basically borderline unviable for the entire expansion, and then, of course, it gets its big rework in Legion when it ends up being the gods for all of Legion. So, Warrior, I also know Warrior was not super great in WoD, but Warrior was also weird because you also had Gladiator stance, so a lot of people were playing, like, DPS Prot Warrior, so that's kind of a strange era, right? Rest in peace, Gladiator stance. But also, both Brewmaster and Blood DK were still insanely dominant throughout all of WoD. I think there might have been some tiers where you ran Prop Paladin. I don't remember exactly, but both Brew and Blood were gods in WoD. Absolute gods. So, you know. Yeah, and it covers your memory where you always felt Blood DK is crazy. Yeah, pretty much. Quest XP rewards are in the 95 to 150k range, and yet you didn't even ding much. How much XP is it for 85 to 86? A lot. Yeah, a bunch. Actually, on that note, I should queue for dungeons. Oh yeah, there's scenarios. So Pandaria dungeons are still better. What do I have access to? Where is it? Stormstout Brewery and Temple of the Jade Serpent. Both of those are pretty fast. I want to say that dungeon quests started to be a thing as of MoP. There are actually a few dungeon quests already in Cataclysm, though it's a bit inconsistent. Like, Lost City has dungeon quests. Deepholm has dungeon quests. Throne of the Tides notably doesn't, because it's tied to the campaign, and you never want to do Vashir. Blackrock Caverns has a dungeon quest, but it's very buggy. I think most of the Cataclysm dungeons have at least some dungeon quests, so yeah. I think we already have dungeon quests as of MoP, so doing the one-time dungeon quests would probably still be a good thing to do. And dungeons in MoP are interesting, so they only have these ones active then? I guess all of the max level dungeons just aren't available. Jade Serpent, Stormstat are both very quick. Setting Sun is fairly quick, but I don't know what level that is. Shadowpan Monastery, not terrible. Siege of the Zao. I think the RP skip is already in. I'm not entirely sure. Siege of the Zao is very interesting because you can get it done very quickly with the RP skip and if you're doing it properly. But it's that the RP skip makes this feel really slow, but it's actually not that long of a dungeon on average. Booksham Palace is like kind of on the long end. A lot of the other really fast dungeons aren't here, though, so. Like, Scarlet Halls is, I don't think, a leveling dungeon. I'm pretty sure that's level 90 only. At what point in MoP did the iconic challenge mode armor sets come out? They're there from the start, yeah. Challenge modes are a thing throughout the entirety of the expansion. So you can get them immediately if you really wanted to. So we'll see if the queue pops. I got all the treasures that I can remember. I know there's some other treasures that are not guaranteed, like they're shared amongst all players, but I don't know. I'll just continue questing, I guess. I wanted to take a detour to just check some of that stuff out. Because I was really curious at how much XP the treasures gave, and it looks like it's like about a quest's worth of XP for the treasures, which it's a lot less than I remember it being. I remembered the MoP treasures as giving way more than that, but it's definitely a big advantage to Horde, though, because there's 3 really close together treasures that you can pick up. Alliance don't have many in their vicinity. So, I mean, 3 free quest completions is nothing to scoff at.
Don't worry about me.
You think MoP dungeon quests are chains, though? I don't think they are. No. I'm pretty sure you pick them up at the start. Even in Cataclysm, most of them weren't tied to chains. The only chain one was Throne of the Tides that I can recall. And I don't think it was supposed to be. I'm pretty sure it was a bug that they just never fixed.
What's that over there? Some kind of bird?
You remember 4th boss, Heart of Fear? The boss boosted your vengeance into the heavens. That was crazy. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know specific details about how a lot of the bosses felt back then, because I played Siege of Orgrimmar a lot. So Siege of Orgrimmar, I know a decent amount, and Throne of Thunder, I know some, not a ton. But the other, like, starting raids, I am way less familiar with. Even though I know generally the boss mechanics, I couldn't really tell you about, like, how you interacted with the current content, because I didn't raid back then. I only got into raiding, like, tail end of Throne of Thunder, really Siege of Orgrimmar. Alright, great description. You remember MoP dungeons were bad because you needed to finish the zone first? I guess we'll find out. I do not think that's the case. That might be the case for some dungeons, but we'll see. Because I can tell you for sure, in Cataclysm Classic, most dungeons did not work like that. There was a reason I recommended doing bare minimum the first level in dungeons. Now, a lot of dungeons will have breadcrumb quests that lead to them, and there's sometimes a case where it's like, there will be a quest at the end of a zone that will say, go do Temple of the Jade Serpent, but there are still dungeon quests within Temple of the Jade Serpent that will give you bonus experience. So even if you aren't doing that entire chain, it's still worth doing the dungeon. We'll find out, obviously, if anybody is around doing dungeons. As we'll see.
Sully, Little Lou, our plans have changed. We need to transport Amber back to the main camp.
I think now in Classic, a Golden Age is coming up. MoP was really good. WAD is good in a Classic scheme where you can speed up and we don't have to talk about Legion. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, for sure. This was my favorite period of WoW. This was what got me really into WoW Endgame. And then I ended up being bitter for the entirety of BFA and Shadowlands, and I'm still dealing with like lingering resentment from those expansions. So I honestly don't really think that either definitely not Dragonflight, but even right now, War Within, I don't think it's ever going to hit the highs of MoP. If they can one day get there, that would be great.
All right, agents, listen up.
He considers me
It grows
an
late.
agent.
Should set up camp for the night. Sully, do you have an axe?
No, but I can put one together in a pinch. Let's see, do you need a wood cutting axe or a people killing axe?
Wood cutting. Little Lou,
Ding.
use this axe to gather firewood.
Yes, sir.
That's cool that you got the Paladin heroic gear.
Make those shrines
Oh,
fast. Look
yeah.
for
Sorry, I only just saw your message, RCLSN.
Amber, find a good
Yeah, this is the healer gear. I had to bribe my raid team to give me the leftovers.
Sir.
Every single time one of these things dropped, I was like, transmog, please? They made me pay in, what was it, Maelstrom crystals?
If you run into any trouble, just shine the light on the target.
Um,
I'll take care of it.
I think it was Maelstrom crystals. Whatever it costs to, like, disenchant an epic item, they said, hey, as long as you trade us, like, one of those for every piece of transmog you want, you can do that. So I would show up to raid with, like, a stack of the crystals, and every time there was an item that nobody wanted, I would just pay them a crystal, and they would give it to me. Nobody else really cared about transmog, but I really like this set, so I bribed them.
Didn't know I had a sniper on my side, did you? Found nothing in the Northern Shrine. No undoing, no hosing, nothing.
Wait, does Path of Frost apply? Oh, that's crazy. I get Path of Frost in the instance thing. Do I feel like I have a lot less buttons to press? I don't know. Hard to say. I think there's still plenty in MoP. There's like a lot of random keybinds.
Found no sign of anyone in the southwestern shrine. However, I did find a friendly raccoon who began to follow me.
The echo is really annoying here.
I decided to name him Gizmo. Hey there, little buddy. I'm gonna name you Gizmo. No! Gizmo! Amber, why? I didn't even shine my damn light. Shortly afterwards, another raccoon befriended me.
Do I have to go up there?
I named him Socks and quickly moved on. Come on, Socks. Let's get out of here before you get sniped. After scouting the 3 shrines, I headed
Okay.
back over to
So I think the moment I trigger that roleplay,
Socks followed along faithfully.
I should be fine to run back here. So in theory, like, you know, a faster way to do this quest is you just trigger the roleplay and then immediately start running. And that's like really long roleplay. So as long as I make it back to the other objective by the time that that all finishes, you know, it's works out. You feel like Blizz nerfed the rate at which we get those XP pots? I've seen people saying that every single day since I posted that video, and then every single day I go and test it, and it's like the same as it's always been. I don't think they changed anything. I think that some days you're just going to get really unlucky, and that's life. But, yeah, is what it is. Yeah, and Gladiator Stance, definitely. That, I never really got to play around with Gladiator Stance, because I didn't play Prot Warrior a lot back then, but I've heard really good things about it.
Rel being attacked by Hosen again. Amber, aim your sights over here. Every time. No, Rel. What do you need?
Nice to see you.
Yeah, these quests are...
I don't think
They take so long, they're so inefficient.
Little Lou.
This is basically the point at which you really want to be out of Jade Forest.
Well,
Rel's condition is
So
worse.
this only gets you about halfway there, so you're almost certainly going to want to skip the first level.
If only Mishka was here, she'd fix him up in no time.
Fellow agents,
You're hoping Midnight reaches it? We'll see. Maybe. I don't know.
our allies.
Good thinking, little Lou. Go find out who lives here. Take Sully with you.
And socks.
Yes, and the raccoon. I'll watch over our commander.
Timeless Isle is one of your favorite hubs? Yeah. Timeless Isle was absolutely peak for endgame hubs. It was so good. Oh shit, I needed to inspect the sign.
This person sure has lots of statues.
The sign out front was not very welcoming.
No sign is gonna stop me and my best pal Socks.
Where's Widow Greenpaw? Hello? Did I not get credit? Maybe there's like, it's credit in an area around the sign.
The sign out front was not very welcoming.
But I still get credit here.
No sign is gonna stop me and my best pal Socks.
Okay. Quest is broken. Maybe it's because I didn't interact with the sign first, and that broke the trigger for it.
Hello.
That might be the case.
Rel survived the attack, but he wasn't doing very well.
Rel's condition is worsening. We must stop to rest again.
If only Mishka was here.
The big ability prune came in WoD when they removed a lot of abilities or merged them together, alongside the first stat squish.
Fellow agents, this is a Pandaren hub.
Ah!
The Pandaren are allies.
Good thinking, little Lou.
They definitely purged a lot of abilities in WoD, but
And Socks.
Yes, and the
honestly, I don't think the WoD pruning was as egregious as a lot of other stuff later on. The pruning in Legion hit on a lot of core, really good class mechanics that a lot of people liked.
Was not very welcoming.
I would argue that the biggest offender was Legion. As good as Legion was, that was really bad for a lot of specs, even if the expansion was overall pretty good.
The lawn was littered with
And,
statues. They seemed
what's it called?
lifelike.
This person sure has lots of statues.
It's the suspicious statue. Oh, this is the suspicious statue.
One statue in particular stood out. I had never seen a creature like this.
Now wait a darn minute. Is that an orc? Is the horde here too?
After inspecting the statues, we saw a female Pandaren emerge from the house.
Oh, hello, dear. Now look at this. A Jinnu and what is that? Some sort of beard sprite?
I'm a dwarf, ma'am. Can we borrow some food?
Glad Stance needs to come back to retail as a support spec. God, we don't need more support specs, no. I do think Glad spec should come back, but it should be a pure DPS spec. And it shouldn't be a modification of Prot Warrior.
What was
If anything, it should be like, I don't know, a modification of like Arms or Fury or something.
Sully, those aren't statues on her lawn. She wants
Or
to
just make a
fight
brand new
them.
spec, but I don't know.
Socks! Run, little Lou! Run away! The ocean gets you too!
They call
The
me
loss of the
Little
raccoon
Lou.
is the least of our worries. Our biggest concern is that petrified orc and what its presence means. I can tell you the rest of the story. We made camp in
Alright.
the mountains. Little Lou
As you were curious, you looked up Cataclassic Beta pre-patch launch stage. Beta started early March, pre-patch end of April, launch 3 weeks later.
as you wish.
So basically,
I walked
like
up
close to
the
2
mountain
full
and
months
pulled my
ballpark
sniper rifle.
between beta and official launch. That makes sense. Yeah. honestly, I don't think it'll be mid-July. I definitely think that, you know, at late July, early July, or late June, early July is what I expect. I think it honestly could be as early as 1 month. You know, I think it could be as early as this. I would like it to be longer. I would rather it to be, you know, late June, but you never know with Blizzard. Always hard to say. They have rushed a lot of stuff. But yeah, they... Man. Nothing was worse than them releasing MoP Remix and Cataclassic literally within 3 days of each other. That fucking sucked. Because that completely screwed over my ability to, well, both to make videos, but also to do all the stuff that I wanted to do. Honestly, in the long run, I kind of managed to juggle it pretty well, because I still managed to get a lot of insanely good MoP Classic videos. I'd argue that I probably put out some of the best MoP Classic videos out of any creator, right? So, you know, it worked out, but there were a lot of things that I wanted to test in MoP Classic early on that I didn't, or in MoP Remix. I think the irony in the end is that because so much that was, like, really broken in early MoP Remix ended up being, like, snap nerfed by Blizzard, I actually, unintentionally, I ended up dodging a bullet because so many people were so busy testing all of these things in MoP Remix, and then Blizzard was just like, actually, that's unintended. We're going to roll your characters back and change all of that, so now it's completely, irrelevant. So, there's actually a very good chance that if they hadn't sniped the releases, I would have spent so much time making videos on things that would have then gotten immediately nerfed, and then I would have been pissed off because I wasted all my time. Now, in the moment, I was really salty that they sniped the releases like that, but it is kind of funny that in hindsight, it worked out really well for me. And I still got to play Cataclassic as much as I wanted, so... The only downside is I would have gotten a lot more testing done for Cataclassic alt leveling if it wasn't for MoP Remix. Because basically, my focus when it came to...
The Horde is here, in Pandaria, and they've allied with the Hosen. We need to bring this information back to Torpedo Village, but not before shooting the orcs in the head.
Okay, there we go. I kept clicking on them and they weren't dying. But yeah, most of my focus outside of... I definitely made sure to get my 80 to 85 guide done, which obviously I finished that. I'm happy with how it turned out. But, well, I would have rather been able to focus on Cataclysm Endgame and alt leveling. One of them had to be sacrificed, and I chose to sacrifice alt leveling. So, unfortunate.
Hello.
MoP Remix kind of took that place. Technically that's higher item level than my rings, but the stats are booty, so...
Adversity, our constant companion.
Rolfman Acolytes equipped. Does it matter what I pick? Oh. Okay, Aqualight, probably staff, right? Okay, so it does change depending on what their thing is. Okay, never mind. So I just gotta guess. Wants something bigger, probably the shield. Alright. Surely one of them needs the daggers. Okay. Motherfucker. Oh my god. Okay, so this is one of those where I don't know if they're all the same, but theoretically it would be one of those you'd have to figure out what each voice line means, where if they're a healer and you throw the daggers at them. I cannot use this. I'm gonna guess it's Spellcaster. Yeah. So let's see. I give him daggers, what does he do? Okay, he actually fucking takes it this time, Jesus. Alright, the last two want daggers. Sure.
This land tests us.
There's two ways that you would do that quest efficiently. Either you can guarantee figure out what each one wants by, like, their position. Like, the one located by the fountain always wants a shield, that kind of thing. Or you just have to do, like, a guess and check. But I think that since it seems like they have predetermined dialogue options for each thing, depending on what they want, you should always be able to get it within two options if you theoretically memorized the choices. But, you know, that's obviously hyper min-maxing. Wonder if this quest would be worth it. It's only a singular quest, which in a vacuum would be bad. But you are just kind of killing a bunch of mobs, and MoP quest density doesn't seem to be that amazing anyway. So, that being fine. It hardly depends on how much they need to fix up for MoP. It could be way shorter, as Kata had a lot of technical changes in. Yeah, well, the funny thing with Cataclysm is Kata had a lot of changes, and then, in the end, they didn't even do most of those changes. They kind of threw their hands in the air and said, we give up. Like, you know, we're just not implementing XYZ. And it's just kind of like, okay, sure, Blizzard, that's cool. Just don't do your fucking jobs, I guess. So... That's the first time I've actually dropped low enough for that to trigger, but that was a very large pull. Did they never implement Elefar and Dragon Soul? Is that actually something they never did? I haven't played since Fireland, so I don't know if they never did that or not. They did not? That's so fucking lazy. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. The classic dev team has always kind of been extremely fucking bad at their jobs. I'm gonna be real. Like, is what it is. They have always kind of been like a B team. Admittedly, they don't really get a lot of support, but I do think that their continued thing of, you know, we can't figure this out, so we're just not going to do it, instead of just like, I don't know, like, surely you can get that shit done, right? It just annoys me a little bit. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, Jade Serpent. The main dev who figured out how to do Classic left the company. Unlucky. Oh shit, I need to be in Blood Presence. Yeah, definitely need that for the dungeon. Almost forgot. That would have been bad. That's what you remember in MoP, the quests were all like this. Jade Forest was especially bad with that kind of design. A lot of the later zones still have some roleplay quests, but there's a lot of really good hubs. Shit, I can't even apply... I was thinking I could apply Outbreak to Mari and then just constantly spread it, but no. I don't know why I used Outbreak there. You have to kill the droplets to get him to enter phase 2, then? Any second now. There we go. Of torrential waters. Oh, he knocks me back. Okay.
It only delays the inevitable. The war is far. Wash over. My darkness, clear. I peer into these waters, and my reflection is empty. Waters, claim me.
The start text tells you mostly what they want. Gotcha. The door doesn't open, right? Yeah. It's not like modern Jade Serpent where the door already opens. The door opens! We actually have to go there manually. But I'm an engineer, so I can do fancy shit.
In the rafters, my sacred library has become possessed by the Shah.
Or from every letter of these sacred scrolls, corrupting them, defiling them. I really wish I had a damage meter, because I am pretty sure that I am just absolutely cooking them 20k. But considering every single time I did dungeons in, well, in Cataclysm Classic, tanks were like almost always the top damage. Would not be surprising.
Beseech you, kind strangers, cleanse this place of their foul presence. Lay our stories to you must destroy the source of the corruption. Quickly, before our cherished history is erased forever.
From a technical view, they don't use the server code from back then, only the data. Yeah. But I mean, I'm sure you could figure out how to do something like void storage. I don't think you need the original code to figure that out. I think they're just lazy.
Why, if I am not mistaken, it appears that the tale of Zhao
Our Sunseeker has come to life before us.
According to the legend, long ago
Ah, fuck.
And families wandered endlessly to seek refuge from the flames.
I can allow this no longer. I missed, yeah.
Allow this no
I got the voice line wrong. It's this one that starts.
They are burning the library. Please, heroes, purge this evil before the temple crumbles to ash.
Okay, yeah, so this is like a really good place for roiling blood. Fights like this. Honestly, I think what you're probably going to end up doing is for Mythic Plus. I'm saying Mythic Plus. For, challenge boats, you're just going to run Roiling Blood, because it is just very nice, especially for chain pulling. But I do think that raids, you're going to run Plague Leech. All of you.
Zal has become corrupted too? Please, fight him with dignity. Zal was a true champion of our people. How sad it is to see his story tainted by the Shah. I am relieved to see justice served to his memory.
Oh, there's no Big Shaw
You
here.
have my thanks, heroes.
Yeah, that was a rework change, huh?
The sacred temple. Now, off with you. I require meditation before I begin the restoration ritual.
Oh my god, I just got clapped. Holy shit, I got clapped. Army of the Dead did not tank that for as long as I thought it would. What the fuck? Okay. Wow. Their autos deal shadow damage. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, MoP is the one where tanks got a damage buff for dealing damage. Okay. Alright, well, I mean, honestly, there, if I AMS, I'm fine. The fact that the autos dealt shadow damage, I did not expect the autos to hit that hard or deal magic damage. That caught me off guard. I thought, oh, I'm just gonna round them up and we'll be fine. But, yeah, that's scary. Okay. I also didn't pre-summon my ghoul. That's better.
Your forces are weak. The heart of the great serpent will not fall into your hands. Jade serpent, grant me strength.
She does a little knockback.
Leave this place. The cycle must continue. The Jade Serpent must be reborn.
Remember this dungeon as M+, was kind of scary as a prot warrior when you don't have spell block available for those? Yeah. Sure. Oh, I guess I'm the only plate person. Oh wait, there's no more trash. Oops. I'm so used to there being trash packs over there because of the modern version. Just immediately started chaining into those, and I'm like, wait, there's nothing there. This dungeon is surprisingly easy in the modern version. I get why they added a lot of stuff for MoP. Oh, am I not able to splash my disease onto the mobs? Either of those. That gave pretty decent XP. Yep. But it's mostly going to be from the quests. I don't think it gives enough XP to where, like, that type of dungeon spamming is going to be that effective, but doing it once just for this. And then hit crit. It's good.
Until next time.
Crit haste.
I hope to see you again soon.
Just those, right? Yeah, there we go. With the Shadowlands account-wide reps... Oh, shit. Shadowlands account-wide reps, Blizzard actually buffed the mission tables for every alt. They now gain Paragon boxes much more faster and can get anywhere from 3 to 5 raw gold. Damn. That's pretty good. I don't think I have mission tables set up on that many of my characters, but that's interesting. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. God, fucking Shadowlands mission tables. Yeah, I could definitely see that being good. Okay, so I dropped my... Honestly, the 4-piece was the only remotely good thing about this, but it's not even that strong, so I don't care that much. I got an imbued crystal. Sure. How much XP does this give? Yeah. So this will actually be relevant for MoP leveling now, the Darkmoon quest items. We'll have these items to... Pretty cool. It was never worth it in an alt because you needed rep to make it worth it, but now, yeah, with it being account-wide, that makes sense. Dungeon runbacks, thought they got rid of that in MoP. Yeah, I am surprised. I'm pretty sure in challenge modes it's not a thing, but I could be wrong. fat-fingered, my Jinyu potion. How many more do I need? I need you. I wonder if I'm getting less credit, because I feel like I definitely have killed more. But I think some of these tags aren't counting because they're being hit by mobs. So I should just be killing the ones in the camp here. Not like they're going to be difficult to solo kill. Alright. XP was I getting per mob kill there? There's like so many mobs in this area. It's like crazy density. I wonder if this would be a good grind spot. Something to consider. 10 of the stuff in, and this should get me to 86. And I guess, honestly, these quests are good. If I'm already at this level, I may as well. But... Genie Greatsword. Yeah, that's really good. I would need to reforge and enchant that. Are you kidding me? I'm like a tiny, tiny bit off. I should be able to get there from that quest turn-in at the bottom. And then... And then I can go get the Darkmoon Fair buff and turn in my quest thing.
Carrying my son goes missing.
I decided to search for the veil.
Yeah, I can skip that cutscene.
Walk with me
Nice.
and let us learn from one another. Are you
It flashes the talent window, even though I have no talent points to spend, obviously. How much XP does this give? A decent amount.
delicate cuts?
I feel like for how much roleplay there is going to be, it's probably not worth it.
Knives and lop away anything that displeases them. But this would kill the entire tree, and that is not the Pandaren way. Well, now, who knew such a beautiful thing was hiding here? I can see that this alliance of yours cuts with precision in order to change the world around you. Interesting. I am a law.
Yeah, I don't know why the talent thing's lighting up. Maybe if I reload, it'll stop flashing.
Sadly, my artistic talents are somewhat lacking. What would you do to decorate my wall here? Don't say a word. Allow your image to speak. We Pandaren prize beauty, and we find it all around us. The curves of a tree, the colors of a sunrise, even in the perfect physical form of a warrior's exquisite sword work. I see. One of your great Alliance warriors, is it? You have chosen a lion as your crest. Your people are both stout and ferocious. But always remember, the lion kills only when hungry.
Responding to something in Discord.
My errands are almost complete. Come, visit my collection of exotic
Oh, fuck me.
birds. You may have the honor of feeding them.
Seriously? I have to... Okay, create invite. Seriously? There we go. Apparently, if you try to copy a server invite link while you're in streamer mode, it just copies the text, hit and use whatever option onto your thing.
You see how easy
There
it
we go.
is to make friends here.
Somebody in my Discord wanted a link to... Well, asked for how to find good guilds, and my answer was, check out the recruitment Discord, and then I posted a link to that. So...
Well, my birds have taken a liking to you. I will follow their lead.
Okay, so decent...
Alliance friend.
Yeah.
How can I be of
Decent quest density there. Maybe I'll come back and do this stuff. Let's see. First things first, I need to go reforge this weapon. Fallen Crusader. And then... Yeah, I kinda... I also just realized I have swiftness potions, but the new dark water potions are like better versions of that. Here, I'll reforge my gear real fast. Okay, so what do I need right now? My hit chance needs to be buffed a little bit, and I need a lot of expertise. I can get hit from here. That helps. Yeah, that's honestly fine. And then what about these new pieces? We forge off some mastery, get some expertise. Probably good. Less crit, more expertise. And then the pants. Crit into more expertise. Yeah, seems good. It's good to me. Are there any enchants I can apply to this stuff? Shoulder enchants would be... What the fuck? I must be level 200 or higher. Or item must be level 200 or higher. But I think it just bugged out. Because I was in the gem window. Alright.
King's honor, friend.
Have anything else in my bank? Dude. I'm so glad I have random Darkwind Fair quest items in my catabank. I vaguely remembered that I had saved those, so W past me. Real quick, I'm gonna double check my other Death Knight. This one, because I might have random shit in that character's bank. I don't know for sure. No, I did not raid Dragon Soul. I stopped playing mid Firelands. Yeah, this bank is full of transmog. Yep. Alright, nothing particularly special here. I actually have strength flasks on this character. And scrapbot kits. Baps. Alright. I also still have my Zinrock here. I think that's... So... Yeah, these are better than the MoP flasks, for whatever reason. I'll hold on to these just for if I get new shoulders. Those, I assume all of those give XP. Yep, all of those are good XP options. I'll just send them now, and then I'm not sure if Darkmoon top hats are a thing, but okay. I mean, I guess I was gonna look for a Darkmoon Fair mage, but also I'm in Stormwind. I can just fly to the Darkmoon Fair. So, there's that. And I'm fairly certain the carousel is active. I know the carousel was added in MoP. This actually is probably, well, the first time to figure out whether they have gotten the carousel implemented properly. Because it's the first time it's been available on MoP Classic Beta. So, guess we'll find out. Also, this is the expansion they added Goblin Gliders. Goblin Glider kits were not added until WoD, but you can add Goblin Glider as an enchant to your cloak.
I haven't got all.
So... And... Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the profession quests still scale with your level. So I could do that. But the Darkmoon Banner kits, what does that require? Red dye, blue dye, and some coarse thread. But I can buy that in Goldshire. Yeah, the carousel's here.
Farewell.
Alright. It works. Alright. God. It's so nice to finally have this buff working properly in Classic. The Darkmoon Fair is now mandatory for Classic speedruns. Oh boy. Now, whenever it's Darkmoon Fair week, I'm gonna have to fit in retail and Classic speedruns into that time. The buff definitely stacks up slower than in retail, though. So some of the quest items give more XP than others. Now, are top hats a thing? That's the question.
I got the best deals at
They are! Okay. Well. Wait, they stack? Why the fuck do they not stack in retail? So, an older version of the top hat is actually more efficient for quality of life than the modern retail one? The fuck is that? They eat up like so much backspace in retail. Alright, well.
Be good.
Anyways.
Can I help you?
Does this give any XP? No. I mean, I'll pick it up, why not? Use bandage on injured Carney. Okay. Does this give full XP? Yeah. Full quest XP from this. Right. And I guess I don't have cooking on this character. I might be able to learn that in Goldshire. I'll have to see. Talk to Sage. Slay the man. Execute him. See the damage buff. And I definitely have engineering, so why do I not have the engineering quest? Also, I never bothered getting the heirloom trinket from the Darkman Fair. I should probably do that at some point. It's not good, but, like, it's nice to have. I have the one for, I have the Gurabashi Arena one. The engineering one should... Oh. Wait, yeah, no, it is here, right? Yeah. Talk and Tonks. Okay, it was just hidden because it was on the... Okay, so I have to find the Tonks and then just repair them. I wonder if extra quest button works for Classic. Obviously, I don't think it would be working for the beta, but it would definitely be nice for stuff like this. Then yeah, from here it's pretty much I go back to... I think there's a teleport at the end of the dock still at this point. I abandoned the wrong one. Oops. Yeah. This should take me to Goldshire. And then...
What can I help you with?
Horse thread, red dye, blue dye. Where's cooking? Maybe is there like a cooking trainer? Yeah, okay, there is. Cool.
What can I do for you? What are you looking for?
And I should be able to buy... I forget what I think it's mild spices that you need for the quest. simple flour. I'll just buy both. I forget which one it is. It's one of those two. I'll just go back and do those 2 quests, because why not? Then I can buy more top hats. Just makes my life easier. Actually. What? Oh, okay. It kept saying invalid target, and then suddenly it worked, so... what do I do? Plant the banner here? Alright. Cool. And then do the cooking quest. I'll re-up the duration of my buff right now. Also, are there any quests or any additional dungeons that I get? No. So,
What brings you here?
yeah, I don't know why I'm not getting the cooking Darkwind Fair quest. It's weird. Whatever. I'll buy more top hats.
Time is money, friend. Have a good one.
And... I guess, yeah, now we just gotta run back. No dollar on Hearthstone this time. It's actually kind of funny to think how Zen Pilgrimage is going to be a colossal time save for leveling in this era. Because without the dollar on Hearthstone, there's like no other secondary teleport. Well, Mage, obviously, but Windwalker Monk is already like extremely god tier as is. That's also 86. Alright. Is there... Where's the portals? Is the... Because I don't think the Mage Tower is a portal room at this stage. Huh. I'll head to the Mage Tower just to see. It's very easy to get the Darkwind Fair heirloom. Get on a low-level alt with War Mode on and Chromie time. Well, that would be great, except I was referring to getting it in Kata. Or MoP in this case. I have it on retail. So, you know, you're not wrong. What is this? Yeah, there's no... It's still the old... Go to Cataportals and look for Air Balloon. Okay. Makes sense. Man, teleports were weird back in the day. They were just scattered all over the place. It actually makes sense why there's just a random MoP air balloon here. This is the teleport place. And the Chromie area is still kind of ill-defined. Fuck is this? Did someone just randomly put this here? Oh, yeah. This dude's randomly just writing shit out with feasts. Alright. Cool. There we go. Portal to Podon Village. Is there a portal to Vale of Eternal Blossom somewhere? Because I know that Vale has teleports to all the zones. Let's see. You'll need a mage portal to get there? Gotcha. Okay, what do I do at this point? Probably Valley of the Four Winds. You're surprised he wasn't trying to make a giant penis. Yeah. True. I feel like questing is probably going to be better than random dungeon spam. I would like to do Stormstat Brewery at some point, but I feel like until the dungeon pool expands, which will probably happen at 87, I don't think it's worth doing any further ones. I don't really want to do these quests, to be honest. So I think I go to Valley. And did I pick up any flight paths? Whoa. The game just stuttered. Okay, I'm guessing I didn't pick up any flight paths because that NPC is not working. That's something that I need to get back into the habit of doing, because at least while you don't have flying, flight paths are obviously nice to have. Another thing that I could do is there's a treasure over there. Shit. Fall damage and broke that. I need to re-memorize all of the treasure locations. But I definitely know there's one in this area. I'm just... the exact location. I think it's a bit further north. Yeah, it's in that house over there, the, like, boat builder thing. Aren't the arena heirloom trinkets from WoD? No. They might actually be. I think, you know what? I think you're right. I think they turned into heirlooms as... wait, what the fuck? Why is this on the heirloom menu? What the fuck? That's not an heirloom. Okay. Are there, like, account-wide tillers stuff that they just included here? Huh. Fling pin. Apron. Is the apron on here? Yeah, that's funny. That's listed on the heirloom thing. That's interesting. Well, it counts as an heirloom now. Right, yeah, so there were ways to get upgraded heirlooms that scaled up to 85. Huh. Forgot about that. I wonder how you get the upgrades. Are there upgraded armor? Yeah. Brushed breastplate of might goes up to 85. Gleaming breastplate of valor goes up to 85. So I forgot that this is how they handled it. So obviously by the time of WoD, you had the heirloom upgrade system where you would like take an heirloom, use the item to boost its ability to scale. That's when they started doing this. But apparently their temporary solution in MoP was to let you buy upgraded versions of all of the heirlooms. Because the way that it works right now in Cataclysm is some heirlooms go up to 85, some heirlooms only go up to 80. So it's not equalized. So it seems that they did change it so that all heirlooms would go up to 85, but you would have to buy, like, a special item that would let you upgrade it. Which is weird. You would take the level 80 heirloom and then add justice points? Gotcha. That makes sense. It's funny because, like, so many of these... I wonder what happens... Because, like, strengthened stockade pauldrons, or which one is it? Like, reinforced. A lot of these don't exist anymore. Like, immaculate lightforge spalders. This item doesn't exist in retail. I wonder if they converted the item ID. Let me double check. On Wowhead. Immaculate. Lightforged spalders. Huh. And apparently the PvP ones will cost honor points. Interesting. So basically what I'm thinking about is I wonder if any Immaculate Lightforged Spalders and similar items still exist in the modern version of retail, or if when the heirloom systems were changed in WoD, these just automatically got like converted back to pristine with the new scaling. Is there anybody out there that still has these like sitting in their bags? Because that would be kind of a neat little thing. It's the same item, but just different name, but it's one of those cool little things. They were removed? Yeah, I know that they were removed from the sense of, like, you can't get them anymore. That's what you mean. I'm just wondering, like, what happened to any existing ones? Was the item completely fundamentally changed? So, like, if you had those in your bags, did you log in to find that they were now a completely different item? Or what? I don't know. Would it still have the same original name? I want to say that it probably was removed because I'm like 99% sure that I have heirlooms from MoP, and I'm certain that I must have had like at least one or two of those, and I don't think that I have. Well, I know for a fact I don't have any of those, like with the fancy names. Okay, it was just replaced, yeah. That makes sense. I figured they probably just straight up like removed it by updating the item ID. That's interesting. Oh. Alright, where do I start the quests here? Over this way.
Come on, Uncle Ken. What are we waiting for? Finally!
I am called Chen, and this is my
Tell
note.
me of your
Feed.
travels.
May we stay here at your farmhouse
You are in for a treat.
I
I
wonder if Valley is, like, worth leveling in.
You may stay, but I do not need.
I'm gonna just level in here anyways. Fuck it, but it's just, I'm just trying to think about whether you would really want to level here. The problem is MoP is, like, fairly linear. You don't really have too many options. Obviously, the last 3 zones are pretty good. It would really just be, do you dungeon spam, or do you quest through here? At a certain point, dungeon spamming would just be better. I think what I'll do is just, like, say fuck it and apply for dungeons. Just in case. Valley in the zone below is really good. Only one small, longer RP area. I mean, I don't know if I would say it's really good, but it's probably not bad enough to justify... Probably not bad enough to justify, like, only dungeon spamming, but I don't know. There are definitely some good areas. Don't you need to do quests in Kunlai to unlock Shrine area? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, shit. Yeah. Because of the gate to Shrine. Oh, you mean Veil of Eternal Blossoms? I guess by you're saying Shrine of... Yeah. Okay. I think technically speaking, yes, you need to do those quests. I'm not entirely sure. I think that's how it worked before, yeah. Stunned myself. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, Goose. You'd rather go Valley to Kunlai? What do you mean? Wait, why is my outbreak not working? What happened to my glyph of outbreak? What the fuck happened to my glyphs? Ah! Okay, Blizzard. Is it because I logged out? It reset my glyphs? Okay. Well, that's good to know. Who stole it from the Tuker? Yeah. Well, I'm in combat now, so... Kinda just chain pull this entire area, so... This guy's playing with fire, though. Oh, you're saying you'd level through Valley and Kunlai. Yeah, no, you definitely don't go to Krasarong. Krasarong isn't good. I definitely Valley is better than Krasarong. Like, that wasn't the question that I was asking. There is, like, one decent quest hub, like, on the border between Vale and, Valley, words. Valley and Krasarong. That's, like, decent. But yeah, generally speaking, Krasarong Wilds is not a super good leveling zone, for sure. The more relevant question is, do you just dungeon spam? Or do you quest in Valley? That's, like, the main thing that you're comparing. Oh my god, these mobs are very annoying. Holy shit. That is an incredibly annoying pack of mobs. So close. Just a pinch of... Oops. Why am I silenced? Game? Oh, they spawn pools. Okay. Gonna ook you in the Duker sounds dirty. I think that's the intent, yeah. I need my glyph of Outbreak. Also, Arcane Torrent right here would be so nice. Oh. Go. Can I grip these mobs in? Nope. Yeah, this is where you would LOS in the back for challenge modes. I'm honestly too lazy to do that right now. And the other thing is, it only works if everybody does it, so I don't really feel like going over into the corner and being like, LOS back here. Yeah, it's just whatever. Yeah, I'm very surprised that Qs are this fast. I would imagine that it's probably faster for tanks, though. More likely, you know, it's just, I'm probably one of the only tanks on Alliance queuing at this time of night. Oh yeah, you knock back. Oh yeah, this is the one where you have to get a bubble and then fly into the air. Intellect plate. Okay. I think if I teleport out and back in, I should be able to hand in the quests. Oh, come on, man. They... Okay, thank God. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, Chen runs the entrance. Or runs to the end, so I can just turn it in there.
We all can't be heroes, running from our responsibilities, tromping around the dread wastes, saving the world. Some of us are artists. I think the brewery might be on fire. Yes, that happens.
Alright, there we go. Oh, apparently I won the gun. Sure. Yes. And oh man. That sucks. I don't get my cloak stuff. Whatever. Where are the gloves? I'll worry about it later. Okay. I feel like the XP from that wasn't super great. Obviously, as like a one-time thing for the amount of time it took, it's fine. But yeah, I don't really think dungeon spam is going to be comparable XP unless you have like a super good group to run with. I don't know though. We'll keep going. Alright, where do I go for this? Just kill... I keep forgetting, I need to reset my glyphs, because the game fucked me. Let's take that off. Okay, glyphs. Outbreak. And then Unholy Command. There we go. What else do I need? I forgot how amazing Valley of the Four Winds music is. The other crazy thing about Valley of the Four Winds is the music changes based on the time of day. So it has different tracks for night. And the Valley of the Four Winds night music in particular is fucking god tier. It's easily some of the best music ever in WoW. Way back in the day, when I was, you know, doing homework in high school, I actually would literally put on Valley of the Four Winds music in the background. It's just so relaxing. It's so fucking good. Like, visually, I love this zone. Just, I wish the quest density was better. You did not just say this expansion is so ugly it's insane. That's gotta be bait. That's so gotta be bait. There's no fucking way. Holy shit. Huh. I don't think that'll be better than my actual trinkets.
You almost so, friends. How are we going to find the hidden master? Welcome.
Do any of you know where the hidden master lives?
I am pretty sure that is why he is called the hidden master, Lin.
Let's...
Welcome.
Welcome. May your days bring you joy.
King Bramblestaff.
That's a much better idea, Ken. I volunteer to travel south into the jungle.
What quest am I on? I think, yeah, some of these I should untrack. Abandon this. It's not bait. You feel like 3D devs failed to transfer a feeling of pandas from Samwise Didier drawings and Asian-themed things always felt to you like a private server fanfiction thing? You love Throne of Thunder, though? I mean, I'll be honest, that is a crazy take. You know, obviously everybody has a right to their own opinion, but I think the take that MoP is a very ugly expansion is absolutely wild, and I think you will struggle to find people who agree with that one. But to each their own. I strongly disagree. You remember back in the day when all people shit on MoP as the Asian Panda expansion? You never understood that mindset? So, obviously, it's very clear that that is not what MoP is, right? But I can very much understand why somebody who doesn't actually, like, hasn't played the expansion and is just looking at, like, the Blizzard announcement would think that. Because if you're just, like, looking at it without understanding any of, like, the lore behind Pandaren and stuff, and the fact that they had been teased since Warcraft 3, and obviously I think Blizzard did a great job with it, so it's clear that they actually had a vision for what they wanted to do. And we know that now, in hindsight. But if you had none of that context, and you're thinking of like, oh, what are all of the really cool things that Blizzard could make, you know, World of Warcraft expansions on? And you have to understand that, like, people still do this to this day, but way back in, like, the day, speculation on what the next WoW expansion was like everywhere. Everybody was like, oh my god, I think it's gonna be this, I think it's gonna be that. Like, so many people wanted, like, the South Seas expansion with, like, pirates and stuff like that. And then for everybody to get, like, all excited over all of these different concepts, and then to see it's about pandas, and it's like, oh, fucking pandas? Oh my god. And so many people just got really upset that it was this silly concept instead of whatever it is that they wanted. So it was kind of treated as like, oh yeah, this is really dumb. Blizzard's just pandering to, like, the Chinese market. And, you know, they're just trying to make, like, a really stupid thing to make money instead of exploring all, like, the cool stuff and lore. So it kind of makes sense why people thought that back in the day. Now, the people who, after MoP had already come out, still gave it shit and were like, oh yeah, you know, X-Pac sucks because of pandas. Like, those people were just fucking stupid. But the people who were, like, skeptical about the concept before seeing it in action, I can kind of understand, you know, from that perspective, why they might be skeptical before you'd actually played it. And if we're being honest, right, the idea of Blizzard trying to appeal to Chinese markets is really not something that they were wrong about. I don't necessarily know if that is exactly what drove this, you know, expansion existing. I don't mind if it did, because obviously the result was good. But Blizzard, obviously, over the years, has very much, since then, made a lot of very greedy decisions. And, you know, pandering to China is definitely up there. Right? So, out of all of the criticism for MoP, that one was maybe, you know, a little bit ahead of its time. But if we're talking, like, you know, as a criticism of the content of the expansion, yeah, it's, obviously not exact. Okay, how do I do this quest? Right, okay, I have to go over here. Turnip is average power. Watermelon is very light. And this one is hit it as hard as possible. Okay, and then I turn the quest in down there. In Draenor, people were saying next expansion is going to be about ethereals. People have been speculating on the Void expansion for a while, yeah. But that's the thing. Especially back in the day, people still do to this day. Like, you still see speculation videos on what the next WoW expansion is, but obviously right now, at this moment in time, nobody's doing that because we already know exactly what the next two expansions are, so it's kind of a weird time for that. But so many people used to speculate on that stuff all the time. And it was like a lot more of a popular topic of discussion than it is now. Do I go up here? Oh, no, it's... Okay. Alright, yeah. MoP is your second least favorite expansion as well? That surprises me. Yeah, that's definitely an unpopular opinion, for sure. Huh. What's going on here? Is there, like, a turtle hyperspawn? Like, is that why there's just a bunch of dead turtles all over the place? This dude is just massacring all of the turtles. This must be some sort of hyperspawn, because this guy has killed a shitload of turtles. God damn. It's a well-known spot? Okay. Interesting. I wonder if that's efficient. Oh shit, I forgot to refresh my buffs. Or good source of motes of harmony. Gotcha. That place will be heavily contested on live. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I don't really like to recommend mob grinding spots just because it's one of those things that's just so unreliable depending on how many people are doing it. There's a very big difference between, like, speedrun strats and leveling guide strats. Leveling guide strats, I'm going to have to rely heavily on standard methods just because I want to make sure it's easily replicatable by the average person. But there are definitely things like that that I could consider if I'm trying to do, like, a super fast speedrun. Check out my food buff, too. And yeah, look at that. I got... Like, for the amount of time it took me to do those quests, I feel like I got way more XP. And these aren't even, like, extremely efficient quests. Because it's... You get what? Like, 129,000 XP for one quest? And a random dungeon is, like, maybe twice that. So you're getting 2 quests worth of XP from this. And historically, the main reason to run dungeons is the random bonus. And honestly, in terms of mob kill XP, which is the other reason sometimes... Neither Stormstout or Temple of the Jade Serpent have really dense mobs, and, like, the Hosen section doesn't count because you're not actually really killing them. So, yeah, I feel like it's probably worth it just to get the quests as a one-time thing. But honestly, there's a case to be made of, like, you just ignore them early on because they're still going to be in the pool when you're doing dungeons at a later level. So whenever the next set of dungeons pop up, I suspect, like I said, it'll be 87. Then it just kind of feels like a waste to do them now. Because then otherwise you just have to do them now, and then when you start queuing for dungeons later on, you'd have to leave them, which would feel kind of bad. So I don't know why Wrath of the Lich King heroics are listed here, but not Cataclysm dungeons. That's strange. You still think skipping dungeons completely, even dungeon quests, is faster than weaving dungeons in for quest completion? So you're saying you don't think dungeons are worth it at all? I don't know. I mean, obviously, I usually lean on the side of quests. It definitely feels like they're maybe not as good as they should be. But here's kind of the problem, right? Blizzard could always tune the numbers on that. So, hard to say. Another thing to consider is the gear rewards. So, like, as an example, if we look at Cataclysm. So, Throne of the Tide's normal. Hello? Okay, I don't know why, like, most of the loot table isn't showing. But this is still fine. Throne of the Tide's normal drops 308 item level loot. And that's really good, because compare this to, if we look at Wrath of the Lich King raids. Okay, you can't look at Wrath of the Lich King raids. Well, in that case, take my word for it. The item level jump from this compared to Heroic ICC was actually pretty huge. So you would pretty much, like, there was also some really good trinkets and stuff from this, which meant that the gear spike actually really helped your leveling. Getting the initial one-time quests and potentially a few pieces of gear. Like, on my day 1 leveling run for Cataclassic, I got Whitefen Axe off this dungeon, like, on my first run. And that was a massive weapon upgrade for me, because I did not have Shadowmourne like a lot of other people. And that was, like, really, 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 really strong. So that was very, very, very worth farming. But if we look at... what does Dragon Soul drop? So Dragon Soul Heroic is 416 item level. And MoP Dungeons are 410. So it's not even better than Heroic Dragon Soul. Whereas, like, in Cataclysm, it was a 30 item level increase. Here, it's not even better than Heroic stuff. Now, it's still better than, like, the gear that I have right now. So in my case, it was worth doing dungeons. But whereas in Cata, no matter what your gear was coming out of Wrath Classic, every single person was going to get substantial upgrades by doing normal dungeons early on. That's not the case this time around. So if you actually do have a lot of gear, you might not replace it. And technically, that is the exception, not the rule. Cataclysm was the exception, not the rule, because in almost every expansion since, dungeon gear early on is not better than, like, raid gear from previous tiers. Like, in modern WoW, dungeon gear is terrible compared to mythic raid gear. A lot of times, you don't even replace mythic raid gear until, like, well into the endgame. You know, to give an example, I literally didn't replace my Manic Grief Torch from Fated until, like, Mythic 0 dungeons and stuff. Basically, until the raid started, I finally replaced my Manic Grief Torch. It took a while, though. So I was still using the previous expansion trinket for, like, the first 2 weeks of the X-Pack. You remember when Dragonflight was not yet announced and people speculated? Then there was an MMO champ post that leaked everything, and everyone was like, nah, never. Half Mandrake, that's bait. I think Dragonflight was one of the most concrete expansion leaks. War Within, so I'm actually very surprised they kept War Within and, like, all of the World Soul stuff pretty under wraps all the way up until the last second, because I did not expect it. It helps that there was a very, very good fake expansion thing that somebody created. What was... I forget the name. Avaloran. Yeah. Because, like, there's this whole Avaloran thing that was mentioned in the lore for Dragonflight, so somebody made, like, a fake Avaloran expansion. And I'm gonna be honest, it was convincing. It was really good. Out of all of the fake X-Pack things that people have made over the years, that Avaloran one is maybe the best I've ever seen. Because it convinced me. Normally, I'm like, nah. That one got me. So I did not expect War Within. But Dragonflight was one of the most concretely leaked expansions. Because, like, a few days before BlizzCon, somebody literally took a picture of, like, an entire closet full of Dragonflight promotional material. And it was like, that's one of those where it's a IRL picture of multiple different, like, Alex Straza Dragonflight posters in different shapes and sizes, and it's like, okay, yeah, if this is a fake, it's an insanely high-quality fake. And turns out it was not a fake, it was real. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. MoP has its issues, it's not flawless, but a lot of stuff was just really good and fun. I mean, yeah, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and pretend MoP was perfect, but I think saying, like, MoP is your second least favorite WoW expansion, I think that's a crazy claim. I think for any... So, unless you literally didn't play some expansions, but if you played every single WoW expansion, I would be very surprised if you can't objectively say that Shadowlands obviously is the worst, duh, and BFA is the second worst. Like, it's not even close. Those expansions were ass. Like, just genuinely dog shit. The only thing is I could see maybe some people putting WoD instead of BFA, and I think that one I would say is maybe up in the air depending on what you prioritize in an expansion. For me, I would put WoD as only the third worst, because I think that WoD at least was fun to play. I think that while it lacked a lot of content, I still very much enjoyed my time playing the game. And to me, that is more important. I don't give a shit if there's less content. If the content that I'm doing is fun, to me that's more important, because then I can just go play other games. I can play the game, enjoy the stuff that I am playing, and then go do other stuff. BFA had a lot more content, but BFA felt like shit to play. That expansion sucked ass. Shadowlands, obviously, worst of both worlds, but I mean, man, BFA was such a dogshit expansion. But I also do think that, bare minimum, if those three expansions are not in your bottom three, then holy shit. It's, there is a massive gap between WoD, Shadowlands, BFA, and everything else. Those are very squarely the worst expansions. That's almost not even up for debate, really. After that, anything's fair game. I think most people would put Cataclysm as their next least favorite. Probably fair. Honestly, while I did enjoy Cataclysm a good amount, I think, honestly, it would be pretty fair to put it at the 4th worst. I think it had a good amount of problems. But admittedly, I would put, like, there is a very large jump between, you know, WoD and Cataclysm for me. That should be an Unholy Presence. You'll give me Shadowlands BFA? No way. So, okay, I will... By the way, Desolate Sir, I had a lot of fun with WoD. If we're arguing that, like, you know, you could have had a lot of fun with WoD, and, like, all of the stuff that you said about, like, the music, the zone design, and stuff like that, I completely agree. WoD had, like, very amazing zones, the music. Music in WoD is, like, tied with MoP is, like, some of the best music ever. Yeah, the music team went fucking crazy in those expansions. Completely agree with you. But even though I really liked WoD, and I had a lot of fun with WoD, and I have a lot of good memories from that expansion, objectively speaking, it's just a bad expansion. If I were to rank, like, my personal enjoyment of various expansions, WoD would honestly be very high up there. But I'm not talking about, like, which one I personally had fun with. I'm looking at it from an objective lens of what was good, what was bad. Shadowlands sucked with or without friends? Exactly, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so, Owner, you're saying, like, for you personally, like, when you played the expansion, that's how you felt. That's fair. That's definitely fair. I do think, like, because that's one of those things, right, where, I feel like if I were to rate, for instance, TBC and Wrath, it would be a little bit biased because although I did play them, when I played TBC and Wrath, I was so young that it's just very hard for me to say, like, oh, this is good or bad. At this point, I guess I could probably give a little bit more of a nuanced opinion just because I have played both versions on Classic, but Classic also isn't always a one-to-one representation of what it felt like to play back then. Oh. Alright. You never play with music? Oh my god, you're missing out. MoP and WoD music are phenomenal. Like, I would say, if I had to pick my favorite tracks in any expansion, Valley of the Four Winds is up there for sure. I would say that's tied for first. This zone has amazing music. There's a lot of good ones in MoP, but I'm gonna be honest, Valley of the Four Winds, it's in its own tier. None of the other zones come close to this. Then I would say WoD Ocean music, of all things, is, I would say, tied with Valley of the Four Winds. It's one of those where you may not know what I'm talking about, but then when you know the track, the WoD track that's like doo-doo-doo, 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 fucking love that track. It's so good. Easily one of the best pieces of music in World of Warcraft. So fucking good. And there's so many good tracks in the WoD Oceans, which is a shame because you almost never go there. They went fucking crazy for the oceans of an expansion that you, like, only fly over on random flight paths. It's But it's so good, though. Holy shit. There's a lot of really good tracks in WoD, just in general. Gorgrond has some pretty decent music. Shadow Moon Valley, pretty decent music. Talador. Why is my dog barking? It's 4 in the morning. Actually, oh yeah, you know what? My dad's probably leaving to go to the airport. You can probably let Tucker out. And then also, I would say Suramar music is pretty good, but in Legion, my favorite... High Mountain also has really good music. High Mountain, Suramar, and Stormheim. For me, Stormheim is also S tier. I love Stormheim music. It's so good. Absolutely amazing. So my 3 favorite, sets of tracks in WoW history would probably have to be Stormheim, Valley of the Four Winds, and WoD Ocean. Grizzly Hills, yeah, is probably also up there. I'd say those for me would be my top tier WoW music stuff. I don't something. It's hard to say, but something about the modern WoW music design just it's never really done it for me. That said, actually, Isle of Dorn is very close. Hollowfall music is all right, but I think out of all of the recent expansions they've done, the only zone music that I've been really, really, really enjoying is Isle of Dorn music. Isle of Dorn actually has some very, 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 very good music. So, I think credit where it's due. And yeah, I kind of answered your question earlier, Lumion, about what's the shift from Kata to MoP dungeon rewards. I don't know if you sent that before or after I showed the dungeon journal, but basically, Heroic Dragon Soul is better than normal MoP dungeons. So, whereas in Cataclysm, normal Kata dungeons gave better stuff than Heroic ICC. In this case, Heroic Dragon Soul is better. And the difference is, in Cataclysm, it wasn't just better, it was significantly better. It was 20 to 30 item levels above Heroic ICC. So it was a very large power spike for all players. WoD had potential. Oh yeah, absolutely. WoD is fine if you focus on raiding. Yeah, well, see, that's kind of what I meant of I enjoyed WoD a lot, but I do admit it was a bad expansion. You regret that Kargath died as... Well, Kargath was actually the first boss in the raid. But yeah. Many people don't like Kata for being the expansion that started the transition into modern WoW. Yeah, I get why people criticize it. I would like to think that now that we have Kata Classic, most people can look back and recognize it wasn't as bad as they made it out to be, for sure. When you had to rate Kata Legion, it would look like MoP equals Legion over WoD over Kata.
How about now?
I think that's fair. Honestly, I could understand putting WoD up really highly if it's personal enjoyment, because WoD was very fun. I think most people would argue that it was objectively a bad expansion, but if you want to say that how it felt to play really outweighs that, I honestly can't argue with you, because I did really have fun in WoD. Maybe I'm giving it too many points for the fact that it was basically unfinished and had 0 content. The content it had was very good. The class design for many specs peaked in WoD, so... With MoP probably a bit higher than Legion, just a notch because of nostalgia. Yeah. It's definitely close. I don't know. I think MoP Classic will be interesting because it will allow me to look back and say how much was nostalgia and how much is no, actually, it genuinely was really good. And, honestly, I do really think MoP was genuinely really good. But it's a little bit harder to say because I played MoP a lot, but as a purely casual player. I played Legion a lot, but as a more... I would say I was probably mid-core in Legion. I don't think I really started doing what most people would consider to be hardcore raiding until BFA onwards. I got cutting edge for the first time in Legion, but I still wasn't consistently raiding at an insanely high level. I was getting kind of bare minimum cutting edge type stuff. And I wasn't nearly as experienced as I am now. So I still think I played Legion seriously enough to form a very concrete opinion on it, whereas MoP, although I had a lot of fun playing it back in the day, there's probably a lot of mechanics that I just didn't really interact with as a casual player that I guess I'll have to see how I feel about it later on. All WoD missed was 2 raids in the Ogre Zone. Yeah. Modern players would appreciate the garrison in isolation. So I will admit that I didn't hate the garrison as much as a lot of people did. I don't necessarily think that the garrison is one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, you know, people just hated it at the time. I think there's a lot of stuff in the garrison that just isn't very good. I think definitely I know some people who loved it even more than I did, so I can understand why some people might think that, but I think for the average person, the garrison just isn't a very fun or interesting thing. It's not very interesting in terms of like a city building sim. There's not a lot of really good customization that you can do, and a lot of the min-maxing of it is like kind of not interesting. The follower missions aren't really that interesting. The biggest sin of garrisons, in my opinion, was the shipyard. The shipyard was terrible. The shipyard was so ass. Shipyard was just a dog shit version of the baseline follower missions, and I don't know how anybody thought that was a good addition to the game. So I think that heavily ruined garrisons for a lot of people, because they added that in Tanan Jungle Patch, and it was fucking ass. The baseline follower missions were like inoffensive, just not very interesting, and the rest of it was like, whatever. But no, I don't really think garrisons were underrated or anything. I think they were, you know, kind of shit as a very half-baked feature. I don't really think they were very good. Yeah. The biggest problem with shipyard missions is a lot of them you could never get a 100% success rate. So there was always just a chance of failing, which is just horseshit design for something like that. You can do it perfectly, and just mathematically, there's no way to get the number to go up to 100%. And then you have to wait like 18 hours to find out that the game just fucked you in the ass. It sucked. Shipyard was horrible. Absolutely horrible. The follower missions, the regular ones, at the very least, you could guarantee 100% success rate on all of the missions eventually. So, wasn't really that bad. Yeah, that's the thing. There were so many things that they cut about garrisons that could have been really cool. WoD has been sacrificed for Legion? Yeah. You can't concentrate with music on in WoW? That's totally fair. Yeah, I completely understand that. You'll cherish the time you spent in Suramar until the end of your days? Yeah. That zone through and through was fantastic. Known issues from MoP Beta? Glyphs are cleared on relog? Yeah, after it happened, I vaguely remembered reading a post that said that. Oh well. Whenever WoD comes, you definitely need an alt army. And to start follower table gold digging, yeah. The only thing you're not looking forward to is the ungodly... Oh. Okay. I guess I'll... Maybe it was a random disconnect. I hope the servers didn't go down. I mean, I'll pause the timer while we're at it. Technically, I could have paused the timer while I sat here and yapped, but especially while I get disconnected, I think it's fair to pause the timer. Okay, just random DC. It happens. Yeah, the ungodly amount of daily quests there are in MoP, I think people, I don't know, over-exaggerate it. I don't hate daily quests that much. And I think, like, for people who really seriously played Wrath and Cata Classic, there were also a lot of daily quests there, too. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be as bad as people make it out to be. But I am also a little bit more sympathetic to, you know, chore-type stuff like that. Also. Your wet dream is for them to re-release WoD with all the cut content and fixed issues. People will dig it. Yeah. It would be really cool if they did that. And I've seen people say that, oh, if they did WoD Classic with that, they're not going to. If they do WoD Classic, it'll be the regular WoD Classic. It would require way more dev resources than the Classic team has access to. And while I do agree with you that people would think it would be really fun, because WoD class design was phenomenal, and the content that did exist in WoD was really good, it's just one of those things where it's too much of a tough sell on most people to really be worth the development resources. If they're going to invest in something new, Classic Plus would just be a much safer bet, so that's what they're going to do. I don't even blame them. Outland also had a shit ton of dailies. Yeah, Ogre Law dailies. True. Good point. For Day Standard, you think the daily stuff is still less than you have to do to keep up in retail? Oh, well, I think retail, the shift in retail is a lot more towards weekly stuff. But yes, I think a lot of the backlash with dailies is like having to do something every day, even if like the amount of work required from like if you combine all the time spent every day is like less than the amount of weekly chores you have to do in retail. The flexibility of being able to do it at your own pace, and it's just like whenever you want, you can go and do your weekly stuff, is a lot different than, you know, in MoP and in other daily systems, you have to log in literally every day. And if, for a lot of people, if their schedule like doesn't allow them to log in on a certain day, then they miss progress. That kind of feels bad. I think that's like the main backlash towards dailies, which I get. But I don't really think it's that bad in terms of like the amount of grind required. People hate Cataclysm, but if you think about it, this is how WoW Classic would look if they had unlimited money and technology. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I do think that there could be an argument for, like, the inherent game design is a lot slower and more methodical. And although that isn't personally something that I prefer, I understand the appeal to it, because I don't hate it. I think there's strengths and weaknesses to both. But some people really hate the fast-paced nature of modern WoW, and I get that. And that's why they want more Classic Plus type stuff. And frankly, if you look at things like Turtle WoW, which I have been playing and enjoying, I think that it definitely shows that well-designed, very classic-inspired new type of content like that can actually perform well. Turtle WoW very much tries to be like a Classic Plus. Not like SOD, where I think SOD is basically what if you had retail-type abilities and combat in Classic content. It's never really what people wanted out of a Classic Plus. I don't dislike SOD for that, mind you, but a lot of people are upset about it for that reason. But Turtle WoW definitely shows that it is possible, and that there is a market for it. You prefer to do 7 times dailies, which also have a cap as soon as your rep is finished, than 8 times weekly M+ of the Pug Lottery? Yeah, no, I honestly, I agree with you, Lumion, completely. But yeah, I think we are probably in the minority there. I also don't have very strong opinions on that. That guy probably played 10,000 hours of MoP Remix. You don't blame him? Oh, fair. I think I know what you're talking about, yeah. Speaking of ugly expansions, what is your least favorite expansion aesthetically? That's a good question. Probably TBC. I just don't really like the look of TBC zones. In a classic speedrun, what do you do for the TBC section? Largely dungeon spam. Like, almost entirely dungeon spam. TBC's zones, like, the questing is so terrible, but most TBC dungeons are pretty quick. And these days, they have quests in them, like in retail. So, you know, obviously in retail, TBC dungeons are actually still some of the fastest ways to level at lower levels, so it kind of stands to reason that TBC dungeons for TBC are just better. Dungeon spam is really effective there. For Wrath, you definitely still do dungeons, because there are a lot of really quick Wrath dungeons, like, you know, Astral Narub and stuff, and doing them at least once for the dungeon quests is very effective, but there are definitely some areas that you can quest in Wrath, and it's pretty good. So that is how I plan on doing it. That, I'm pretty sure, is exactly what I did for the Prot Warrior run. I think I did some questing, but largely dungeon spam. And for TBC, I did almost entirely dungeon spam. There are, like, some small quest hubs within, like, Hellfire Peninsula, Terracar Forests, Negrons that are not terrible. So if you want to, like, chip away at it in between dungeon queues, it can be good. And obviously, when I eventually make a guide, I'll probably try to highlight that stuff. Ring of Blood is also a good example of, like, if you're able to solo it, it could be good. These days, it's probably more doable. Or hell, I mean, if you're able to find people for it. Amphitheater of Anguish is also very good XP for the Wrath section. But, yeah, most quest hubs are not really good and worth doing. Dailies are only a problem when it's something that you get behind on that's needed for things locked behind rep. A daily itself is fine. Well, yeah, but, I mean, I think that's the problem, right? Most of the time when it is a daily quest, it's something where, exactly like you said, I think the vast majority of iterations of dailies are exactly what you described. Technically speaking, you're behind relative to other players if you don't do them. Otherwise, why would you even do them in the first place? So, yeah. And that is how dailies have functioned since the dawn of time. It's the main source of rep. You could argue that, like, technically speaking, dailies are less of a problem for Cataclysm because you have the tabards. Like here, all reputation you gain while in level 85 Cataclysm dungeons will be applied to this. So, technically speaking, if you didn't want to do dailies in Cat Classic, you didn't need to. You could just dungeon grind it, but, like, most people did a mix of both. At least I did a mix of both, right? Because in terms of, like, time effectiveness, it was definitely better to at least do your dailies. It took, like, what, 5 minutes? You got a massive chunk of rep. The only exception to that is the Hellscream's Reach or Broaden Wardens. That you needed to do the dailies. And there were a lot of those dailies because you had to get Tolbarad commendations to buy your trinkets. And the trinket for tanks was really good for a lot of bosses for magic mitigation, and the trinket for DPS was really good for anybody that valued mastery, so. You're going nuts trying to get a rogue up for MoP? Yeah. The only problem is, obviously, dungeon spam is always going to be one of those things where, if you are a tank, dungeon spam is really easy. You get instant queues, pretty much. If you're, in your case, a rogue, it's a lot less straightforward, because you aren't going to just be able to instantly get invites to dungeons. So, in that case, you should pretty much be queuing for a dungeon whenever possible, but you'll want to do some quests along the way. One thing is, a lot of people in the past went to TBC like the moment they hit 58. You could definitely start queuing for TBC dungeons there, but I would say if you're doing quests, try to do other stuff outside of it, and try to save, like, Hellfire Peninsula in between dungeon queues for, like, 60 to, 62? And then, yeah, you'd probably pick, like, individual quest hubs to chip away at in between your dungeon queues. Definitely try to do Ring of Blood. In terms of, like, time spent, that's easily the most efficient. There's a bunch of really good quest hubs in Hellfire, like I said. Obviously, wanted quests are always a good one to do, because, you know, if you're able to solo it easily with heirlooms, usually you can. You just go quickly kill the wanted quest monsters. The start of Zangarmarsh is pretty good. So let's look at... I guess, yeah, I can't zoom out further. So if we go to Outlands... what is going on with these icons? A lot of mines all over here. So, like, Netherstorm is a good example of, like, most of Netherstorm is kind of shit, but Netherstorm has a lot of wanted quests in Area 52, where if you go here and you just pick up all the wanted quests, and then you go here, kill the mob, go here, kill the mob, go here, kill the mob, and just hand it in, big chunk of XP just by doing that. So that can be nice. That's, I think, what level is Netherstorm? 67? So around that point you can do it. A lot of times you'll want to transition to Wrath of the Lich King immediately upon hitting 68, because obviously TBC is really bad. So you'll want to do Utgard Keep spam. And also the late stage TBC dungeons are not great. In my experience, I vaguely remember that 68 to 80, or 68 to 70 felt like kind of yucky because you weren't able to fly in Wrath yet. so questing felt really slow compared to 70 onwards, where you can get cold weather flying by mailing it to an alt. But you only had access to Utgard Keep, and while Utgard Keep is fine, it's not amazing. But also TBC dungeons were kind of shit, so those 2 levels felt really bad. Alright, you heading out?
Bye-bye.
Bye. Have fun.
Be good to the dog.
Of course. Look, I never start shit. He's the one who always barks at me. He's a menace. It's my dad leaving. Damn, I have been streaming for a while. Shit. But yeah, Hellfire has like a lot of good hubs, obviously, and then this section, Cenarian Refuge, has like relatively good quest density. You can do a bunch of stuff here while waiting. The rest of the stuff, eh. There might be like a 1 or 2 random wanted quests that you could justify. Nagrand, kind of same thing. The main hubs might have like decent quests that you can do at the same time, but it's not a lot. Terrakar Forest, Stonebreaker Hold, and Illyrian Stronghold have decent quest density, but like the stuff that you pick up from Shat usually isn't going to be that good. Shadowmoon Valley, I don't even think is worth doing, because you can't get here until 67. So I don't really think there's a lot of good stuff here. It's like, if you're going to go somewhere at 67, you want to do what I said. Go to Netherstorm, do the wanted quests while you queue for dungeons, and that should be all you need. I don't think you should ever go to Blade's Edge Mountains. There might be like 1 or 2 hubs here that I'm just not super familiar with that are maybe worth it. But that's kind of the thing where, like, I would just dungeon spam through most of this. You kind of need to look for stuff to do if you're waiting on a dungeon queue. Yeah. Aesthetically, the worst looking is definitely TBC, yeah. As you reminded me about Remix, you hope Blizzard won't drop their Legion Remix during any major patch. Legion Remix, if anything, would be, yeah, at the very end of this expansion. I don't think it would be until, like, October at the earliest, is my guess. So, it would definitely suck if, like, they sniped Legion Remix and, like, Throne of Thunder or Siege of Orgrimmar, but yeah, that's probably the only thing it could even potentially overlap with. Hard to say, though. You're probably going Blood DK Brew for MoP? Yeah. Yep, completely agree with you there. And those are my choices as well. But Vengeance makes tanks just feel like gods. It's so nice. If you get left behind like you did in some expansions and you couldn't play for a week or 2, then you couldn't get much of the legendary stuff like people could play all the time. Yeah, definitely. There have been expansions where the rewards that you get by doing dailies and like reputation stuff is, you know, disproportionately stronger. Like, I'll give you an example, right? In War Within, honestly, we have stuff that's even worse than dailies. World quests are basically dailies, but with a different coat of paint. And a lot of times, if you're trying to grind for reputation rewards, like, by the time the raid comes out, you need to do some absolutely degenerate shit. Like, if you look at the way that I had to grind rep on War Within launch to be able to get Max Renown Hollowfall Arathi by the time that Rhubar Palace launched, holy shit. Like, you had to do some absolutely disgusting stuff to farm that reputation. However, the rewards that you actually get from it aren't that powerful. For people like me who are trying to hyper min-max for Mythic rating, it matters, but for the vast majority of the player base, they just do not give a shit. And it's kind of the thing of, like, if you aren't going for Mythic rating, the rewards just stop having any value whatsoever beyond, like, the first few weeks of the expansion. Whereas, in a lot of past expansions, there were, like, permanent, really strong gear rewards, or, like you said, legendary stuff. I know what you're talking about, like, with the quest lines for the legendary cloak, the legendary ring. Obviously, you have to do that eventually, so it feels bad if you fall behind on that stuff, so definitely. I think most of that stuff was weekly, though, because a lot of that stuff was tied to, like, raid drops, but could be wrong. Saltari said, appreciated. Oh, I read that already. Never mind. Anyways, I think I can resume my timer and continue. But I figured since I already got disconnected, I would just take a moment to read through everything. How much strength am I getting? I think just the raw strength from this would justify, even though it's parry mastery, which is like, ugh, yuck. It's fine. What I'm I'm gonna test, do I actually need to escort them? I kind of think that it's just roleplay, so I think as long as I start that and just fuck off, I'm fine, but, you know, we'll find out for science. Because I want to check out the quest down here. This hub is good. I never go all the way down there, but I do like to do these quests. I wonder if Galleon's up. I feel like if he was, I'd be able to see him from here, but... How does Remix stuff work? Does anything transfer to retail? Yeah. Remix was just like a very sped up leveling event where, in addition to leveling characters really quickly, you could also farm cosmetics. And yeah, they were permanent, like, account cosmetics. The one thing out of what you listed is gold. Gold was, like, non-existent in Remix. You barely got any gold out of all the stuff, so... I remember I had like 30,000 gold on my main Remix character after farming an insane amount, and that was considered like ludicrously rich. But there also just wasn't really anything to spend gold on, so it kind of didn't matter. It wasn't a notable currency for those purposes. I actually play Turtle well. I have started playing Turtle now. Oh. So I have a friend who's been playing Turtle WoW for years and has been constantly trying to get me to play it. I only just started playing it. So far, it's been fun. And I have said that I might consider streaming it on this second channel. But so far, I've only just begun leveling a few characters. It's good, but it's, I don't feel that I can comment strongly enough. I haven't played it that much. But everything that I've seen about it looks really cool. And so far, I've had fun playing it. Like, I've leveled a, I started leveling a paladin and a warrior. Because obviously, you know, I'm gonna play a tank, right? Duh. I'll probably level all of the tanks at some point. But I started playing warrior Pally. Pally especially. The way that they've managed to change Paladin for leveling without, like, just directly ripping from future iterations of Paladin, I think is really good. You know, I wonder something. I wonder if Landfall is active. I'll check that in a little bit. So if you manage to do Mage Tower, get artifact weapon skins from Legion Remix, will you get them to retail eventually? Well, you would get them... So anything that we got during MoP Remix, yeah, you immediately unlock it in retail. It is retail. It's literally the same servers. Like, you could literally join retail guilds with Remix characters. Remix characters were on their own phase, so you couldn't, like, play together, but it was, like, literally the exact same servers. And then the moment that it ended, they got turned into, like, regular retail characters, so... you would be able to get all of that stuff. Well, all of the account-wide stuff. Now, as for, like Goose Comic said, as for the specific things that you described, artifact weapon skins and Mage Tower stuff, who fucking knows? We don't know anything specific about Legion Remix. We don't know what they plan on adding. But in theory... If you're asking just generally about how it would apply, yes, that is how the unlock stuff would work. Yeah, like Lumion said, no guarantee that those specific things you listed will come back. But for your question of whether or not that is just in general how it works, yes, that is how it works. And yeah, like Lumion said earlier, you play on a different shard. Ooh. See, without the fall damage reduction from Path of Frost, I was dead as fuck there. I did not realize how large that cliff drop was. Spooky. There's a lot of crabs here. I wonder if these give, like, full mob kill XP. No, they don't. Actually, some of them do. Oh, I see. The fries don't. So those were the ones that were giving me 3k. The fishers gave 11k. Alright. Also, I just realized I forgot to refresh Darkmoon Top Hat. Oh well. Yeah, I was wondering if they had the beach area set up for landfall. It makes sense that it's not. It's also such a shame because, like, one of the coolest parts about Krasarang Wilds is all of, like, the super uninhabited areas that are just, like, really pretty. Which is why, again, like, how the fuck can you say that MoP is not a pretty expansion? I mean, these zones are just really, really, really gorgeous. But yeah, just wanted to check this to see what it looked like. You remember Samtaran giving birth in the zone? Does it name the baby after your character? I forgot about that. That's the case. This never happened in WoD, just saying. Well, it might have happened in WoD if WoD actually finished the content. So, you never know. Just does shadow damage, so AMS, I should be fine. Yeah, and then the honeycomb stuff. And then there's... I don't know if there's any quests that send you into the Sarok area, but there's a treasure in there that gives XP. I want to say some quests send you in there eventually, so I might just wait for the quest line to take me into that area. But yeah, I know the Taran quests you're talking about. They're Horde quests. And it's Sunwalker Desco. Slick Mudfish. A little bit spooky. I need... Where do I get Slick Mudfish? Oh, you literally grab them off the ground. Okay. Crazy that I finished the quest to kill all those mobs and I still don't have the final material I need. That feels maybe a little bit unlucky. Just while I'm at it. course, and then I get actually straight up all 4 of them off just one single pull. Yeah, so definitely a little bit unlucky on that one quest item.
Tell me of your travels. Greetings.
Okay, it does send me into the Sarok Cave. I'm glad I waited. Felt like such a dumbass walking around doing this, and in the end of the expansion you had to kill one remaining sane character in the entire faction. Who's the one remaining... Are you calling Garrosh the one remaining sane character? I mean, I do like Garrosh, but... I don't know if I would call him completely sane. I don't know, I don't really mind the MoP quests. I think they're chill, they're fine. There's a rare mob over there. The last memorial flame right over there. There's a Zandalari Amani invasion quest hub on the very north of Kunlai. Those quests are cool. Yeah, for sure. That's a pretty good quest hub. There's a decent amount of roleplay required to get down there. You have to wait in, like, a long air balloon ride, which is kinda lame. But I do agree that, in general, those quests are good. It looks like the rare mob in this section, because the rare mob spawns at that tent. So it is not up. And the other stuff is in the Sarok Cave. You're curious how you'll rate scenarios. You've always had some good memories about them. By and large, I am not a huge fan of scenarios. And the thing is, I did a lot of scenarios in MoP Remix, so... my memories about scenarios are fairly fresh. I think they're very half-baked content, unfortunately. Definitely one of the slight flops of MoP is scenarios. I think their idea behind scenarios was probably what the idea behind delves is now, except delves definitely feel like their own semi-unique thing, even if it's not, like, super great, right? It's at least something different. Where was the treasure here? Maybe it's further in the cave? Thought it was here. But scenarios just kind of ended up feeling like a half-baked dungeon. I don't really think they ever felt super great. Obviously, just my opinion, but... Yeah. Healing. Yeah, there's supposed to be a treasure here. I don't know where it is. And it's weird because I'm like 99% sure it's not meant to be a shared treasure. I'm so sure there's supposed to be a treasure there. Oh well.
Tell me of your travels.
Plus carry expertise. Honestly, the stats of my current necklace aren't really that much better, so we'll just go with that. It's worse than the stuff I got from the dungeon. The heck? Game? Hello? Okay. It's not showing up as a quest objective thing, but I have to do this.
Hello.
This is where extra quest button would really come in handy. I'm gonna go here really quickly. Then why can't I? Okay. You know what? Maybe if you're too far away, when you kill them, you don't get credit. Ah. Okay, so I can't just, like, run all over the place. I have to do them in a concentrated area. Let's see. Pants. I got pants out of the dungeon.
Tell me of your travels.
Okay, so I have to kill these first, then do the other one. That's weird. Just one. Oh. Everything's black? Do I remember by any chance what were the excuses for Zandalari to join the Horde in BFA, considering they were involved in the Thunder King's resurrection? The gist of it is that the whole Thunder King resurrection thing was spearheaded by Zool. And Zool is, like, you know, kind of, what's the word, like, demagogue? Is that the word that I'm looking for? Kinda? Yeah? Basically, he was like this super, you know, fringe religious leader that, in the wake of the Cataclysm, riled up the Zandalari and, you know, convinced them that they needed to conquer other, you know, areas to escape the flooded island. And he wasn't really, like, aligned with the beliefs of Rastakhan, and especially Talanji. And so, they, well, killed him. And then he tries to side with the old gods. He tries to kill Rastakhan, and then he dies, and then he gets resurrected, and then he's a boss in Uldir, and then he dies again. And then the Zandalari are like, oh, you have freed us from the, you know, tyranny of Zul, or whatever. I don't know, I'm paraphrasing now, but you get the idea. So. Oh, the rare's up. Okay. I'm gonna go Blood Presence for this. God, the Zandalari are cool. You never played one, but their vibe is so mystique and noble. Yeah? I also haven't really played many Zandalari, but I'll give you that. Yeah, they are definitely cool, cool set of characters in the lore. Do I have all my buffs rolling? Pretty much. Well, that's awkward. I got 0 hearts, or, Blood Boil procs, so I never got a chance to refresh. Unlucky. Still 0 Blood Boil procs. Game? Hello? Just one? There we go. Holy shit. You are basically just completely unkillable. Okay. Damn, nice. Yeah, 420 item level. Perfect. I should also probably clear my bags a little bit. I'm just gonna vendor all of the random gear. If it was live servers, I wouldn't do this, but I don't really care. Do I care about cloth? Yeah, I'll hold on to it. These are either toys or pets. Get rid of that. I did enchant that. That's an Intelm? Fuck. Good call. I forgot that's still a thing. Unlucky. At least I can still buy back my original helmet. Oh god. God, if you hadn't said that in chat, I genuinely would not have noticed. Oh boy.
Slow down.
Let's see. Should I bother? How much XP do these things give? Decent, I guess. There we go.
I'm listening. Speak up.
What are these quests for? Skitterer Glands, Sunwalker Scout. I guess, yeah, you would want to pick up all these at once. Like, this is actually decent density, honestly. Keep doing these quests. Can't hurt. I think there's maybe an argument to be made of, like, you just skip the intro stuff for Chen and Lili. Because that stuff didn't feel super good. But the breadcrumb to get here, you have to do, like, the intro to Valley of the Four Winds. This is also Alliance only. Though, I would imagine Horde probably has similar quests. Obviously, we'll do many Horde testing runs, so... I need more cranes. I need Tiger Blood, one more Skitterer Glands. Okay, more tiger blood. Still skitterer glands. One more. And then I need to kill a Sunstrider Scout, or Sunwalker Scout up there. Maybe I should go find that, and I might be able to find a big cluster of mobs. So I definitely need a lot more. Yeah, awkward. Fuck it, I'm just gonna run past. Okay, where's the Sunwalker Scout? They should be over there. What the? Put through the floor. It's literally in the floor. I can't hit it. God damn it. There we go. Okay, and there's the Sunwalker Scout. Still no tiger blood. I need 4 more cranes. I got the skitterer thing. So, okay, there's a bunch of cranes up here. Let's go with this. There we go. So 2 more cranes, and then I have to go do the tablet quest. Oh, that guy's other faction. Okay. Get that crane over there. The death grip. There you go. I wonder if this will be enough to get to 87? Possibly? Are these tablets just... Yeah, they're on the ground. So I'll do a big pull here. Death gripped him and he didn't get moved. I guess there must be like a minimum range to actually stop a mob with death grip like that. These mobs are very fucking annoying. At least their heal doesn't seem to do a lot. Okay, there's one more there. So this is 5, and then there's another one. Stuck. There we go. Oh.
Can I help you with something? Stay strong.
Okay, yeah, and then there's basically 2 wanted quests. Yep. Also gonna refresh my food buff. What is this game? I feel like that might not be better. The raw strength is nice. It probably is better, but hard to say. What the fuck? Oh my god, it launches you. Okay. Random quest mob got hands. And then the other tiger was further down south. Okay. And I'm pretty sure that all of this stuff combined should be enough to get me to 87. What I'm going to do is, because I've been streaming for almost 9 hours, I'm going to get to 87. I'm just going to check to see what dungeons are available, because I am very curious about that. And then we'll stop for today. I will definitely continue at some point in the future, for sure. But tomorrow, I guess later today, because it's already 5 a.m. where I am, I'm going to work on a retail 1 to 70 Alliance speedrun. I got to get that set up. Honestly, I haven't really done a lot of the prep that I need for it, so I'm going to have to, probably after I finish stream, quickly make food, get stuff for that set up, and then probably take a nap and then do the run later in the day. My schedule is going to be kind of rough because I have to finish that, and then I still need to get my Great Vaults done for all of my tanks. And on top of that, I have overtime to kill Gallywix on Monday. So I'll have to raid then. Interesting, Into the Wilds. I'll probably go turn that in just because it's like a full quest worth of experience just for handing it in. But I don't really want to do these quests.
Smart enough, huh? Don't try anything.
And surprisingly, that didn't actually get me there. Damn. What was I gonna say? But yeah, I'm gonna do the Alliance speedrun tomorrow. Then I probably need to just get at least like a single Great Vault slot on some of my characters, ideally 2. Paladin at this point, now that I finally have Tome of Light's Devotion, I honestly probably don't need a second Vault slot. Oh, there's a rare up there. Oh. Okay. Oh, shit, he's like right at the entrance. But yeah, my prop heli, I think that there's not really a whole lot I need. I do still need a Mythtrack Pacemaker. Like, that would be nice. But also, I'm less concerned now that they've said that dinars are allowing you to buy, you know, dungeon items. So, there's not really a lot of stuff I even need from the raid. Like, I don't need Eye of Kazan, I don't need House of Cards, so I'd probably buy just a Mythtrack Pacemaker and other stuff. It's not a big deal. Here, let's tag this guy. Oh, ooh, shuttle? It's relatively hard. What does this do? It's a puddle, I guess. I have to stutter step him out of it. But yeah, all that to say, my schedule will be fairly busy. And then to top all of that off, I still need to finish the Alliance leveling guide. So, my goal was to have that done by Tuesday. I think that might still be possible. Especially because if I kill Gallywix on Monday overtime, I'm like 99.999% sure that we're taking the next week off. Like, I'm almost certain. I haven't explicitly asked, but like, I believe that is what they plan on doing. So, that would also mean that then I don't have raid on Tuesday, like normal, so I'd have the whole day to continue working on the video. But whenever I stream again, it would probably be for finishing up this run. I think the plan would be I finish up this Death Knight run, and then the stream after that, I would do cat's cloth. What does small bag of goods have? A bunch of stuff there. I think for whenever I stream again, after I finish the MoP run, I would finish the Europe Prot Warrior. So I would do 70 to 80 on that Prot Warrior. Also, goddamn, another rare. I guess, yeah, there's probably not going to be that many people killing these right now, so makes sense. But, yeah, well, may as well. Yeah, those crabs. What the fuck? Okay, they look scary, but they're doing no damage still, so. I think I'm fine. Okay. Okay, the crabs are elite. I was wondering, like, why are these regular mobs so fucking tanky? They're elite mobs, so I guess that makes some sense, but I don't really want to fight them. Jesus. Holy shit! They're kicking my ass! Okay, I'm out of here. They're even scarier than the fucking rare. Fuck that. What did I loot? Okay, this time I did loot a strength helmet. Yeah. Dodge parry kind of yucky, though. But I think it's worth it just for the raw strength. Am I still in combat? Oh my god, they're hunting me down, dude. What the fuck? These mobs just not leash? Hello? Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Oh! Wait, War Scouts are in? Zandalari War Scouts, I'm pretty sure are not supposed to be in at this point. That's Throne of Thunder. I think. So that might just be something they forgot.
Speak quickly. Time is short. Red Crane wants over.
Okay. There we go, 87. It still lights this up, even though there's no talent points to spend. I definitely want to test other quest lines in Valley. Pools of Purity, I definitely know that these are very good. So I feel like, you know, I did a handful of dungeons. I think that the dungeons weren't really worth it. And doing, like, those quests, then Pools of Purity, then the stuff out here, like the Lynn Tenderpaw quests are good. The Nessingwary Safari ones aren't bad. It's just, like, a lot of killing mobs. So probably mostly Valley is good. Yeah, going this far into Grasserong, it slows down a lot. That much I remember. And then obviously Kun Lai is pretty solid. I like a lot of the quest lines here. Town Long also pretty good. And then Dread Wastes I'll probably try to do as little of as possible. But we'll also have presumably more dungeon options by then, which, speaking of which, specific dungeons, yeah, I was correct, it is 87. So at 87 you get Palace and Shadowpan Monastery. And it looks like this all scales up to 90. So I'll have to double check to see, like, if the quests and the dungeons are scaling with me. I want to say that they do. I guess a very easy way to check that would be if I go back to Jade Forest and I check the quests there, are they scaling up to level 87? That would be one very simple thing to look at. Because if they are, then it gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of your pathing. Because then, like, you could skip a lot of stuff in Dread Wastes, because Dread Wastes is a little bit hit or miss. But I don't know. There's a lot of potential there. And then it also just means that there's zero reason to do these dungeons early on. You would just wait bare minimum until level 87. Realistically, I think you would wait until even later. Because 87 is Kun Lai, so that's pretty good. So you'd probably use it, like, towards the end. Assuming it all scales. Let's check the Lorewalker Cho quests, because that's where I left off. Come on, really? Thought I could jump through there. The Lorewalker Cho area. I think it's that section this way. So I can just cut straight over there. The mobs definitely don't scale. So even if the quests scale, that would definitely be a reason to not stay too far behind.
Hello. How does today find you?
No, the quests do not scale. Dread Waste is also something you'll want to get done for Klaxi Rep. Yeah. You're definitely right about that. I don't know if I can give him Horn of Winter. It only buffs party and raid members. That's neat that he can buff me, though. Yeah. Definitely, it could be the case, because I remember I made the same argument for Deep Home for Therazane Rep. Because I was basically like, yeah, the end of Deep Home isn't super efficient, but you need to unlock Therazane regardless, so it's just worth doing. So that is actually a very fair point. Hmm. I guess, what would be the other factions? Because, like, I'd have to look at an overview of, like, the rep rewards. Because there's the Shadowpan and the August Celestials. But August Celestials, I think you don't unlock until endgame anyways. Shadowpan, you definitely get rep from doing stuff in Townlong Steps. So I think you would want to do those quests for sure. What are the other reputations? There's obviously Tillers, but that's not tied to any endgame rewards. Order of the Cloud Serpent, also not tied to any, like, the quest lines and stuff. So that's a moot point. Is that it? Golden Lotus is, like, an endgame daily thing, so... Miss of Pandaria reputation. There's also Anglers, but yeah. I found a Wowhead guide. So August Celestials. Players will be sent to one of the 4 temples. Are there any August Celestial rewards? There are... Here, I can look at, I'm gonna pause the timer for now, because, you know, I'm not gonna be doing anything for the rest of the run. I'm just kind of looking at stuff. Calaxy and Golden Lotus are the 2 that give raid gear? Yeah. Calaxy, I for sure remember was a big one. Golden Lotus, I know, is, like, purely endgame, so I don't need to worry about that at all while leveling. I can't remember if August Celestials is another one that gives raid gear. What is... So, Dungeon Journal, MoP. So, 463 is Heroic Dungeon item level. Mogashan Vault Normal is 489. Heroic 502. Okay. So, you get... Double check this. You get item level 489 items from the August Celestials. So that's normal raid item level. So August Celestials gives you... what item level is this? Or what reward level is this? Oh no, these are justice points. Okay. They're not reputation locked. Never mind. It doesn't seem like August Celestials has anything special. It's just for mounts and stuff. And also there's comments saying that regardless, there's no quest lines required to unlock August Celestial stuff. Yeah, there's enchanting recipes that required Revered. But I guess unless you're going for those, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Golden Lotus. A lot of crafting recipes are locked behind Golden Lotus. But they only require Honored, so that's not too bad. Let's see. There are... Let's look at this. There's some blue items. So it looks like most factions will give you some blue gear early on that is equivalent to, I'm guessing... Oh, interesting. There's an epic drop from this dungeon. What would be an endgame dungeon? Is Gate of the Setting Sun... This is probably the highest it goes. I would imagine Gate of the Setting Sun is in a level 90 dungeon. In that case. 450. Monastery is 435, and that's the one that... Yeah, so Monastery and Palace are the ones I just unlocked. This is 435. Palace gives 450. Interesting. So, you would definitely want to wait until level 87 to do dungeons, because these two would actually give noticeably better gear than anything you get while leveling. Also, why is this bugging out? That's why. Okay. Interesting that despite being the same level, Monastery gear is notably worse than Palace. Significantly worse. Huh. That's strange. But either way, that would definitely be a notable upgrade compared to, what's it called? Like Dragon Soul gear, for anybody who's doing that. And then Nizao Temple is 450, which is equivalent to Palace. And the other dungeons currently aren't viewable for some reason. This is also 450. I wonder if these are level 89 dungeons, or if they're... Also, considering the dungeons don't scale, I think 87 would be the sweet spot. That way, you're still getting, like, decent experience from doing, what's it called? Temple of the Jade Serpent and Storm Stout. But yeah, you basically get, like, normal dungeon gear as, like, entry-level reputation rewards, but that's probably one of those, like, you know, you just hit max level. And, this Wowhead guide also might be out of date, so... Shadowpan for Weapon Enchant and August Celestial for Bracers, yeah. Scalo and Scarlet are only heroic, interesting. Okay, so... Yeah, there's item level 489 gear from Golden Lotus. That is... Some of the stuff seems pretty good. And... yeah, that looks like it's it. Okay. So yeah, enchanting recipes from August Celestials, gear from Golden Lotus. There's Cure to Offensive, but that's not this stuff. There's Transmog weapons at 463 item level for Klaxi. But I would imagine Klaxi have other gear as well, right? Yeah, Klaxi also has 489 gear rewards at Revered. Yeah, the problem is, Wowhead's guides are on here, I think, updated for, like, the end of the expansion. So... yeah, so it looks like in 5.4, they must have removed the reputation requirements for a lot of those faction things. And I'm looking at the Wowhead guides, and now it doesn't have the listed reputation levels anymore, so... it's a little bit hard to tell. But I believe that's at Revered. So at Revered, you get basically normal raid quality items. There is... Yeah, there's like 3 pieces. So, for instance, Klaxi has pants, belt, necklace, and Golden Lotus... Crap, I accidentally closed it. Golden Lotus has a lot of recipes, a lot of like crafted armor recipes. And then it has chest, shoulders, ring. And you can only use 1 ring. You can't use like a tank and a DPS ring. So there's like a unique equipped on it. But 3 slots each. Lore Walkers doesn't have anything. I don't think there's any special rewards for Order of the Cloud Serpent. Pretty sure that's just the mounts. Yeah, just the mounts. That's it. And... Xiao Hao is Timeless Isle. Shadowpan, okay, here we go. Yeah, so... Like you said, the weapon enchants are at Revered for Shadowpan. So that's going to be very important. Oh, and there's... Oh, there is still gear from Shadowpan. Yeah. This is... Shadowpan has helmet, trinkets, and cloaks. Okay. What are these trinkets? Take a look at each one of these. Because obviously the trinket could be good or bad, depending. You can only use one of the trinkets too. It has a unique equipped. There is an intellect trinket that gives you on-use critical strike on a 1-minute cooldown. There is an agi trinket that gives you on-use haste on a 1-minute cooldown. So probably not very good for Brewmaster then. A strength trinket that gives you on-use haste on a 1-minute cooldown. That would be pretty good for Blood DK. A stamina trinket with on-use mastery. And an intellect trinket with on-use spirit. So they're all 1-minute cooldown on-use of some stat. But honestly, yeah, for the tank one doesn't seem very good. It's mostly just, I mean, you could still use the DPS ones as tanks. But it's either haste for melee DPS or tanks, crit for casters, and then I don't think spirit is actually good, so I don't really think that healers would want that, but maybe it's different right now. The Valor trinkets were shit for a lot of specs. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I wonder what trinkets would be good here. Because I remember in Cata Classic, a lot of the best trinkets were actually out of Heroic Dungeons. Like, I ran Magnetite Mirror, Might of the Ocean, and Heart of Solace for a really long time. I didn't replace it until I got, well, my current trinkets, which was Heart of Rage and... what was the other trinket that I used before I got Vessel of Acceleration? I can't remember. But, honestly, Heart of Rage was really, really, really good. But outside of that, I think my second best trinket was, like, only marginally better than Heroic Might of the Ocean, Heroic Heart of Solace. And a lot of top parses still ran those trinkets. So, on launch, we had a decent amount of options, because it was, I mean, easy to farm Heroic Dungeon trinkets. Oh, Darkmoon decks, yeah, I didn't even think of that. I don't think the Cataclysm Darkmoon decks were very good. Because what was it? It was like Tempest, the one where you get like a random damage proc. That one was kind of shit. And the tank one was really bad. Landslide was terrible. So, Cataclysm were kind of duds. But I can't remember what the Darkmoon cards were for MoP. I'll take a look at the Heroic Dungeon trinkets. Interesting. Shadowpan Assault. When was Shadowpan Assault added? Okay, that's the Isle of Thunder one. Okay. Right. And, yeah, Tillers doesn't have any gear. So, the ones that gave gear were Golden Lotus, Shadowpan, and Klaxi. That's the stuff that you would need to farm. And Golden Lotus is purely endgame. Shadowpan, I'm actually not sure. Is that locked behind quests? Let me double check. I am fairly certain that you do get Shadowpan reputation from a lot of quest hubs, so bare minimum, it is probably worth doing those quests while leveling. But I don't know if they are prereqs. Let me double check. There might be, Oh, apparently you can also, when you kill the Shah of Anger, you get an item that gives you a guaranteed reward. Interesting. And the options are item level 476 gear. Let me double check that. What's item level 476? Relative to raids again. Linked. Okay, so it's not quite raid item level. So the reputation rewards are normal raid item level. The Shah of Anger thing is not. Alright. And yeah, so there's some comments that say that the quests in Townlong Steppes give Shadowpan rep. I'm not seeing anything that says you need to unlock them by doing the quest, though. But it probably is worth doing. And if memory serves, those quests in Townlong Steppes aren't even that bad. They're, like, relatively efficient, so it's probably just a good idea to do them anyways. Teddy Belcher said, I'm looking for Lego ads, so I clicked. Legos? Like the, you know, the blocks? I don't know what that has to do with MoP Classic leveling, but either way, good to have you in the stream. For strength users, you think it was Heroic Scalo and Brewery. Gotcha. I'll take a look, because, yeah, that's all I was interested in seeing from the Wowhead stuff. I'll just look through it one by one. So, it doesn't seem... Oh, actually, I'm not on Heroic, right? Interesting that there's a lot of these random epic drops from dungeons. Is this like one of those super duper low drop chance type things where it's not even worth farming, but if you happen to get it, it's like a nice pre-raid item? I'd imagine that's the case. Platif. Fangs of the Swarm. That's just like a generic bow. Okay. Sure. Okay, so Setting Sun has a caster trinket. Proc chance to get crit. Alright, well, not relevant for tanks. Oh yeah, isn't this the Asmongold sword? Huh. I really hope that that's not, like, actually good, and something that I would want to farm. Because, like, if this is actually, like, pre-raid bis for Blood DK, I would totally be tempted to farm it. But from the little I've heard, every final heroic boss has a super rare 476 weapon drop. Damn. So what is this? Tank Trinket. Your attacks have a chance to grant you dodge. Alright, well that is turbo ass. Yeah, so it would definitely suck if this was very good for blood decays, because I wouldn't get anything else really by running this. Ka-Eng, Breath of the Shadow. Crit expertise seems good. For Brewmaster, at least. Heart of Fire. Mastery on use dodge. That's terrible. Olakesh, Horn of the Black Ox. That's a dagger for roads. Hit on use intellect. Okay, that's a caster trinket. Intellect on use spirit, healer trinket. Do priests still have that thing where they get like damage from spirit? Is that removed in MoP? Because like there was this weird thing where like spirit is terrible for almost everybody, and then like randomly really good for shadow because of some like interaction with their talents. I would imagine that's gone because obviously the talent rework is this expansion, but I vaguely remember hearing that. Okay, one-hand strength axe. Empty fruit barrel. Yeah. Good. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. For strength users, heroic Scala and brewery. Yeah, this seems like a good trinket. Flat strength, chance to proc crit. Yep, that seems pretty good. Then Jade Serpent. Yeah, I remember this weapon. Yeah, this one looks pretty cool. Spirit is hit rating for Balanced Shadow Ellie. Is that still a thing in MoP? Windswept Pages. When your attacks hit, you have a chance to get haste. I'm very curious about what the stat prio is for Brewmaster. Oh, it is still a thing in MoP. Interesting. Because, like, historically, haste has literally never been good for Brew. And it doesn't really seem like, based on everything I've looked at for Brewmaster, that they function that differently in this era than in modern eras. Like, I don't really think haste would magically just end up being good for them. But I don't know. It could be that their stat prio is completely whack for MoP. We'll see, I guess. And then, yeah, obviously I can't look at the dungeons, Scalo and the Scarlet Monastery ones. I wonder if there's... if I can find it in, like, the Wowhead database. Instances... Let's look at Scholomance. Does this have... Okay, yeah, I can find it on Wowhead. So, on Wowhead, there's actually a bunch of trinkets from Scholomance. The epic weapon from Scholomance is a two-handed intellect staff called Headmaster's Will. That makes sense. That's a good throwback. And there is a flat expertise on-use strength trinket. That seems pretty nice. The only problem is the on-use strength is a 2-minute CD. So that wouldn't line up with Dancing Rune Weapon. Ideally, you would want a 1.5-minute trinket. There is a flat intellect. Healing spells have a chance to return mana trinket from Scholomance, and a flat crit Whenever your attacks crit your target, you have a chance to get a proc of Agi. That seems like it would be pretty good for monks. There's an epic ring in Scarlet Library. Interesting. Yeah, I'm about to check that. Let's see. So I had Scholomance opened. Let's see. Database, instances, Scarlet Monastery. Oh, by the way, if you're looking to make money off transmog, don't forget. You know, that's actually a funny thing. I was gonna say I would need to buy tokens to get the yak, but I kind of forgot that I'm actually sitting like on a mountain of rare transmog items. I stockpiled a lot in Wrath. And speaking of which, there's a lot of rare transmog items from Scarlet Monastery, like the original version, that are now going away with the new MoP dungeons, so make sure to get those. Okay. Interesting that there's completely separate loot pools for... Oh, I know why there's separate loot pools. Yeah, because the normal versions of the dungeons are leveling dungeons. Duh. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Scarlet Monastery. Scarlet Monastery has a flat hit trinket with on-use Agi on a 1 minute 30 second cooldown. That also seems like it would be pretty good for monks. Okay. And they, oh yeah, so I don't know if this is what you were referring to, Desolacer, but Scarlet Monastery has an epic necklace. It's a strength necklace too. Hit haste strength neck. That seems good. But that being said, I'm pretty sure that you can get a necklace out of one of the rep rewards. So, like, I think Klaxi has necklaces. Let me double check. I have the thing open. Yeah, Klaxi has neck rewards. Let me just double check the item level. Yeah, you can get a 489 neck. There's a strength parry hit necklace from Klaxi. And... oh, Wowhead's lagging out. Oh, no, Wowhead's dying. God, I hate this website. It's so fucking shit. What else? There is a strength mastery haste necklace. That's probably what you'd run for blood. You definitely not the parry hit. Fuck parry. There's also this really weird thing with tank itemization, where for whatever reason, a lot of gear that is directly itemized for tanks also has like way less primary stat. It doesn't even have more stamina. It's like, your reward for taking all of this dog shit parry is that you also get less primary stat on top of it. Like, what the fuck? Why would I want that? Apparently that's still a thing in MoP, which is kind of a bummer because I was hoping they'd stop that. But apparently not. And then there is a crit hit agility necklace, which seems very good for monks. So, yeah. There's 2 very good necklace options already from Klaxi Rep, which you're probably going to want to farm regardless. Which means that there's not really that much of a reason to get the rare Scarlet Monastery necklace. It would definitely be cool if they increased the drop rates. I don't know if Blizzard cares enough to do that. Either way, though. And then I think the last one, I haven't looked at Scarlet Halls yet. Database instances... Scarlet Halls, there we go. Scarlet Halls has no trinkets? No trinkets. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. That's strange. And then, yeah. Okay, so this is what you were talking about. There's an epic finger that is... It's an intellect ring, mastery haste. Now, that being said, although there is a ring out of Golden Lotus rep, you can only have one of them. So technically, you could farm this, but it's intellect only. So at the very least, I can wash my hands of that. I don't need to give a shit. Not for tanks. Honestly, the gear from Scarlet Halls looks pretty terrible. I feel like I'm not going to be doing that one a lot. Unlucky. But yeah, I think, I can definitely see there's a lot of really good agility trinkets, but honestly, outside of that one from Stormstart Brewery, this thing, I'm not terribly impressed with a lot of the others. And it doesn't really seem... Actually, that being said, there was the strength with on-use haste trinket from Shadowpan. So there might be more trinkets that I'm unaware of, but I guess as a Blood DK, I'd probably just want to get the Stormstout one and the Shadowpan trinket. Maybe? Unless, like, what are the trinkets? Are there any trinkets from these guys? No. It's just all tier set stuff. And, Galleon... Yeah, same thing. No trinkets off the world boss. It would be crazy if you had to try and RNG a world boss drop. Wow, this gear is actually very good. Yeah, there's no heroic. So this drops at 496. Shaw of Anger drops at... Oh, what the fuck is this thing? Increases the range of your judgment. Huh. Whack. I actually never even looked at the tier set bonuses. Oh yeah, so what are the tier set bonuses for Brew and Blood? This is Brew. So 2-piece increases the chance to dodge granted by your Elusive Brew by an additional 5%. And then increase the damage absorbed by your guard. Defensive-wise, that's fine, yeah. Because that bumps it from 30 to 35%. That's okay. For Mythic Plus, challenge votes, I'm going to be doing that a lot. Challenge votes, that's good. 20% is a sizable increase. And I'm pretty sure that you wouldn't get any value out of the Windwalker set. Because obviously you don't have Fist of Fury, and I don't think you also have Energizing Brew, so... Yeah. Because, for example, right, like, I don't know about Dragon Soul, but in both the first tier of Cataclysm and Firelands, Blood DKs use the DPS set bonus. Because the tank set bonuses were just really bad. I think some people ran 2-piece in Firelands, but you were definitely incentivized to run the DPS 4-piece in Blackwing Descent and Bastion of Twilight. I mean, that's literally what I did. That's the gear that I'm wearing right now. You remember some... Oh yeah, there are absolutely some bonkers trinkets from TOT. Yeah. TOT had crazy trinkets. Siege of Orgrimmar also had crazy trinkets. I'm mostly looking at this stuff because I'm concerned about, like, the launch stuff. But, yeah, I can show you real quick. I know exactly the one you're talking about. You're thinking of Rune of Reorigination. Yeah, this thing was crazy. Very, very strong. Unerring Vision of Lei Shen, also very good. Did Raden have any trinkets? No. I'm sure a lot of these other trinkets were good, but yeah, the one that you mentioned definitely is one of the most iconic. I don't really know a lot of the other trinkets in here. For all I know, they might be good, but yeah, those are very strong. And then I remember all of the Siege of Orgrimmar trinkets. Evil Eye of Galacrus was crazy. Yeah, this is so strong. So, I'm pretty sure the unfortunate thing about Evil Eye of Galacrus is they absolutely gutted this trinket in WoD, so you couldn't even use it while leveling. It was like nuts for current content, but then the moment WoD pre-patch hit, it was completely dumpstered. I'm pretty sure I remember that being the case, which was really unfortunate. Oh, hey, Garrosh heirlooms, there you go. Or the other one. Thok had a really good one. Yeah, Thok's tail tip. This is what I was thinking of. Absolutely crazy. This one I think was pretty good. Ticking Even Detonator I think was pretty strong. I think this one was decent, but on AoE. I mean, there were so many strong trinkets in Siege of Orgrimmar. Like, most of these were extremely overtuned. Oh, yeah, and I remember this. A lot of the trinkets had things like multi-strike, where they were basically testing out the extra stats that they added later on in WoD. So, they had, like, a lot of testing ground stuff there. Like, this is Leech, you know, which became a tertiary stat in WoD. So they did a lot of that stuff with these trinkets. I forgot about that. Yeah. Siegecrafter? Yeah, Siegecrafter was really cool. What else? Oh yeah, let me still look at... I guess I can just look at the tier. Were there tier sets in... No, so the tier sets weren't added until Heart of Fear, I guess. There was no tier in Mogashan Vaults. And if I remember correctly, they released Mogashan Vaults first, and then it was Heart of Fear, and you had to do Heart of Fear to unlock Terrace, right? I think that's how it worked. So I can't see the tier stuff here, but we were able to see it on Shaw of Anger. So where was it? It's the monk stuff. I had it just a second ago. Yeah, the Red Crane stuff. Mistweaver, your Surging Mist costs less, and your Healing Enveloping Mist does more. Seems rather underwhelming. I don't know how good this is. I mean, I would imagine reduced CDR and Fist of Fury seems like it would be good for monks, for Windwalker, but yeah, you're probably just gonna run the Brewmaster tier then. There's no reason to run the Windwalker tier here. Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Heart of Fear and Terrace were combined. Like, they technically were the same tier, but not so Mogashan Vaults. Mogashan Vaults, if I recall, was like a step below. And it didn't have tier. But wasn't it the case where you couldn't actually enter Terrace until you completed Heart of Fear? Right? Like, you needed to do one to unlock the other? So technically it was like the second part of the same raid. I think. I might be misremembering that. And this would be the tier set bonus that you get from Heart of Fear and Terrace. Shaw of Anger, 20+ minute heroic boss, yeah. So this is Paladin. Reduces the cooldown of Ardent Defender. Okay. Increases the healing of Word of Glory. And the damage reduction of Shield of the Righteous. It's interesting that they're still going in this era of, like, tank tier set bonuses have to be, like, purely survivability. Whereas if you look at modern tank tier set bonuses, a lot of them give you damage. Almost every single modern tank tier set bonus gives you, like, crazy damage. So here it's still purely damage reduction. But honestly, like, so here's the thing. For Paladin, like, this is kind of completely negligible. Your two pieces, like, oh, your defensive has a reduced cooldown. whatever. Like, if this is needed for raid bosses, I doubt it's going to be that big of a difference. Healing done by Word of Glory is just completely whatever. Getting additional 10% DR is nice, but at the same time, another small problem with these tank tier set things is, look, you're getting way less strength. So you're only getting 909 strength from the Ret Paladin gloves, and only 691 from the tank gloves. And this has like a shitload of dodge, which is terrible. So that was another reason why you ran tank tier set bonuses for Blood DK, because the DPS Death Knight set bonuses were itemized way better. And you actually got damage set bonuses, whereas like the mitigation you got from, like, I can look, right? So raids, Cataclysm, I guess I can see it on Barad and Hold, right? So what was the first one? Argoloth? Yeah, so the 4 set on here is complete ass. Increases the duration of your Icebound Fortitude ability. That's completely garbage. And although 5% increased damage is, like, nice on Deathstrike, like, it's not terrible, the alternative is you get 3% flat attack power, and the bigger thing is that the itemization on these items is so much better than all of the dog shit stats that you have in the tank set items. So, like, in a perfect world, you would have this 2-piece with this 4-piece, but you can only pick one, so you just go with the one that has better itemization. And then I'm pretty sure the Firelands one, where's Blood DK? Yeah. So some people ran the Firelands one because the 2 set here, you know, you get Burning Blood, so it's like a special fire dot that gives you some damage. And then at least the 2 set bonus here is where the actual bonus is for blood. Because your 4-piece gives you nothing here for Blood DK. But you still get additional runic power from this 2-piece. So I'm pretty sure that technically it was still better to go with 4-piece DPS tier, just because of the itemization difference. But since in this case at least the 2-piece was pretty solid, some people ran 2-piece. I've not looked at all at Dragon Soul. Like I said, I haven't played it yet, so I'm curious. With no idea how it works, I'm going to take a look at the Death Knight thing and predict whether or not you would do the same thing. When an attack drops your health below 35%, one of your blood runes will immediately activate and convert into a death rune. That actually seems pretty good. Your Vampiric Blood ability also affects party and raid members, and for 50% of the effect it has on you. Now, I do recall that this is a very powerful 4-piece, because obviously you don't need any personal defensive stuff as a tank, so like all of the other set bonuses were shit. I actually just, now that I'm looking at it, I remember that, yeah, tanks got the group-wide defensive bonuses in Dragon Soul, and this is pretty good, because this is like, you get a raid external, so yeah, that's actually pretty powerful. You get absolutely no benefit out of this 2 set. Runic Empowerment has a chance in Runic Corruption. I don't think Blood even has these. Obviously, we have these as MoP talents, so maybe if it works with the MoP talent, this actually might be good. I don't think Blood has access to this in Kata, so I think technically speaking this would do nothing for you. So maybe I could actually see a case where in this particular situation, for Dragon Soul, Blood DK could justify running the 4-piece. I suspect that you would, if you're going for damage parses, you would run the DPS set just because the itemization's probably significantly better. But I think that you could actually justify running this stuff for, like, Prog. Whereas there was zero benefit at all for running the tank set bonuses in Bastion of Twilight and Firelands. Dodge and parry were really bad, yeah. Isn't there vengeance to compensate? What do you mean? Well, so I guess your argument is that the idea there is you have vengeance to compensate you from running all of these shitty tanking stats, and, like, you're not wrong, but at the same time, what if you just don't run any of the shitty tanking stats and still have vengeance? Ah, fuck. Like, it's not like vengeance magically stops working if you're running DPS stats. You could still have both. So, it's not a one or the other type thing. Oh. I see. Is it Maybe my Death Knight's bugged. I'll try logging into Brew. It might just be that they've taken the servers down. Too much damage. You can never have... Oh yeah, it is just my blood DK is fucked. Oh well. I mean, we're not using it right now anyway. We're just yapping. Yeah, definitely those are very strong tank tier bonuses. So I could see that being something that you would want to run on Blood. But, yeah, I think... Obviously, yeah, like you said, for leveling purposes, it also wouldn't make any difference. And the other bonus of that, right, is, let's see, Broaden holds... all classes... The other bonus here is when an attack drops your health low, which will happen often as a Blood DK, you just get runes, so this is good. You just get a reset and get a death rune. That's very strong. But if you're leveling, I mean, my health has dropped at times, but not enough to really justify that, I think. So, I'm very curious to see what, like, the BIS leveling set for monks would be. Because obviously you don't have any tier set bonuses. What are the other stuff? That's priests. That's paladin. So paladin has Crusader strike damage and Templar's verdict damage, or Judgment gives you a shield, and or no, that is Diva Aura. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't really think this would help Prot at all. I don't think you have Crusader strike in this iteration. Yeah, I'm not sure for Prot Warrior. And where's Druid? Druid is Deep Earth. Oh yeah, Deep Earth. So oh yeah, well there's the weird thing of they have like the two different set bonuses. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, I'd imagine it would be pretty good for... Yeah, you don't have the same consideration for Guardian because of cat weaving and shit, right? So it would affect you anyways. Anyways, let's look at the actual MoP stuff. So MoP, Panda. What's the Death Knight bonuses? Oh shit, I'm sorting correctly. So we looked at the MoP one, or the monk one. Red Crane... And I think I looked at Paladin, yeah. Templar's Verdict is, I'm 99% sure, Ret only. But, because of the additional Seal and Judgment damage, you definitely still have that as Prot. I'm, like, pretty sure. So this might be something that you would run as a Prot Pally. Also... Yeah, for whatever reason, the Brewmaster... What the fuck is this? The Brewmaster set doesn't lose any primary stat. They have the exact same amount of agility as the Windwalker one. But then randomly, like, the other tanks lose primary? What the heck is that? Time-saving advice, don't bother trying to figure out where the fun part of this expansion is all the way until TOT. I mean, I'm gonna play it anyway. I will at least agree with you that MoP is massively better from TOT onwards, but, you know. I'm still gonna play it. Okay, here we go. Here's the Death Knight thing. So, Greaves of the Lost Catacombs. Your Obliterate, Frost Strike, and Scourge Strike deal more damage. Pillar of Frost grants you additional shit. Okay, so you have none of this as blood, so there's technically no inherent advantage to running it. But it's the same amount of strength on both. So, why do Paladins lose strength and blood DKs don't? The set bonuses from this are, like, whatever. Yeah. Reduce CDR and Vamp Blood. I mean, admittedly, getting more Death Strike healing is nice, but, like... I don't know. They are powerful defensive options. It really depends on if you would need it or not, but I have a feeling that you might just run the DPS stuff anyways. Or you might just, like, not run a tier set at all. At the very least, you don't need to run tier items. You could just run, like, off pieces that are really well itemized. But the thing with this is, like, although the Vamp Blood cooldown reduction is not useful at all, because I'm pretty sure Vamp Blood doesn't have, like, a cooldown where, like, 20 seconds really matters. Deathstrike healing is nice, but, like, you're already able to reliably sustain yourself with it, so I don't think that really matters. I feel like just having better itemization on your gear would be way more impactful than these bonuses. So I'm pretty sure you just wouldn't care about it. Warrior is reduce CDR on last stands, reduce the cost on shield block. At least, you know, rage cost reduction for that is nice. Yeah, I don't think the set bonuses benefit prod at all. And you can see here still, it's the same exact stats, dude. Man, dude, Brewmaster makes out like a bandit here. Holy fuck. I guess the only difference is the socket bonus. You get agi instead of stamina. So, you know. But that's like, that's relatively trivial. Although technically this is like a little bit better stats. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. What else? I've looked at Warrior, Paladin. The only one I haven't looked at is Druid, which is this. So this is Cat, and this is Bear. Hit haste, hit haste. So, okay, the leather ones, you don't lose anything. Basically, Paladin just gets shafted. Is it the same on Paladin's? Oh my god. Wait, no, okay, the legs actually do have the same. But they have different stats. Same amount of strength, different amount of stats. Alright. I don't know why the stats on the leather tanks are the same from DPS to tank, but then Paladins randomly, some of them are well itemized and some are poorly itemized. Might of Ursoc, I don't really know what that is. I think it's like a major defensive. Okay. Savage Defense I vaguely remember. And then obviously Frenzied Regen gives you more healing. Okay, I mean, that seems fine from a defensive standpoint. And then this is all stuff for cat weaving. Now, that being said, if you do plan on cat weaving as a Guardian Druid, I feel like you probably still just run this shit. Because you still absolutely can cat weave. So, especially with Heart of the Wilds, if you're planning on cat weaving anyways, then you would actually just fully benefit from the 4-piece for damage dealers. Remember the guy who got the rare Shaw mount on PTR servers after trying to get it for years in live servers? I don't remember that, but that has... Similar things have happened to me on occasion. When I was doing Freehold's PTR testing during Dragonflight Season 2, I looted the Sharkbait mount on the PTR. So, that one stung. That one, thankfully, I did actually loot on live servers during the Mythic Plus season. So, worked out. And then, quite recently, while doing PTR testing, I forget what it was, but I looted a mount on the testing server, and I was, like, really annoyed. You got the Firelands Bird mount on PTR at some point? Yeah. Unlucky. Also, I just realized, so Shaw of Anger does drop 496 gear. It's just only if you get the tier set items. The PvP gear is lower item level. But all of the Galleon stuff is upgraded. Interesting. It drops a ring, too. Okay. What are the raid trinkets from Mogushan Vaults? There's also... Are there really... So again, I'm not 100% sure what the Brewmaster stat prio is, but assuming you don't want haste, we're kind of shit out of luck here, right? Because haste mastery weapon, Like, these are the only agi options from Mogushan Vaults. That sucks for Brew, I think. Unless haste is randomly, like, really busted. But I don't think it is. Every time you try to trash talk Pandaria, you can't unsee the profile pic dog staring at you in judgment. Yep. At the very least, that seems like a very good Blood DK weapon. So, that is very spicy. What's the item level on Heroic? So, 502 Heroic from there. 509. So the item level is slightly higher for this. Now, that being said, I guess long-term, I'm gonna want one of these Shaw-touched weapons anyways. Forgot about that. Because that's like, the legendary questline, you get the gem that you put into the weapon and it makes it, like, really powerful. But this is more of, like, you know, an endgame final thing. Yeah. It's a really shitty shield. Dodge parry shield. Yuck. Yuck. Fuck that. Oh, get that shit out of my face. Rest in peace, Prot Paladins and Prot Warriors. God damn, that's your only shield option from the raid? Big oof. Bow. Yeah, so at the very least, decently itemized Blood DK weapon from Mogushan. Monks at least have two different options, but both of them have exactly the same stats, which is lame as hell. What are the trinkets looking like? We have Bottle of Infinite Stars, Flat Mastery, Proc Agi. Eh. Flat Haste, Proc Strength. That's good for Blood DK. Flat Haste, Proc Int. Flat Mastery, Proc Dodge. Get that shit out of here. Where does Laishan's Final Order... So Laishan's Final Orders drops off the final boss. Okay, well, shit. That's a good trinket, for sure. For Blood DK, you would run that. Absolutely. I don't know if that's really great for Brewmaster. Mastery definitely would be a good mitigation stat, but we're currently in the era where Mastery doesn't give you any damage, and I'm gonna be honest, if it doesn't give me damage, it can get the fuck out of here. That's my philosophy for tanking. Maybe not the most ethical, but, you know... That's how I am, and I've accepted it. Cool Warlock Trinket from Elegon. Oh, true, yeah, periodic damage. Yeah, good point. We also have to consider what Blizzard's doing outside the normal or known way, like adding additional early gearing options, such as the Protocol Dungeon/Vendors. Keep in mind that that probably won't be in until the next patch. Because in Cata Classic, none of that was in on launch. They only added the first iteration of that on, what's it called? Firelands release. So, we probably won't have that. If history is, you know, to be believed. And the initial iteration of the Titan Rune Dungeons didn't even come until Ulduar. So we also didn't have it during Nax. So yeah, we probably will not have that on launch. What about Heart of Fear? Okay, so there actually are some Shaw-touched weapons from Heart of Fear, specifically off Shexier. Crit Expertise one-hand Agi weapon seems very good. And it's also not unique, so you could have two of these. That seems very strong. There's no two-hand strength weapon out of Heart of Fear. Okay. Well, I guess it's a good thing that the Blood DK weapon from Mogushan Vault seems pretty nice. But you would obviously want to replace that eventually. I'm assuming that there's stuff in Terrace. And I think I even remember there's like an axe called Shinka or something, so I'm assuming that one drops from Terrace. But yeah, this seems like it would be a good Brewmaster weapon. You were able to equip two Shaw-touched weapons. Two Shaw-touched weapons with gems. That I actually don't remember. It's been a while, so I have no idea. But I will take your word for it. So, yeah. Probably. Either way, this seems like a very strong Brewmaster weapon. Which makes up for the fact that there's really shitty weapons in the in Mogushan Vaults. And all that matters is that the one with the Shaw Touch socket is the better one anyway, because that's the long-term one you're going to use. Jinya Zagul Caster Staff? Yeah, that one I remember. The appearances on all of these are really sick. You know, like the Shaw Touched Claw. Everything is like, you know, Shaw infested. This one isn't, but that's not one of the Shaw ones. It looks like only the Shexier weapons are Shaw Touch from this raid, and the rest of them are from Terrace. Okay, let's look at trinkets. There are no trinkets. Wait, seriously? There's not a single trinket from Heart of Fear? Huh. Okay. That's interesting. I guess they're all in Terrace? So these ones... Galrai. This is an Agi staff. So you could use this on Brewmaster. Drops off the second boss. But I would imagine you'd prefer the Shexier weapons. I suspect that would be the case. Jinya. Yeah, this one's really cool. But obviously, Caster Staff. And yeah, this is the one that I remembered. Shinka. So this would definitely be the Blood DK weapon. By default, right? It's the only two-hand strength weapon. So... it has crit on it. Ideally, you would want haste, but you can always just reforge off the mastery into haste. So, I mean, you don't have any options. Like, Brewmaster at least can pick this or the Shexier weapon. Blood DK, there's only one choice. You have to do this one. So, yeah. I mean, either way, it's fine. I mean, the Mogashan Vault's weapon doesn't have haste either way. So, ideally, if that was, like, haste expertise, that would be Blood DK's Wet Dream, but, it's fine. One Shinka versus 100 gorillas? Not that shit again. No, so the way that it works, Alexandre, is every single class has, like, one primary stat that they use. So yeah, monks... Well, except for, like, healers will use intellect. So all healers use intellect. Technically, I know spirit is still a thing in this era. I don't know exactly how that works. I don't play healers, so I can't say exactly how that plays out. But all healers want int, all casters want int. Then, like, monks, druids... Yeah, well, I was gonna say monks, druids, demon hunters, but, well, we're still in MoP. Monks and druids want agi. They only use agi, they don't use strength. And then Death Knight Warrior Paladin will use strength. So, you don't get any benefit out of the other primary stat at this point. Back in, like, very old versions of WoW, like, you know, vanilla, TBC, etc., you still get benefits out of strength or agi as, like, the opposite stuff. But already by the time that you get to Cataclysm, you don't actually get any value. Technically speaking, you still get some value out of it in Wrath, but usually you want to use your primary stat. There are some exceptions. Like, I remember Prot Paladin's best weapon for Ulduar and Trial of the Crusader was an agi one-hander. But that was, like, mostly due to the secondaries and the weapon speed on it being, like, really good for prop allies. And generally, you still ran strength. Rogue Hay continues. Look, obviously you guys use agi. Yes, I know. I still know you exist. But I'm talking about tanks. You guys can't tank, unless it's Sod. But this isn't Sod, so go sit in the corner. But what else? Kilrack, yeah, that's a one-handed sword. And this is a caster weapon. Oh, the fuck? Ah. Yeah, I really like this sword. Looks really cool. Now you have the caster daggers. Are there any differences? Why is one of them 516 item level? Is that a bug? What's going on here? Huh. That's weird. I don't know what's happening there. Oh, also, yeah, there's the hunter weapon. This thing looks fucking crazy. Terran the Soul Burner. Also, absolutely wild names on these weapons. Execution of Dominion. Super duper edgy. There was something going on with the first boss? Oh, was it like a first boss thing? Oh, you're right. The fuck? Is this a bug? Or was that how it actually worked? Oh! Oh, the hard mode. Okay, so depending on the order that you kill them, they drop different loot. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that was a thing. Interesting. I have no idea what the hard order is. Yeah, like I said, my knowledge of this raid tier is very low. That's very cool. Okay. That's weird, though, that you could get the dagger at 516 base item level, but all of the Shaw-touched weapons are 509. I don't remember, but I'm guessing the way that this works is the weapons drop at 509, and then you put the Shaw-touched gem in them, and they scale up to heroic item level. What do they drop on normal? Yeah, they still drop lower on normal. Is that how it worked? Like, if you put the gem in it, it's scaled up to be, like, the max item level? Lightning Caster, Healer, and Shadow Warrior last for the elite loot. Gotcha. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, so there's a bunch of trinkets here. I'm surprised Heart of Fear has no trinkets at all. That's very weird. Okay, that's very good. That's just, like, very, very strong. Flat Strength, Proc Haste. I mean, that's literally, like, one of Blood DK's best trinkets, Tier 1 of Cataclysm. That is quite literally just, where is it? Oh, wrong boss, Ascending Council. It's literally just Crushing Weight. It's just, Crushing Weight in disguise. Flat Strength, Haste Proc. And, let's see. Yeah. Flat Strength, Haste Proc. Same thing. So that's, yeah, that is just good. Cool. Intellects. Haste Proc. Intellects. Spirit for healers. Tank Trinket. Dogshit Tank Trinket. Oh boy. And okay, actually, yeah, so the Brewmaster one, or well, the, what's it called? The Agi one gives crit, which works out well. So that's actually, this one's good for Brew, this one's good for Blood, so they both have a pretty solid trinket here. Definitely happy with both of those. And what was the one in Mogashan Vaults? I think they also both had good ones. Yeah, that's a good, definitely a good Blood DK trinket. So I'm not, like, super thrilled with the other Brewmaster trinket, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like you'd probably run, like, definitely those two raid trinkets are very strong for Blood DK. Brewmaster, the Terrace one is good. I'm not sure about the Mogashan Vaults one. There's honestly a case to be made of, like, you just run a Heroic Dungeon trinket. It may honestly end up being still good. There's also the Reputation trinket, but I think that one is on use haste, right? Which, again, not ideal. I am very curious to see if I'm correct that haste is not good for Brewmaster. It's just historically it has never been, so I would be very surprised if, like, the way Brew works now, it's just magically good for them. And I am like 99.999% sure that in WoD, I ran crit haste on my Brewmaster. I definitely know I stacked a shitload of crit, or not crit haste, I think I said crit haste. I meant crit mastery. I stacked a shitload of crit in WoD, and then I'm pretty sure I ran mastery as my second stat because it still boosted stagger, so it was very powerful for survivability. And I'm pretty sure WoD is when they made it so mastery gives you attack power flat. So it actually became a viable damage stat for tanks. So I'm pretty sure that's what I did. But it's been a while, so I don't know. I definitely know I ran a lot of crit. And crit has always been, like, Brewmaster's best stat. And it still has the synergy with Elusive Brew, so I feel like that would be good. But, who knows. Anyways, it's 6:30 a.m. I somehow ended up streaming for 10 hours. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit. Like I said, I gotta prep for the human 1 to 70 speedrun on retail, and then I gotta do that later today and record it, and then I'll upload it. That's gonna be a main channel upload, so I'll throw that up there probably, and then I'll get to work on the Alliance leveling guide, and I'll try to do that in between overtime Gallywicks and finishing +10s on tanks. But I will definitely not be streaming until Tuesday at the earliest, and that will heavily depend on whether or not I was able to finish the Alliance guide on time, and whether or not my guild killed Gallywicks on Monday. I would very much hope that we kill Gallywicks on overtime. We definitely can. Like, we're very close. So, if so, then we won't have raid next week, and then I'll have more free time. But we'll have to see. And then the next stream, whenever it is, either Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whenever I happen to have time for it, we're going to stream the remainder of the Blood DK leveling, so 87 to 90. And then the next stream after that will be Prot Warrior 70 to 80 on retail for the European run. And after that, I don't know. Honestly, by the time I'm done with all that stuff, it'll probably be like around here. And at that point, I might start doing PTR testing for Horrific Visions, and I'll stream that. And once I'm safely done with that, then maybe we'll do other stuff. But I also might do Cataclysm Classic stuff just to get prep done for MoP. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see how all that shakes out. But all I can really plan for is at least the next week. Turtle WoW stream? Yeah, good point, because I did mention that. At some point, I may actually... Well, I'm probably going to do that eventually. I just don't know exactly when I'm going to stream it. But it is definitely something that I am considering. It's just, like, here's the thing about Turtle WoW, right? It's not going anywhere. You know, I can definitely go back and play it at some point, but MoP Classic, obviously, I have a lot of testing that I still need to get done for MoP Classic over the next few months before it releases. So this is definitely a higher priority. But I might do a Turtle WoW leveling stream at some point. What I'm probably going to do is, I think I mentioned, I leveled a Goblin Warrior, and I leveled a High Elf Paladin, and I got them up to, like, level 15. But I think I'm going to make a Human Paladin, just because they reworked the human racials in Turtle WoW, and I really like them. So even though it's kind of basic, I think I will just make a Human Paladin and level that up again. I also... Although High Elves are cool, I like their visual design, and I like the starting zone, the High Elf racials in Turtle WoW are turbo-ass. They are so bad. So it's like maybe the worst set of racials in Classic, which means I would rather not have that as like my main character. So I'm probably going to level a new Human Paladin, get that up to like 20 or something, and I don't really think anybody needs to see me level through Elwyn Forest for like the bajillionth time. So I'll get to a point where I'm, like, about to enter one of the brand new zones that they've added. I don't know what the earliest is, but I think, like, around the 20-plus range, there's, like, some new zones that they've designed. And there's some dungeons around that point where you can, like, do new leveling dungeons that they've added. So, at that stage, I'd probably start streaming Turtle WoW just to show the new stuff, right? Because that's the main appeal. But I'll probably do all of, like, the basic setup on my character up to, like, 15-20, whenever I'm ready to enter that. And then once I've gotten that set up, then I might do a Turtle WoW stream. Again, it would be on this second YouTube channel. I would not be able to stream it on Twitch, notably, because Twitch does have restrictions against private server stuff, so whether or not they enforce it, I don't know. I don't care. I'm not risking it. But YouTube seemed to be fine, and I wouldn't want to do that on the main channel, though, so it would be second channel stuff. But anyways, that's it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I will get to work on the human run and see you for the rest of this MoP stuff whenever I'm done with all the important pressing video concerns, probably later in the week. So I'll see you then. Thanks for watching. Peace.